ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. Victoria has recorded one new locally acquired coronavirus case, but the source of the infection is unknown. Yvette Gray reports.
Victoria's Health Department says investigations are underway to determine how the new case caught the virus. There are now 7 infections in Victoria where authorities still don't know the acquisition source. The other mystery cases include a Reservoir household of 4 and 2 Victorians who travelled to Queensland before testing positive. Genomic testing has linked those cases to the Kappa strain circulating in the City of Whittlesea outbreak. In the past 24 hours, there have been 3 new cases in hotel quarantine in Victoria, bringing the total number of active cases in the state to 74. More than 15,000 COVID tests were processed yesterday.
Sandbags remain heaped around homes in Traralgon as the flood threat eases for low-lying parts of the town. Nicole Asher reports from Traralgon.
Homes near the swollen Traralgon Creek have been shored up with sandbags ahead of expected rising floodwaters. Streets neighbouring the river were evacuated last night for a second time as another major flood warning was issued for the area. On Wednesday night, the river broke its banks, flooding nearby homes on Thursday and catching many households by surprise. The flood warning was downgraded to a moderate warning this morning. While the continuing heavy rain hampers the clean-up for those whose homes were damaged, volunteers have showed up to start stripping debris from fences around one local sporting field.
Meanwhile, unions have warned the Yallourn power station, which has been evacuated due to flooding concerns, only has enough coal to supply electricity for about 3 days. Workers and equipment were moved out yesterday afternoon when water started coming in from the Morwell River diversion. Energy Australia says the power station produces 22% of Victoria's power supply, but the Australian Energy Market Operator says there is sufficient power supply and reserves to meet demand in the state. The Gippsland Trades and Labor Council Secretary Steve Dodd says he does not want to see a repeat of the flooding at the Yallourn open cut mine.
And that really was a lot of expense, to pump the water back out and reinstate the river diversion. That was a major event.
A federal Liberal MP says a Tamil family being held in detention on Christmas Island should be allowed to return to the mainland. The family has been detained on the island since 2019 after being removed from the Queensland town of Biloela. Sydney MP Trent Zimmerman says it's time their case was resolved.
This week or in the next couple of weeks, the Immigration Minister Alex Hawke will be considering an application to use his powers to give an exemption to the normal requirements, and I've spoken to him and others and I hope he looks favourably on that request. I think it's time we brought this to an end and brought them back to the mainland.
The Queen has greeted G7 leaders meeting in Britain on the first day of the summit focused on the coronavirus pandemic. She held the reception at the Eden Project Biosphere, underlining one of the main themes of the summit, climate change. Britain's Prime Minister Boris Johnson told the leaders they have to learn the lesson of the COVID-19 outbreak.
Thank you all very much for coming. It is genuinely wonderful to see everybody in person. We're building back better together and building back greener and building back fairer and building back more equal.
To sport, and in tennis, world number 1 Novak Djokovic is through to the finals of the French Open after a 4-set victory over Rafael Nadal. Djokovic defeated the 13-time French Open champion 3-6, 6-3, 7-6, 6-2. Djokovic says it was a 4-hour marathon.
Definitely the best match that I was part of ever in Roland Garros for me, and top 3 matches that I ever played in my entire career.
Fremantle and Gold Coast will both be desperate for victories when round 13 of the AFL season resumes this afternoon in Perth. The Suns are 3 games adrift at the top 8, with the Dockers just 1 win ahead of them on the ladder. It's an identical situation in today's other game, with St Kilda currently sitting on 20 competition points, meeting an Adelaide outfit that sits just behind them. To the weather now. There's a gale warning for the East Gippsland coast and a strong wind warning for Western Port, the Gippsland Lakes, Central Coast and Central Gippsland coast. For the state, areas of rain over the southeast, easing to showers during the morning. Isolated showers across remaining southern districts and in the west during the afternoon. For Melbourne, mostly cloudy with showers clearing, a top today of 16 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 16. Monday, cloudy, 16. Cloudy on Tuesday, 16. Wednesday, showers, you guessed it, 16 degrees again. Thursday, showers and 15. Right now in Melbourne, it's 15 degrees. ABC News.
Now, where was I up to in Fisk? Wait, I can set up a free ABC account. Charlie Pickering. Too easy. So from July, we'll need to log in to stream shows on ABC iView. It's easy to set up, and we'll be able to pick up watching where we left off, even if we switch from smart TV to mobile. Good for watching Bluey on lunch breaks.
For more information about your free ABC account, head to abc.net.au/ABC account.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport. ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Bailey Williams goes for Bruce. He couldn't, could he? He could!
The lead.
It was one of those nights that you dream about as a little kid, and the reality's kind of sunk in this morning as I've woken up, and yeah, the phone's still blowing up.
He might have had 39 hit-outs, but it's not $1 million a season player at 39 hit-outs, but only 10 possessions and not much around the ground.
I think Sydney exposed something in Richmond that now other clubs are looking at very, very closely.
I think we'll see Sam Mitchell coach at AFL level.
So you haven't made it clear to Sam that he is part of a succession plan at Hawthorn?
No.
The lead.
The best trick you've ever pulled, bike into a dam or anything that you've done over the years?
Oh, gee, there's have you guys heard of tree parachuting?
Tell us more. Please tell us more.
The players have said, right, it's time that we really need to have success and to start building something that's really sustainable, and I think there's a real selflessness that's been brought in by the playing group.
Bolton! Oh, wow. Up he goes! He is taking his game to ridiculous new heights.
This is The Lead on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The lead items this Saturday. Hawkers profit.
The Hawks can do no wrong tonight.
As poor quality Sydney counts the cost.
They outhunted us, they were harder than us, out-pressured us. We just lost too many contests and we were obliterated in the contest.
First gamer Jai Newcombe joins us after his record-breaking performance. On the hunt, Collingwood searching for a new coach. Carlton searching for answers. Two of the competition's biggest clubs with big decisions ahead. And as Victoria opens back up, what about its footy venues? We'll have the latest on the fixture and the prospect of crowds with the AFL's head of football, Steve Hocking, to join us. Hello and welcome to The Lead. Alistair Nicholson with you. Great to have your company wherever you're taking in the program today. We're a couple of games into the round. And last night, what a performance from Hawthorn to knock off the Sydney Swans, who would have, if they won, slipped into the top four at least provisionally. So a performance that shocked last night. Hawthorn, a week off, looked themselves in the eye and came out breathing fire. A tremendous performance. And go back to Thursday night, what a cracking match it was at the Adelaide Oval with Geelong getting over Port Adelaide by 21 points. Cameron Ling is in the studio today. G'day, Lingy.
Hello, Al. Great to be here. Yeah, you're right. Good performance by Hawthorn last night. And I know that we're going to talk to Jai Newcombe a little bit later on, but he was fantastic. What a debut. Felt like Sydney's young players probably just have hit the wall a little bit. Their experienced players were solid again last night, but those young Swans who've played above themselves in the first half of the year, maybe just feeling the pinch a bit and looked tired and just couldn't go with the Hawks at all last night.
The Swans have got the bye coming up and might appreciate it. Adam Ramanaskas, hello to you.
Yes, good afternoon to all. It was a more Hawthorn-like performance last night. Old school, Lingy. They went back to the boxing ring during the week. So Mitch Lewis was
he was a casualty.
No doubt on that one. So, look, but it's typical Alistair Clarkson. If you don't want to compete out on the field, well, I'll teach you to compete during the week.
And we saw, too, a clear instruction, perhaps from Clarko to Tom Mitchell, about the way he wants him playing. Don't just accumulate. Don't just find the footy. We know you can get it 40 times. Get it in the right spots, create, impact the game, and it had that feel about it.
I think Sydney now become a little bit vulnerable. Obviously, they got the bye for next week, which is a perfect time. But then they go Port Adelaide, West Coast, Western Bulldogs, and then you throw in GWS as a fourth over the next 4 weeks after the bye.
Yeah, so they've got 8 wins, Rammer, at the moment, and they'd need to find, you'd think, minimum another 3, if not 4, to make the finals. You'd have to think that top 4 is probably out of reach for them now. But the bye is followed by a mixed mixed matches, really, when you look at it. After those matches against Port Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval, West Coast at the SCG, the Western Bulldogs at Docklands, they've got the Giants at Giants Stadium, Fremantle at the SCG, Essendon at Docklands, St Kilda at the SCG, North Melbourne at Docklands, and Gold Coast at the SCG. Yeah. So they should make the 8. It's just a question of how they respond after the bye.
Well, I think that season is decided by the next 4 weeks. That's the way I look at it. They're either going to find a way to get a couple of wins there. Like they can go 2-2 in those 4 games. I think they make the finals. If not,
strangely though, if they can just, and I'm probably talking worst case scenario for them, if they can go 1-3 in those 4 games,
then
they're
staying above 500.
Yeah, with the run home that Al just mentioned, they should win a big chunk of those last 4 or 5 games. They can still be playing finals football. But you're right, if they could split it 2-2 or somehow pinch 3-1. Well, and they have played above. They have had a remarkable first half of the season compared to where anyone picked them in the pre-season.
John Longmire, the coach of Sydney, the opportunity was there for the Swans last night. It was a match they were expected to win. Naturally, he was very disappointed with the outcome.
They outhunted us. They were harder than us from the first bounce, out-pressured us, and we didn't push back like we normally do. So, to their credit, they were really good. They were up for the fight in all parts of the game, and we normally come back a bit harder. We didn't have that in us tonight, and we just got well beaten in every area. We just lost too many contests. I mean, we were obliterated in the contest.
Hard to argue with that summation from John. That's spot on.
Plus 25 Hawthorn in contested possession. So there's probably the game there. Sydney like to play, as much as they don't want to admit it, they still like to play that contested style of game. I don't think the SCG suits Sydney too much anymore with their personnel. The one key area for Hawthorn that changed noticeably last night is that they've probably averaged around 60 odd uncontested marks through the back part of the ground. Last night that was about 30. So there was a real want to take the ball forward quicker. And that was noticed. Like you look at CJ, he had a terrific game again last night but at every opportunity he wanted to go. Blake Hardwick wanted to go. Blake Hardwick has been getting the ball laterally a lot, just those easy uncontested marks. He wanted to go. So that was something I noticed last night about taking the game forward rather than sideways and backwards.
Yeah, it's a good pickup. You're right. And I don't reckon Sydney were ready for it. No. They thought, okay, well, if we can just keep trap them in there, they'll take the sideways easy option. When it started slicing through, you could see a few Swans, hang on, what?
I'm out of position here.
This wasn't part of the plan.
Yeah, John Longmire talked about the lack of run last night from his side, so perhaps the bye comes at the right time for them. Alistair Clarkson talked about a week of soul-searching when players looked each other in the eye and they decided they might be able to make a bit of a stand in the back half of the season after a disappointing start to the year. He was delighted with the midfield pressure, which he felt had really denied the Swans forwards that clean supply. And you look at Lance Franklin, Tom Papley and Isaac Heaney between them, came up with 2 goals and the Swans 7 for the night. This was Alistair Clarkson speaking after Hawthorn's win.
We had an opportunity over our mid-season bye to have a little bit of a reset and do a little bit of soul searching, to be fair. And perhaps the fact that we're able to do that, get a rest, set ourselves for perhaps a restart and try and find something out of the second half of the year. And you're right. Our intensity right from the get-go was really, really strong. And for us to compete, we brought in a first gamer in young Jai Newcomb, who I think he had 14 or 15 tackles in his first game. He had more tackles than possession, but that was the sort of intensity we needed to play with. We're really pleased that he made his debut in this game up here and performed so well for us. But it just took a little bit of pressure off the other midfielders.
That was Alistair Clarkson last night. Jai Newcomb is going to join us on the lead very shortly. Just for listeners in Victoria, if you're listening on an analogue radio, you're going to be heading off in just a moment for the latest COVID information. There will be a few breaks across the course of the day with some flooding activity as well. If you want to continue listening to the football coverage, including the lead, you can do that on the ABC Listen app. click on the AFL Extra button or go to Grandstand Digital. We've got Jai Newcombe coming up shortly. We've got Steve Hocking from the AFL as well. We're going to talk about Nathan Buckley's departure from the Magpies and the situation at Carlton as well, with the panel decided upon to review the football department. So that's all coming up on the lead. Next, we'll speak with a new player who's only 9 days into his AFL career and already making quite the impact.
Gathers in the pocket for the Hawks. He snaps on goal and it goes straight over the goal umpire's head. The Hawks with the first two. Leaping up in front, Mark not finished off there by Kajitsky. Crumbed over by Tom Mitchell. On that reliable left boot, snaps the goal from 40 out.
Impey, he'll kick towards full forward. Juggling, Kajitsky gathers in the goal square, bangs it through. Knocked down on the behind line. Dawson there, tackled immediately. Ball spills out. Chance for Phillips. Sensational goal. With nothing to look at it, right full forward. Somehow he conjures up a major.
Bruce crosses the boundary line to kick. The drop punt from deep in the pocket is glorious. The Hawks can do no wrong tonight. Towards a 2-on-1. Numbers in defence here with the Swans. Out the back though, Dawson fumbled and Shields comes through to finish it off.
House Soccer's inside forward 50. It'll come eventually to Moore. Bruce did really well to give it to him, and Moore kicks his second.
To add to their 40-point lead. Never looked like missing. Luke Bruce, his second of the night, and it is party time for Hawthorn. Newcombe has the footy, he's dispossessed, and the Hawks do it. And do it well. To the tune of 38 points over the Swans at the SCG. Hawks winners last night, a superb performance from Hawthorn, and a key part of it in his first game, as I mentioned, just 9 days into his AFL career. He's a product from the South Gippsland town of Poowong. His name is Jai Newcombe, and he broke the record for most tackles on debut in an AFL game with 14, and I'm pleased to say he joins us on the lead. Jai, thanks for your time today.
Thanks for having me.
Congratulations. Have your feet hit the ground yet? What was last night like for you, and what more broadly has the last 9-10 days been like for you?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a roller coaster, I guess. A pretty big build up. The last couple of weeks have been pretty full on, but yeah, obviously yesterday's had a fair bit of meaning to it. Obviously every young fella wants to play AFL, and over the last couple of years, sort of wasn't too sure if I'd be able to eventually get that opportunity. But yeah, very, very happy and thankful that I was able to get that and make somewhat of an impact last night, which is good.
When you woke up this morning and naturally your head's spinning and you're thinking back on all the moments of last night, from running out onto the ground to being in the rooms beforehand, the aftermath, what's that one moment from either within the game or before or after that comes to the forefront of your mind?
I think probably early, the first couple of contests through the midfield, just getting that body on, and the realisation of the intensity and what's ahead for the rest of the game and the pace of the game. Sort of adjusting to that, sort of to set up the night is probably the biggest thing I think I found.
It wasn't so long ago you were playing for Poowong in South Gippsland, just a small town, the Magpies. You've made the transition to Box Hill, so that's a massive step up for you, and now the step up to AFL. So how significant, how noticeable was the step up for you?
Yeah, the step up's been massive. Obviously the pace is a great jump from country football. It's no real comparison at all, really. And then the physicality that comes with that, it's obviously pretty hard to adapt to. But yeah, I think I'm going along all right so far.
Oh, you certainly are, Jai. Congratulations on making your debut in last night's performance as well. And I'm sure, as a Hawks fan growing up, it would have been something very, very special for you. Talk about that journey of through Gippsland Power, and then VFL Box Hill Hawks. Were there moments where you really doubted yourself and thought, oh, hang on, that dream's not going to come true? Or did you always have it just burning inside that I can do this. I know I'm good enough?
I guess you sort of always got that burning feeling, or you've got that drive that you know it's what you want to do. But there's a few roadblocks along the way, which made getting there a little bit harder than I guess I would have liked. But able to get past those and get down to Box Hill and have a decent start to the year and put myself in a position where I guess I'm available for the mid-season draft, and then to go in that and go to Hawthorn and be running out on the first game 7 days in was pretty surreal. So yeah.
And when you got to Box Hill, coached by somebody who had a similar path when he was a young bloke as well, not picked up out of under-18s, had time in the VFL. Sam Mitchell, what's the influence been like having been coached by Sam Mitchell? What's he like as a coach?
He's pretty good, pretty open. He's been sort of really easy to connect with and develop a good relationship with, which then sort of leads into working with each other. Not being afraid, I guess, to go and ask questions and lean on him for a bit of help every now and then, which has been awesome. And just obviously his game smarts are very high with the quality of the career he had and how long he's been in the system. So, yeah, he's been massive.
John Newcomb's with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL after Hawthorn's 38-point win over the Swans last night in his own extraordinary debut. He's with Alistair Nicholson, Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanauskas.
John, I'm just interested. You drafted last Wednesday night. So what's the build-up? Take us through the process of your name being called out to being told that you're playing senior football to then trying to get your family up to Sydney to watch the game.
It was Wednesday night was pretty relaxed. Just had obviously the family at home watching it on the TV. All obviously very very happy when my name was called out, but wasn't actually sure where I was going to go leading into it. So to hear my name at pick 2 was obviously a very nice feeling. And then it's been, I guess it's blown by in a sense. It's been pretty quick how it's all sort of developed. We had training 3 or 4 days during the week and got through those, but sort of, I guess when you're new to a club, you don't see yourself sort of jumping straight in and taking on the role in the midfield of the AFL side. So I sort of mentally prepared myself for, I guess, a couple of weeks of build-up before I got a chance. But, for it to come immediately was sort of another, a bit of a shock, really, and obviously very happy with the chance I was given, and
So you got your parents there in the end. I mean, all these planets aligning with your AFL career, and then obviously the COVID lockdown ending and the borders opening up to New South Wales. You were able to get your family there last night, Jai?
I was able to get 5 or 6 up from Victoria last night to come and watch. They like to get a COVID test on Thursday afternoon after I found out from Clarko that I'd be playing, and then they were able to fly up midday yesterday, and really well looked after by the club, which was great, and organised everything. So yeah.
For some guys, it takes a number of weeks to feel comfortable within senior football. Lingy missed a goal from the goal square that nobody would miss in their entire life. When did you feel like in last night's game that, I'm quite comfortable here, I can compete against these guys, I'm strong enough, I'm physically ready?
I think it was probably later in the first quarter. Sort of worked my way into the game, I guess, a little bit for the first 10 or 15 minutes, just trying to get a feel of the pace and the physicality around the footy. But I think I was able to sort of settle myself and compose myself sort of 10 to 15 minutes into the game. Nerves obviously running pretty high early, but I think I was able to sort of contain them reasonably well. Sort of through that mid-period of the first quarter, I think.
Now, were you in the famous boxing session that Mitch Lewis got a Tatakin car? I think you can handle yourself okay. So I'm just wondering if you were the player that may have just given one to Mitch Lewis to make sure of that game.
No, it didn't come from me. Boxing's not really my lingo. Never been that good at it. So no, he definitely didn't cop it from me.
What was that like, though? You arrive, your first experience almost of being an AFL player is to go into a training setup where the gloves have come out and there's soul searching going on, as Alistair Clarkson said. That's an interesting experience to have first up as an AFL player.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's full on. You walk. I mean, it comes with the expectation. I guess it's a professional sport, and they're trying to get the best out of everyone week to week. So I wasn't I guess shocked with what we were doing, but yeah, it's certainly training's full on, and everyone's working pretty hard to get the best out of themselves.
Did you have to have a spar, and if so, who was it with?
I did. I was just having a little knock with Warbs. He taught me a few lessons, so no, he looked after me.
And were you able to quickly work out who you'd least want to go toe-to-toe with in that Hawthorn lineup?
No, all the boys are pretty good.
John Newcomb's with us on the lead. John, I'm really interested to hear a bit more about where you came from and your upbringing. I know your father, Clint, was a 300-game player with Poowong, the Magpies, in the local competition in South Gippsland, and I believe he's now even the secretary of the football club down there. What can you tell us about Poowong? I hear there's not an awful lot going on down there.
It's a pretty small country town, populated about 400 people. Heavily driven by farmers in the area. Footy club's a big part of the community down there, and they're tracking all right at the moment. So that's good for them. But yeah, it's a pretty quiet place. Nothing major goes on that often.
And you were doing your apprenticeship at Warragul, so you were up at 7 to do your apprenticeship, driving to Box Hill training, working all day, driving to training, getting home late at night. What happens with the Chippies apprenticeship now?
Yeah, they'll be put on hold for a little while. I think may potentially still be able to keep study going once I sort of settle in over the next month or two. Get back into some of the book work and that side of it. But not too sure if I'll be back on the tools for a little while.
All right, and 14 tackles in your first game. Can you maintain the rage in the next few weeks at that level?
I'd like to hope so, but we'll see how we go.
Good on you, Jai. Terrific performance. Congratulations, and well done on becoming an AFL footballer firstly, but then contributing in such a way last night. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Well done, Jai.
Jai Newcomb with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL. That truly is an extraordinary story, where he has gone from so quickly to where he is now, and then to play the way he did last night against a side like the Sydney Swans. That's quite something, Rama.
It is. Sorry to jump in, Al. There's going to be more of them out there, isn't there? Because of last year's interruption. Players not, who... I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Rama, but in last year's draft, there was a lot of, let's take the players that we've seen guaranteed form when they've been 16, 17 years of age, which takes out that portion that develop a bit later and in their 18th year really blossom and would have rocketed up the draft boards if there'd been an uninterrupted season. So there will be others.
Like this. If Marcus Bontempelli had been in the draft pool last year, he wouldn't have got drafted. His bottom age year for the Northern Knights, he was just a player. And then in his top age year, he came through and was obviously a high draft pick, but he wouldn't have got drafted in his top age year. So there's going to be a number of those guys.
So how much in this year's national draft at the end of the year will clubs look at last year's crop just as much as this year's crop?
I think they have to. There was a Young Guns game recently where it was 19 and up, so players from there. So there was 45 on players there. So I think they'll definitely have to.
This is the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL with Alistair Nicholson, Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanauskas, and you as well on 0437 774 774. Thanks to all of you who've sent in your texts during the program so far. Carmel from Hawthorn. Hi, as a keen Hawk supporter, I'm delighted with last night, but credit where credit is due. It's Clarko. He is a genius, says Carmel. G'day, gents. Jath BOG last night, apart from Razor, says this listener, has incredible footy smarts for a bloke who wasn't born into the game, will be a superstar. On Tom Mitchell, his best games are not about the total numbers, rather what he does with it effectively. Hawks can worry plenty of sides for the rest of the year, says Pete in Ballarat.
I just want to finish on Hawthorn. If you put these names on paper at the start of the game, so Mitchell, McAvoy, Shields, O'Meara, Bruce, Wingard, Warple, Impey, and then you throw in Sicily and Gunston, you're feeling okay.
There's enough.
You're
to
feeling
threaten there,
okay.
isn't it? And the improvement of Jath and these sorts of players.
Will Day comes back in. Now they find Newcomb. Like you're feeling okay about yourself. Sean Burgoyne obviously is where he is, and he's going to be. This will probably be his last year, you'd imagine. But I'm not as down on Hawthorn as everybody else. If they play that style that they played last night, which is a little bit more attacking, I think if you're a Hawthorn supporter, you're more excited. Now, can they maintain that throughout the second part of the season? Because the first half of the season was very vanilla by Hawthorn.
Yes.
Very vanilla.
Yep. And they go to the draft. They're committed to going to the draft.
They got 21 and 22 already.
Yeah, and they nail those picks. That can turn things around very quickly.
So cause for optimism at Hawthorn. Great to have your company wherever you're taking in the program. Steve Hocking is the head of football at the AFL. It's been a very busy season again for administrators running the competition, and Steve has been good enough to join us on the program. G'day, Steve.
Good afternoon, Alistair. Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure. Terrific to have you with us on the program. I want to take you back to Thursday night. Is that the way you want to see football played when you made some adjustments to the rules? Was that Port Adelaide-Geelong clash that the kind of contest you were hoping for?
It was pretty good, Alistair, wasn't it? There was a lot to like about it. Had a lot of balance, even through the third quarter where there was a bit more defence, and then it opened up again sort of through the last quarter. So a nice balance between attack and defence. I'd go, like, there's been so many games to really value this year, which is really pleasing, for our supporters and fans out there. The other one that jumps to mind for me was the Dreamtime game over at Optus Stadium was exceptional, and then also the Friday night of last round between Melbourne and Brisbane up at Giant Stadium was an exceptional game as well. And there's many of them. I could talk for quite a while on just how good it is to see the game being played like it is. It's a credit to all the players and all the clubs and coaches that they're doing an amazing job.
Have you finally been able to find the key to preventing the coaches from being overly defensive? Have you found those little secrets you were looking for to open up the game? Now 12 rounds in, what have you noticed about the prevailing way the game's being played?
Well, I think if you have a look, yourself and Cameron and also Adam were just talking there about last night's game. Obviously Hawthorn have spent time over the bye to sort of analyse where they're at and where they'd like to go, and you have a look at what they delivered last night. We're seeing all of these adjustments across the season, and there's a lot of different game styles that are being implemented as well. One of the really good things is just the big key marquee forward is certainly been on full display as well. There's a range of big key forwards that are kicking a lot of goals, but we're seeing a lot of individual highlights as well. Shea Bolton last Saturday night was just unbelievable to watch in that game. Liam Ryan on the Sunday up at the SCG against Carlton was just again incredible to watch. So we're seeing a lot of that, and that's not credit to myself or my team. It's actually credit to the club and the players. The coaches are the ones that have brought these adjustments to life, along with all the umpires. So full credit to them.
Come on, Hock, it's all you. Let's come on. Come on. Now, Hock, I just want to go back to Alistair's first question. You reeled off a couple of games there, but is there a game that you go back to and go, this is the way we want the game to be played from both teams' point of view, but also this is the way we want a game to be umpired? Now, I look at football for 20-plus years now and see home and away football being umpired differently to finals football. Now, whether that's good or bad, that's up for debate. But is there a game that you go back to and reference when you're talking to your people within the AFL umpiring department and go, this is the game?
Look, I actually, it's a fantastic question, Adam. I had a session with the umpires on Tuesday night. Now, our umpires currently are spread right across the whole country, and so they've been on the road more than anyone. And I think at times, that's forgotten. We talk about, what the likes of Collingwood and Geelong experience heading into South Australia. Our umpires are spread everywhere, and so I was fortunate enough to chat to them on Tuesday night, and I actually finished things up, Adam, with the game between Melbourne and Brisbane last Friday night at Giant Stadium. I thought was exceptional on all fronts. I thought the way it was played, there was many different moments throughout that game, and I also thought it was umpired exceptionally well. To your comment around, your view of how a season goes, and then, potentially there's some changes going into finals. I think what tends to happen is, you've got 34 umpires, looking after, 23 rounds, and then you come into finals and you're reducing that group of umpires. And naturally, potentially what comes within that is just some adjustment, because you're actually condensing down to, the ones that have earned selection and been the best umpires across the season. So, but no, that game between Melbourne and Brisbane I thought was all round. But look, I like last night's game and watch what Hawthorn and the Swans did. Like, it's hard to land on exactly what a game should look like, because that varies from person to person. But I will acknowledge the fact that it's great, the balance that has been reached within attack and defence. I think that's one of the things that we're seeing in 2021, which we're really pleased about.
Hock, just referencing that game last Friday night, that Melbourne-Brisbane game, brought a huge smile to my face when the umpires, with a ball up around the ground, very quickly worked out the nomination and just threw it up straight away. It seemed to cause the players to play on instinct. They were caught out of position a couple of times and instinct kicked in. Was that a focus, to get the ball up as quick as they can around the ground, the umpires?
Look, it wasn't a focus, Cameron, but I think it's a really good call out that you make. It's the instinct piece is what we've closely aligned our decision making to when we've been making adjustments to the game over the last couple of years. Is how do we have players, teams operating on more instinct? The Dreamtime game, we saw that even between Richmond and Essendon, and Essendon got in front by a goal, and then all of a sudden Richmond took it to a level which was certainly based team philosophies, but also on instinct as well. That's what you see with the great teams. So that your comment as far as throwing it up quicker, it definitely does impact that aspect of decision making. It's much harder to set up systems and processes around that. I think within that game, you've got two ruckmen that the umpires are used to and familiar with, and they read it as they're coming in, and then just throw it straight up. And it certainly was one of the highlights of that game.
Steve Hocking, the head of football at the AFL, is with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL. Steve, do you feel that you're closer now to being... There's always been that segment of the fan base that say leave the game alone. Do you feel, given the changes and the effects of them this year, you're closer to being able to have a long period without major adjustments to rules?
Look, I think that where we're at, we're just over halfway through this season. I think that we're seeing clubs, coaches and players taking the game on differently, and we will need to and continue to, Alistair, monitor what comes up. I think that's a really important part of what we do in the stewardship of the game, and so in committing to no adjustments moving forward, it will depend on where the game goes, and we will just continue to analyse that. I've got a fabulous team that I work with that review the game and analyse the game. They crunch a lot of data. And I tend to sort of sit at the moment because you can't travel around, and you run your eye over it. But it's also not just my team; it's also working back through clubs as well, with competition committees. We've got a game analysis team that has David Noble and others involved in that once a month. So we'll continue to work with the relevant stakeholders. And where applicable, if we feel it's heading in a direction where the balance between attack and defence, slightly gets out of skew, we need to address that, because I think that's the thing that we've been able to achieve this year.
Steve, as we've been chatting to you, the latest COVID information has come out in Victoria. There's one new case in today's numbers, which is an unknown case in the Melbourne area that they're still investigating, and 3 hotel quarantine cases as well. The total number of active cases in Victoria, 74. So Victoria starting to open up again. Regional Victoria was given the opportunity to open up a little earlier. You've got that massive match coming up between Geelong and the Western Bulldogs at Cardinia Park next Friday to kick off round 14. What do you know about crowd capacities for matches in Victoria and the very likelihood of matches returning next week to Victoria?
Yeah, look, what I can acknowledge, Alistair, is or confirm is that the time slots for round 14 will remain as is, but we've still got quite a bit of work ahead of us, and planning to do right across the weekend and into Monday, Tuesday with the Victorian State Government. Will be led by them. It's really important that we don't race ahead. We stay in alignment with them. We've done that right across all of the state governments, and we actually thank them. Genuinely appreciate the support and leadership they've provided, and so we'll just stay in alignment with them, and certainly our aim is to get crowds back, Alistair. We want to see people to football, and hopefully fans want to flock back as well. So where we can, fans back, and but looking after the health and safety of everyone in the community is really important.
Yeah, absolutely. So for Friday night, given it's in regional Victoria, as Geelong's classified that way, what would be a good outcome from a crowd perspective for the AFL? Would it be 50% full, more, or do you think that's unrealistic?
Alistair, I think what we'd all like to see, everybody, whether it be the AFL or clubs, I think we'd just love to see fans back to the footy. That's certainly something that we working towards internally. It makes such a difference, to the games, their support. Really, really important that we just continue to stay aligned to the government. So I'm not going to rush ahead of where governments are at in their decision making, and they've got plenty on. Like, you have a look at the floods that have hit a lot of the rural communities and regional communities, and a lot of those people are involved in football. They're volunteers and so forth. So there's a lot of people here in Victoria that have been impacted significantly. So we've just got to be mindful of all of that. There's a lot on government's plates.
Yeah, absolutely.
At the moment to work through.
That's a very valid point. Do you, though, have to be aware or accept that there is a possibility that some of those games next week in Victoria would be played in front of no one?
No, again, I just refer back to what I said earlier, Alistair. I'm not going to race ahead. We've managed to deliver the fixture, team versus team in alignment to this point in time, and there's been some adjustments around games, and if that needs to be done, we'll continue to do that to deliver round 14.
Hock, I just want to take you back to an incident a couple of weeks ago. Nick Holman and Mitch Duncan and the tackle. Obviously, Michael Christian saw that as a suspendable offence. It's taken to tribunal and it's overturned. Can you just take us through that process and why Michael saw that as a reportable offence and a suspendable offence, and then it was overturned at the tribunal?
Well, look, one of the things, Adam, is the ability for independent decision making, and that's why the tribunal is set up the way it is. It provides clubs, the player involved in the incident with the opportunity to challenge that, and that's what played out in that particular case. Wherever we can, protection of the head is something we take really seriously. And on that occasion, like, we worked through the process, and then where it did, the system works, I think, really well. That's Michael's. He's got to work on the evidence that's put in front of him, and that's what he did in that particular incident. And then they get the opportunity to refer it to the tribunal, and they get to put their case forward, and we basically play on from there. I think that's the system being supported effectively.
Hock, just one more quick one from me. After what we've seen of the mid-season draft, will we see a mid-season trade period in 2022?
Cameron, I'm not sure about you, but I love the mid-season rookie draft that has just been held. I think you just had John Newcombe on, didn't you?
Yes.
Prior to me. I mean, how fantastic is that? You're playing at Box Hill, and then all of a sudden, bang! You're playing and living your dream at the SCG. I'm so pleased and thrilled for him, and credit to Hawthorn as well around development. They've done there at Box Hill. So, in answer to your question around the trade period, we really like the mid-season rookie draft. We think it's worked well. There's great evidence of John Noble, Marlon Pickett, Will Snelling, a host of others that have had their opportunities. So I'm all for further movement. I'm on record as saying that. I'm happy to acknowledge that again. I think it's really good for the game. I think it's great for the clubs. And the biggest thing for me is I think it's really good for players. I think wherever we can, players are good enough to play our game. There should be avenues and systems in place that allow them to move in and out of the AFL competition right across the season. So we'll work with the relevant stakeholders around that, Cameron, and just see where we go into the future. But I think it's one of the exciting parts that we should consider further.
And Steve, I know we need to let you go. Just a very quick question regarding security at the Adelaide Oval. We saw Chris Scott seem to think that he was tripped by a spectator. There have been a few incidents with coaches coming down onto the ground through the fans at the Adelaide Oval. Is this something you're looking into? Are there changes that need to be made?
Look, if there is, Alistair, it's always something, that's we've spoken a large part of the interview here as to, where we need to, what adjustments do need to be made. So if that is identified as, it's something that we need to consider, we'll certainly work, with the relevant stakeholders on that. My understanding is it was just incidental contact that was made. There was nothing in it. But yeah, certainly safety of coaches and spectators is really important. So we'll work through that if we need to.
Steve, great chatting to you as always. The footy's been really good to watch this season. Thanks for your time on Grandstand AFL.
Thanks, Alistair, Cameron and Adam. Great to chat.
Thanks, Hock.
Steve Hocking, the head of football at the AFL, with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand. Always so many threads to work through with Steve Hocking, and great to get his insights on the program today. This is the lead with Alistair Nicholson, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling. I agree with Steve Hocking that the Melbourne-Brisbane game was excellently umpired. They were quick to penalise, scragging, balled up at stoppages quickly and penalised with 50s where needed. Love the show, says Mark in Bowen Heads. Thanks, Mark. Terrific to have your thoughts as part of the program today. Plenty of people pretty happy with the Hawks last night. A much better balanced Hawks side with the inclusion, but it's all about the intensity. Can we maintain it? I think that's suggesting the inclusion of Newcombe. Can we maintain it? I think they need to knock one player every week with the gloves. So who was it that did the damage to Mitch Lewis? He should be matched with the player who needs a rocket every week, says Pete in Eaglemont. There's a tactic that could be employed, says Pete.
What was the explanation? He zigged when he should have zagged?
Yes, exactly. He zigged. And we'll hear that in just a moment because Alicia Mulin's going to have the latest on Mitch Lewis and that incident. She's about to join us.
The umpiring question about home and away season to finals. It's a good point. There's less umpires in finals, so there's more consistency in
the
finals.
best umpires.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Now, how do we get that consistency in a home and away season? That's the challenge.
Good luck.
Well, that's right, but that's got to be
Yeah.
that's got to be the goal.
It's got to be the aim. I agree with you.
It's got to be
on that.
Dan Richardson's goal.
All right, Rob in Melbourne, not so enthused by the previous interview. Always good to hear from Steve. Relevant stakeholders, Hocking, exclamation mark. Give us a spell. So Rob's not buying what Steve's selling. And hi, Alistair and panel. I agree with Steve Hocking. The Demons-Lions game the other week was the best umpired game I've seen for a long time. So John and Rosanna's on that theme as well. Alicia Mewling is across all the breaking news in the AFL, and she's a regular with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL. Alicia, welcome.
Good afternoon, guys.
And I guess a tinge of sadness in a way down at Olympic Boulevard today when I drove into work this morning. I saw the Magpies out on the training paddock and Nathan Buckley's last training session as coach wrapping up at Olympic Park. Can you set the scene for us?
I can. It was a pretty standard session, to be honest, so not too much carry on towards Nathan Buckley. There are a few hugs at the end from players and a few fans lining the boundary line watching this last training run. But Buckley and the club, like they said during the week, trying to keep things as normal as possible in the lead-up to what will be a pretty emotional game on Monday. A number of lays there with the big freeze and also Bucks' last game. So the Pies, they will fly to Sydney midday tomorrow.
And Nathan Buckley, obviously, yes, getting ready for that last game. So we wait and see, and Lingy and Rammer will have a bit of a chat about where they see that appointment going and what Collingwood needs in just a moment. But news breaking also that another one of Victoria's big clubs, Carlton, would fast-track a review into its footy department, and they've unveiled now, Mark Lejudice sending an email to members about who would be on that panel. Who have they comprised?
Well, it's a curious mix of people. So this is a 3-person panel who will report to incoming President Luke Sayers in conjunction with Kane Little as CEO. So it's outgoing Collingwood footy manager Jeff Walsh. He's been named, along with former Fremantle star and media performer Matthew Pavlich, and leadership consultant Graham Lowe, who's also worked with the Doggies. Jason Dunstall was approached, but he knocked back the offer. So it's my understanding that of course, you know, no coaching position is safe, and along with the head of footy, the strength and conditioning, all those roles, they'll be put under the microscope, and that review will be presented to the board, and you think in the coming months.
And we've made mention of Mitch Lewis being concussed at training during the week, and there's been a fair bit of talk about the gloves coming off, perhaps a mouthguards to training approach at Hawthorn during the bye. What did Alistair Clarkson have to say about this last night?
Yeah, I love that, what you guys were saying before he zigged when he should have zagged. But so Clarko, in his post-match media conference, he pretty much just denied that things got a bit aggro at Waverley Park, that players, turned to some pretty heated boxing to instill a bit of toughness after a few poor weeks. This was Alistair Clarkson last night.
Boxing is part of our program every week, and we've been involved in 10 games this year, or 12 games this year, and our players have boxed every particular week. So that was just an unfortunate incident that we're doing some sparring on Monday, and Mitch zigged when he should have zagged, and just got a knock to his scon. So hopefully it'll be okay for us to play next week.
Zigged when he should have zagged and got a knock to the scon. Yeah.
So how does that work? If he's been concussed, does he go into the protocols?
12 days.
Yep.
So he can't play next.
Will he clear it?
Depends what day that happened at training,
Yeah.
I suppose. Any other news around the traps, Alicia?
Well, I guess we have to mention the passing of flamboyant businessman Jeffrey Edelstein, who died yesterday at 78. Of course, he took control of the Sydney Swans in the mid-'80s when the club was facing some dire financial troubles. Even though he loved the Blues and he was a life member of Carlton, I just saw Warwick Kappa tweet, sad to hear of the passing of Jeffrey Edelstein. Lots of great days with the Swans in the 80s. So very colourful and at times quite controversial fixture of Melbourne's social scene.
Yeah, absolutely. Alicia, great to chat to you today. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, guys.
Alicia Milling with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL. So plenty happening around Collingwood and Carlton at the moment. I'm not sure you could find a more amicable departure by a senior coach with the administration of a club than what occurred at Collingwood during the week. And Nathan Buckley has that last match in Sydney on the Queen's birthday against Melbourne in charge. The usual suspects pop up. Alistair Clarkson is frustrated by continual talk about every coaching job that pops up and his name being linked to it. We've seen Damien Hardwick say that Adam Kingsley, his senior assistant with experience also at St Kilda and Port Adelaide, would be a very good selection. Sam Mitchell's in the frame as well, and Ross Lyon hovering over the top. I want to start by asking about Ross Lyon. Is he the right man to go in and coach a team, a huge team like Collingwood that's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5 years before it's back contending again, apparently?
Well, I would have thought his track record is of a very, very professional coach who gets the most out of his core, say, 25 players. I haven't seen him build a list yet and develop it. He took over at St Kilda when they had a lot of the talent there, and he shaped them, and you talk to those senior St Kilda players, they love him. Same with Fremantle. But in both circumstances, when he finished, it really finished bad. They fell bad, the Saints, and they fell bad, the Dockers as well. So is he the right one to really build a brand new group? I'm not sure about that.
Well, the interesting part with Ross is his coaching style is more defensive.
Yes.
And that's what Collingwood have been criticised about. So if Ross does come in, no doubt he's a good coach. But if he comes in and he's got this really defensive-minded attitude, is that what Collingwood fans, is that what Collingwood administration want? I think it's got to be determined, okay, what are we looking for? Are we looking for an attacking coach, a defensive coach, or are we looking for a coach that just wins?
Is there a chance Ross Lyon, though, has learnt from the fact that the defence, total defence, has failed, ultimately? It's got to the grand final.
You would say Ross is a very smart coach. Yeah. You'd say he'd have to. But that will then be determined by the coaches he puts around himself.
I've got to put up my hand there. I just used a term that I actually get angry about when we talk about coaches. Failed. He didn't fail. He got him to a grand final and is a very, very good coach. That's why I'm still scratching my head about Nathan Buckley. Yeah. He got them to a grand final in 2018, a prelim final in 2019, wins a final in Perth in 2020. 11 games later, he's done. What's our grading for success?
But that's what I'm saying. We maybe have to change our language on failure and success in AFL football.
And I was guilty of it just then myself.
Because success a lot of the time is only viewed as a premiership.
Well, there's only one to win every year.
That's right.
It's a very hard thing to do. But it does define
But that's
careers.
where I say with Nathan Buckley, he's gone grand final, prelim final, second week of the finals, last 3 years. That's success.
That's success. I agree with you completely. And so why, after 11 games, talk about amicable split up, well, should he have been split up? I mean, does it turn that quickly that all of a sudden he's no good?
It genuinely sensed, I got the sense, listening to Graham Wright speak, and it was clear the relationship between Wright and Buckley remained strong, and they'd played together previously, that there'd been a conversation around how long it was going to take to get Collingwood back to a stage where it could compete again, and Nathan wasn't certain that he was the man to commit into the long term to that, as much as he'd said, to perhaps fend off the media questioning that he wanted the job next year.
But it's okay for Nathan to say, I'm tired. Nathan might go away and have 12, 24 months off and come back and coach another. He's still young enough.
And he's shown of being a very good coach.
All right, Carlton, you mentioned the grading of coaches. This is a football department review. Carlton, initially through Mark Lejudice, saying that David Teague was separate to it. I'm not certain that's going to be the case. How much pressure is on David Teague with this external review that's going on?
Oh, I feel incredibly sorry for David Teague. He's 40 games into a coaching career, and he's now got this sort of over his shoulder.
A mid-season review, not an end of season, not what went wrong, and we're going to work and we're going to build something like Richmond or Geelong did. Remember that after the 06 season, and put some structure and some support in place. The middle of the season, we're going to have this very, very public review.
So year one, his first year as a coach, he's in a hub.
Yeah,
like
I'm baffled by this, Al. I really am. I mean, yeah, they're not performing that well, but they're performing exactly the same as I thought they would. They were never going to be a top 4 team this year.
You can do these things under the radar. You can review things quietly. Why you have to come out and make a big song and dance about it,
and a big
say,
high-profile panel.
We've got this, we've got that, we're doing this. You hope it's just not to appease supporters.
We've got 60 seconds for an important segment. Let's go to hospital handballs. You can't get away without it.
It's a half pass away to Gawn, and then a heavy bump. Sydney Stack bouncing straight off Vining. Baker has been completely flattened.
That is a definition of a hospital hand pass.
Short, sharp, pointy, difficult. That's what we're doing here today.
Will Sydney play finals in 2021?
Yes, just. 8th.
8th?
8th.
Yep, they'll fall.
Okay. Port Adelaide, will they finish in the top 4?
No, 5th.
West Coast, will they make the 8?
Yes, just 7th.
Will David Teague survive?
Yes, he should.
Who will be the new coach of Collingwood?
I don't have an answer for you on that one. I need to think about it.
I got him on you.
No excuses coming up. Sellers and Clinch will chat to Mick McGuan. So you'll get Sellers' perspective on the review. You'll get Mick McGuan's perspective on Collingwood. We've got a season review coming up this afternoon as well. David Noble from the Kangaroos to join us.
ABC News with David Rowlands. Sandbags remain heaped around homes in Traralgon as the flood threat eases for low-lying parts of the town. Nicole Asher has the latest.
Homes near the swollen Traralgon Creek have been shored up with sandbags ahead of expected rising floodwaters. Streets neighbouring the river were evacuated last night for a second time as another major flood warning was issued for the area. On Wednesday night, the river broke its banks, flooding nearby homes on Thursday and catching many households by surprise. The flood warning was downgraded to a moderate warning this morning. While the continuing heavy rain hampers the clean-up for those whose homes were damaged, volunteers have showed up to start stripping debris from fences around one local sporting field.
Victorian authorities have revealed the state's newest locally acquired COVID case lives in the city of Melbourne. Investigations are currently underway to determine how the person became infected, but authorities think they may be connected to the Kappa outbreak. There are now 74 active cases in the state, after 3 more infections in hotel quarantine were also detected overnight. More than 15,000 COVID tests were processed yesterday. Health Minister Martin Foley says they were notified of the latest community transmission case late last night.
This case has done all the right things. From our initial interviews, the individual recognised that they had symptoms, got tested and had a test result all within the same day, that is, yesterday.
New South Wales has recorded no new locally acquired cases of COVID-19 in the latest reporting period. However, people in regional areas are encouraged to get tested after a Melbourne couple travelled through while infectious. Danuta Kazaki has more on this story.
New South Wales Health says there are no locally acquired COVID-19 cases in the latest reporting period, with more than 19,000 tests. There was 1 case in hotel quarantine. Regional New South Wales remains on high alert after a potentially infectious Melbourne couple travelled through several towns on their way to Queensland at the beginning of June. 549 people have been deemed as contacts in towns such as Forbes, Dubbo and Moree. New South Wales Health says its ongoing sewerage detection system showed there were no virus traces in Forbes in the state's central west and Castle Hill in Sydney's northwest, despite earlier positive samples in Castle Hill.
The British government is considering delaying the lifting of England's remaining COVID restrictions by up to 4 weeks. Sources have told the BBC that the final stage of lifting lockdown, originally planned to take place no earlier than June 21, would see all legal limits on social contact removed. It comes amid growing concerns over rapidly increasing cases and the higher transmissibility of the Indian strain known as the Delta variant. Downing Street sources emphasised that no final decision has been yet made. Leaders of the G7 wealthy nations have been attending a reception in England with Queen Elizabeth at the Eden Project Biosphere, underlining one of the main themes of their summit, which is climate change. The BBC's Roger Harrabin has the details.
The G7 leaders are expected to confirm that they aim to limit climate heating to 1.5 Celsius above pre-industrial levels. That implies deep and urgent emissions cuts. The group is likely to say that funding for coal-fired power stations must stop, and it'll say that 30% of the land and seas should be preserved for nature. But promises are cheap. Rich nations previously pledged $100 billion a year to help poorer nations go green, but they have fallen way short. In reality, G7 decisions won't dictate the future of the climate. That'll be up to the emerging economies headed by China and India.
Hong Kong pro-democracy activist Agnes Chow has been released from prison after nearly 7 months behind bars. She was jailed for her role in an unauthorised assembly during the city's wave of anti-government protests 2 years ago. The 24-year-old was convicted with long-time activist colleague Joshua Wong over a rally near police headquarters in the Chinese-ruled city.
Youngest daughter Tarnika is spending her 4th birthday today in a Perth hospital undergoing treatment for sepsis after being medically evacuated from Christmas Island last week. Kids entertainers, including Justine Clark and Charlie from High Five, have released video messages singing her favourite song, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Her father, Nardez, and her big sister, who are still on Christmas Island, have also filmed a message.
Happy birthday, Tarnika. I miss you. I love you, Tarnika.
I love you, Tarnika.
Bye, see you.
And you're up to date with ABC News.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Step into someone else's shoes in conversations with Richard Feidler and Sarah Konoski.
She hadn't seen me since I was 10. I was about 16 now. And she looked at me and she said, "That's my baby brother, Archie."
Or learn how to make your money work for you as comedian Nazim Hussain looks at spending less and spending better in the Pineapple Project.
I learned the hard way to budget, but I'm still paying for my 20s in a way.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
They've got players who looked lazy last night, didn't look interested. There's lots of blokes getting lots of money there and not much output. You want to challenge Richmond? Good luck. Bring your best game or you just get rolled over like everyone else does.
Paul Kelly's with us. Brownlow medal. Do you have it on display or is it tucked away somewhere safe?
No, it is on display.
Sid Jackson, welcome aboard.
Thank you. To be put alongside some other great players, it's a great honour.
Jim's given us a call from Warrnambool.
I want to speak to Sellers about St Kilda.
I'm here, Jim.
Marilyn's given us a call from Shepparton.
I want to speak to Mark and ask him if he remembered leaving a big photo of himself in white phases in a house in Mornington when he was in his 20s. A very show-off one it was.
I hope maybe, Matt, you can adjudicate because I think that Mark's not going to like what I got to say.
I like it, Ian. You bounced out of the corner. Righto, Sellers, over to you.
Stay there, Ian. Stay there, Ian. Hang in there.
Now here's Matt Clinch and Mark McClure on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital with no excuses.
Hello, welcome to Saturday afternoon footy. It's an unusual split round. 2 matches played and just 2 today. The first doesn't take place until 4:15 from the west as Fremantle take on the Gold Coast Suns and then St Kilda and Adelaide from Cairns tonight. Geelong showed their forward line artillery on Thursday night. 3 goals in 3 minutes after they trailed Port Adelaide by 9 points. They left them in their wake, and while wins have been hard to come by for Hawks fans in season 2021, a third reason to smile last night following a 38-point victory over Sydney. They haven't beaten a top 8 side since round 3 last year, the Hawks, but it does put Sydney in jeopardy of everything they built to start the season, and those that thought perhaps the top 8 was set, maybe there's some questions to be asked. Hello, welcome to No Excuses. I'm Matt Clinch. When I heard the Hawks had gone back to the boxing ring in preparation for this week, I thought of you, Mark McClure, and I thought you might have liked that approach. Welcome.
I did. I loved it. I thought it was fantastic for them. If you actually go back through their contested ball over the year, they've won 3 times or 4 times, and it's been by 1 in a couple of occasions. So, to me, Clarkson had every right to take them to the boxing ring and say, hey, listen, put your mouthguard in, stand up, and it's not going to hurt you. But it's not much fun when someone punches you in the face, if you know what I mean. But that's the sort of mentality he put up, and I like what they did. I really did like what they put up as well. I like Segler, who came back in and let McAvoy do his work around the ground, and Segler was very, very good. Frost on Buddy Franklin. That was extraordinary for mine.
Good battle, wasn't it?
Oh, it was tremendous. And Frost, to have the guts to actually let Frost go with the best player we've seen in the last 15 years in history of the game. I mean, he's almost at 1,000 goals. He's still at the peak of his powers. He's not quite at the peak of his powers. He's slightly off, but still very hard to handle. And Frost handles him quite well. And we know that Frost is an awkward customer. His own players know he's awkward. They don't know where the ball's going and all those sorts of things. And then to put in the young kid, Jai Newcomb, who they must have known something about because but you know what? He earned his stripes with 14 tackles, and that's what Clarkson would have thought about. Forget about all the kicks, marks, handballs. This kid's tough. I want you to play like that, and that's why they won. They won the contested ball. They lost the contested ball last week by 20 the week before against the Gold Coast, and they turned it around and won by 30. So the 50 contested ball turnaround in a couple of weeks. And that's what coaching's about. You don't have to get the balls out to be a good coach.
No. Now, in a week in which Alistair Clarkson's, well, perhaps genius in broader conversations continued to be enhanced as he's chatted about potential coaching jobs, and he showed he does his best work when he's involved with the Hawks. In any other week, the media would have been dominated by Carlton and the news that they're going to conduct an independent review. You'd been asking for it for quite a while with the Blues, given that they'd struggled to progress in the manner in which both they would have and their fans would have hoped for. So to be conducted by the incoming president, Luke Sayers, the CEO, Kane Little, Graham Lowe, who's a performance and leadership consultant, was part of the Western Bulldogs in their premiership year. Jeff Walsh, of course, long-time footy manager with North Melbourne and Collingwood, and Matthew Pavlich as a former player. So were you happy when you heard that they were going to go down this path?
I'm surprised it took them so long, to tell you the truth. I mean, since 2014, Carlton's played 160 games and won 27% of them. 27% of 160 games. And for me, that's not a shock. It's just terrible. We should have called for this a lot earlier. I mean, mediocrity's set into that place for a long, long time. And we've seen it. No one gets dropped. Yeah, we lose lots of games, but who gets dropped in this game? No one. So to me, I think that what I saw last night, bringing a kid from straight off the bench and we're going to put him in, and this is what I want you to do. I want you to tackle, chase, harass, so you can build your own brand of I'm going to be a good hard worker for this football club. That was fantastic. I don't see that at our place. So I'm surprised that they didn't bring it in earlier. I'm glad they brought it in. I'm glad they talked about it. Now, Sayers, who's Luke Sayers, who's the new president, the incoming president, he doesn't want to walk into a club that's at mediocrity. He wants to start with a club that's actually moving forward. And I haven't seen the moving forward for a while. Carlton's never won, since 2014, more than 7 games in 1 year. Two wooden spoons. If you want to go back to 2000, we've won 5 wooden spoons, and the ratio is less than 27%. And they're lucky that we didn't go back there because it's worse. No, seriously, it is. And you just got to think, wow, you know what's happened to this great club, or is it a great club anymore? That's the problem.
So what's the most important question? And we're going to do our own little external review. Mick McGuine, former premiership player, of course, with Collingwood, is going to join us, and he's going to chat a bit of the Magpies and the Blues. And what are the most important questions for those two clubs as they try and work out the path forward? So for Carlton, what's the most important question in the review?
Well, have we got the right people in the seats who run the place? I mean, the football department's the area that's letting us down. The football club itself has 80,000 members. They've got no debt. They're flying in the corporate world and all those sorts of things. But from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock Saturday, no one can brag about their footy team when they go to the pub after the game or with their mates. So that's the biggest problem we have, okay? So that needs to be fixed. Now, is it football department who runs it, people who run it, the recruiting, the coaching, the development? There's a whole host of issues that need to be sorted because we've had a lot of early draft picks. Some of them get played for 1 game in a row and then dropped, which you need to give some kids some confidence. And I think that they should play all the kids the next 10 games. There's 11 games to go, is there? 10 or 11 games to go? Yep. I think that they should start to play some kids. Now, I know that they've got to make some tough decisions on some older players in this area. And sometimes it's not nice to do, but you got to do it. You got to let them go. No one's going to be gifted 300 games at our football club and never has been and never would be. Does it matter if you're paid $295 or $300? Does it matter to you or to me? No. But some people, it's the be-all, end-all. And I think that sometimes when you're not quite at your best, it's time to go. You've got to make some hard decisions. And I'd like to see that. I think Mark Murphy's been a star. You know, he's been fantastic, done his job. But it's time for some people to come in and take control.
If you want to join the conversation on the SMS line, 0437 774 774. If you've got a thought on Carlton or Collingwood. The messaging... Nice. Around Carlton, though, the incoming president doing the review while the outgoing president issues the press releases. Should it include the coach?
Of course it should. He's the leader of the pack. He's the leader of the direction. Does he think that he sits there and listens to the assistant coaches and say, oh, we should do this? No. He listens to them probably, but he actually directs the traffic to where you go. He should be in that. He should be reviewed. And it may help him. They may not want to get rid of him, okay? So big deal. But let me say this to you. He should be reviewed.
So we're going to have our own little external review on No Excuses on ABC Radio, and we've called in the expertise of Mick McGuire, a premiership player with the Magpies, to join us on ABC Radio. Mick, welcome.
G'day, Matt. How are you, mate?
Hey, don't forget the Blues, Mick.
How are you, fellas?
Pretty good, mate. You played there too, didn't you?
Beg your pardon?
You played a few games at the Blues?
Yes, I did, mate. Yeah, enjoyed my time there thoroughly.
Mick, we were just chatting a little bit about Carlton and the external independent review that's going to take place. Sellers has issued a couple of the key topics he'd like to see addressed. For you, what do you think the most important part is around Carlton and what the next step forward is? I know you've written a lot in the Melbourne Herald-Sun newspaper.
I'm big on selection integrity, to be honest, Matt, and I think that has been clearly compromised. Some of their elder statesmen and what you'd call the leaders of their organisation have picked and choosed with their effort, hence their performance has fluctuated, and that's the reason why Carlton as a footy club, they're clearly inconsistent when it comes to win-loss. So I think they've got to get harder at the selection table. That starts at the top with David Teague. And as far as I'm concerned, a lot of their elder statesmen who've been in that picking and choosing category, they've been gifted games, and I'll name them. It starts with Doherty. Mark Murphy, I've been a great admirer of his. And even if you can't find positions on the ground for Ed Curnow to play in his preferred role, don't play him. Just get some games into younger players, and also Casbolt. I felt it quite puzzling a couple of weeks ago when Casbolt gets a game of footy, plays down back, and Sydney got two keys in front of the ball in McLean and also Buddy, and allows then Wiedering to go and play on the hybrid and smaller types, and he's a lockdown key defender. That to me was just giving a player a position within the team that probably there was no matchups for him if he wasn't going to be used as a relief ruck or an extra key forward in front of the ball. Landscape. And I think you could say the same against West Coast Eagles last week with Ed Curnow. You got Sheed around the footy and Yo around the footy with Naknui's influence, and just basically right-hand hip. That's where Sheed was. Much loose ball, win first possession, kickstart their offence. And here's Ed Curnow playing a running back role that he's hardly played. And the damage was done around the coalface where the footy's game, generally the game of footy's won or lost. And I just think they allowed West Coast Eagles midfielders to get so much easy ball when it could have been pressured footy.
I think you're right in a lot of areas. The selection of integrity is incredibly unusual. I mean, you draft young kids, but you need to give them at least 3 to 4 games in a row to actually build their brand. And you see them in and then out. And I don't like that.
Yeah, I think that's a really valid point, Sellers, because as you know, we've all been young and we've been anticipating getting an AFL game of footy. Back in our days, it was VFL footy before it turned to AFL, and you just wanted to be given an opportunity, and if you were given a fair rub at the green, then it was over to you to perform. But to perform in 2 hours of footy when you're anxiety and you probably haven't slept the night before or the previous couple of nights when you were told of the news you were coming into the game, you waste a lot of nervous energy and you play the game out before it's even played. And sometimes a lot of kids go through that experience, and to be in 1 week and out the next week, I don't think it does any benefit to them in terms of their confidence as an overall scheme of things. If you've earned the right to be selected, you're in the team for a reason. But the last 2 hours of footy, I just don't get it. But I think the other biggest thing is, fellas, I'm really frustrated watching the Blues. I think they've got some talent in offence, but their defence is terrible. You know, there's no excuse when the season's on the line. And Sellers, we've been involved in games of footy where you know that you've got to give effort and give great effort. And the part of the game that you have to master is defence. You know, the last 3 weeks they haven't won a tackle count. Yet the game against Melbourne, they registered 82 tackles. It just goes to show when they do it, they can stay in games for long periods, irrespective who it's against. But when you saw the mentality of selling an offensive spitter mentality, Gibbon starting at half-back on Heaney, he was spitting forward, Williams starting wing to cover him when he was going forward, Doherty starts forward to cover the wing. First centre bounce, Sinclair gets a free kick, handballs to Lloyd coming off the back of the square. Where's Heaney? He's run the backward 45. Where's Gibbons, who started on him? He's more or less running through the centre circle. And I wonder why in 42 seconds they kick a goal. That's not the right message that Carlton need to hear.
No, we understand that completely. It just breeds mediocrity for mine, and that's what we are at the moment. That's where we're at.
Yeah, that's fair. And they're a proud club, the Blues. There's no doubt they've got a history of being a winning mentality, but it clearly hasn't been that. And I think the biggest challenge for coaches nowadays, Sellers, and it's probably a little bit of a different landscape compared to what we were used to, it's self-interest now. There's so many young players. It's all about what's in it for me, as opposed to what's the team requirements. What can I do to help the team better? It's all about what can you do to get me into the team. And I think the balance of the strong coaches get it right. And sometimes these young players can't handle hard discussions and honest and frank discussions because it's all about them.
Mick McGuan's joined us on ABC Radio. So Mick, Sells is big on culture and about the ability to lead on the on-field rather than the off-field. We've seen Melbourne, a side who had a lot of similar challenges to Carlton. So do you feel like it could turn quickly for the Blues if they can address the right issues?
Oh, absolutely. And this is all attitudinal. Attitudinal can shift straight away. And I always ask the question, and I remember Lee Matthews saying it to us, what's your attitude like? Is it contagious? Is it worth catching? And at the moment, if you have got the wrong attitude in AFL landscape because of the spatial defensive structure a lot of clubs go with, it's not about collapsing that outside structure. Angus Brayshaw is a great example of a person who's adjusted his game for the benefit of himself, but also what the team needs. He was always a person that'd go get his nose in the trough and go and get his head over the footy. But now he's playing this shape role to make sure he's doing what Camden McIntosh has done for years, the unsung hero in the structure. When Collingwood, when they were at their best, they had Tom Phillips from Steel Side Bottom running the wing rolls, pushing hard back in defence to crowd opposition's forward 50. But also, if Collingwood happened to win it, they'd be there to exit at speed, facing themselves in an area of the ground they could be an exit option. We see too many players in the Carlton environment all be beast or honeypot, collapse their shape, collapse their defensive structure because they haven't impacted the game yet. So that, to me, is very selfish, and that can be adjusted really quickly through strong coaching.
We saw Clarkson last night use the same thing with Phillips last night. He collapsed back to the half-back line sort of area and helped the defence.
Absolutely. And
both wingers did.
Both wingers do, and they're the tram tracks they have to do it. Mitch Robinson, you've seen him at Carlton in the early days, he was a dog at a bone. But he's actually got that balance now. When it's his time to go, of course he goes. But also there's times to keep your shape, understanding if you're on the offside wing where the ball's the other side and it's moving into the forward line, you've got to push back and be that more or less goalkeeper mentality.
Yeah.
But we don't see it. We see Carlton players stay skinny, work to the footy, collapse their structure, don't offer up the support behind the ball, and they wonder why in one-on-one situations they're vulnerable.
No hard yards there, I can assure you.
Some of your thoughts on the SMS. Adrian from Hampton East, High Grandstand. I just want to say, I want Carlton to be competitive, players proud to put on the Carlton jumper, and some hope of playing finals again. That would be great. Humpty Doo in the Northern Territory. Just listen to Mark's critique of Carlton. Totally agree. The list needs a shake-up. The spirit and pride at Carlton has gone. Was given a Carlton jersey by a VFL player in Darwin in the early 70s and have followed them ever since. We need them back. And then obviously the thoughts around Collingwood. So obviously the decision during the week that Nathan Buckley, who's been involved with the Magpies since 1994, so it's a long time, and Collingwood often have not too many coaches in their previous history when you look at either legends of the club or personnel in which they've specially picked out in Lee Matthews and Mick Moldhouse. So I guess firstly to you, Mick, where do you see Collingwood and the decision they've made with Nathan Buckley to depart after one more game in the black and white?
Yeah, well, obviously it was pretty clear to me that they weren't going to give him an extension past this year. Sure. So it come down to a decision whether Bucks wanted to ride the journey and go through the rest of the year, or someone like a Robert Harvey be given some clean air to audition for the job. And I think Bucks, in his own wisdom, probably made the right choice, not only for himself but also for the football club more importantly. I thought he was so gracious in his acceptance of the decision Collingwood had made. But also I think Collingwood probably had to make that decision in the view that I felt at times Bucks was a terrific coach. I've been in his corner for a long period of time now when a lot of people didn't want him around 2017. Publicly I put it on record that I thought he was the right person for the job, and the reason being a lot of the Reeds and the Elliots, the young De Goeys sort of hadn't had a fair rub of the green when it come to injury, and I thought he needed the chance to do that. And in 18, I think we were a kick away more or less from winning a premiership because of that solidarity or gutsy call to keep him extended. But now it's got to a point, their method, their lack of a score, their over-consciousness of defence was probably causing concerns for the public, and the Collingwood fans were getting restless. And I just don't think they got that balance right at the moment. It'll be interesting to see what Robert Harvey does in the next period of time. Does he make those subtle shifts, or does he do it dramatically after next Monday? Because I think one thing Collingwood's got to find out about their list, that they got the capacity to score, because you don't win many games of footy nowadays averaging around 50 or 60 points to win games of footy. So I think there'll be some adjustments there.
Mickey, you've been coaching for a long time in the rural area and around Melbourne. are you a chance to pick up a job? I want to see you come into because we hear you talk, we hear you read your articles, we do all that. We know you can coach, and we know you've got a great footy brain. Have you been approached by anybody?
I haven't spoken to anybody, Sellers, yet, and I've already also put it publicly on knowledge when I've done commercial radio for quite a period of time. I've sort of lost the appetite to be involved in the AFL system, but I suppose when situations like this and your club's dear to your heart, and I'm a Collingwood person through and through, if the right person got involved and there was an angle of would you like to come and be a part of something within the football club, I'd certainly put my hand up and be a part of that conversation. I always think that you need to work in a very organised fashion when it comes to coach to assistant. I had a great respect for Grant Thomas in the 1 year I went down to St Kilda, one of your mates.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't know Tomo, but I've got great admiration for him because he gave me a chance. I loved the experience. But when the situation happened with him and Butters and the irrational decision I thought it was, just something wasn't called for. I lost a bit of appetite for it, the way it was handled.
Mick, who's the right person for Collingwood then? There's 3 or 4 young blokes around. Do we go to the obvious, like, Lyon? Or do we do that? No, I like to look outside of that. I think there's plenty of good coaches in this country.
Yeah, I've got a simple philosophy. Do your due diligence, interview as many as you can and get the best candidate. And then you've got to live by that decision. It doesn't mean just because the records have been there from previous coaches, they're the right person for the Collingwood fit. There's a lot of people doing hard yards, and we probably saw an example of that. I had great respect for Phil Walsh.
Absolutely.
I quite often spoke to Phil Walsh, and I was never sure he was going to be given a chance, but his footy IQ was outstanding. He didn't have the name of a Malthouse or a Ross Lyon or an Alistair Clarkson because he hadn't been front and centre. But have a look at the monumental shift that he created in the Adelaide Football Club once he was given an opportunity. And sometimes it just takes a group of people to sit back, observe and see what these blokes have got to offer, give them a chance, roll your sleeves up and make a ballsy decision. Sometimes you've got to do that to make your club move forward.
Could be you. It could be you, Mickey.
You never know.
It has to be the right person for the job. So you look at, I think they had 8 players from their grand final side in last weekend against Adelaide. So it's a development job, so they need to try and find the right development coach. We've had a few SMSs coming through, Mick, as well, asking as to whether you've been given any indication around community footy, because obviously it's been a tough period for people locked down in Melbourne, not able to have their local sport. So have you found a way for Keilor Footy Club to find their way through it?
Yeah, we've worked pretty hard over the last 2 weeks just to keep in contact with all our playing group. We've got a senior team, a reserve team, a second reserve team, which we call our thirds, and there's enough players to have 2 under-18 teams. So at the top end of our football club, we've got to get it right, but also, notwithstanding that, the future generations are our under-18 and under, right through to our under-8s. And then there's girls' teams and also women's teams to adhere to as well. So we've got to do a lot behind the scenes to give these young people a chance to live their dream. And there's some of those in TAC Cup. There's some of those players in VFL level. So when you're talking about the disconnection, it's important to keep connected. But we started training from a junior standpoint last night. We're in groups of 10. That's all we're allowed. So we micro-grouped it. I'm coaching our under-14s on a Sunday. I love the kids' development to teach them the fundamentals and the important things of the game. At an early age, and I'm also coaching the seniors, which I love, and we started our campaign. Hopefully we can get a game up next week. We trained this morning, and we had to once again get into groups of 10 and more or less be down at the club for 3 hours to accommodate the amount of players that we had. So that's the work you do behind the scenes, boys, to give each and every boy or girl, man or woman, a chance to play the great game that's so passionate to us.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be keen as mustard to get out and have a game. Mick, as always, we appreciate your insights. Thanks for joining us on ABC Radio.
Anytime, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Mickey. See you soon.
Mick joining us for our external review of Collingwood and Carlton, with so many decisions to take place around both those clubs in the second half of the season. I've got the mid-season footy review coming up, so we're going to combine with Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling, Al Nicholson. We'll take some of your calls as well. David Noble's going to join us, the North Melbourne coach, so looking forward to seeing how he's judged the first half of the season for North Melbourne. Just the one win. They take on GWS tomorrow, so a tough game. But looking forward to posing a few questions to you.
Who's that? David Noble?
No, I'm going to pose some questions to you in the mid-season review. So don't feel the hard questions are done.
I mightn't turn up. It's too tough for me. What are you doing? Anyway, but look, I thought Mickey was fantastic.
He was good.
Terrific. You can see that he's got a very good footy IQ and he likes his footy, loves his footy. He's doing under-14s. He's doing everybody. He's coached. He's actually coached in his own right, which is a part of the business that you have to do if you're going to be an AFL coach. You can't walk in. Nathan Buckley took 10 years to get himself right, almost, you know what I mean? And this bloke's ready now.
Mick McGuan with some great insights around local footy and, of course, footy at the top level. So the mid-season review coming up with Al Nicholson, Adam Ramanaskas, Cameron Ling and Mark McClure. Sells has brought his thermos in. We'd love to hear from you, of course, on the SMS as well. 0437 774
I'm getting old.
774. This has been No Excuses. Thanks for your company.
I'm going to change that sting.
Okay.
What matters to you?
Justice. Family. Weather.
The region?
Safety.
What affects you?
Climate.
Weather.
Extinction. Bushfire. Violence. Protest. Water. Over the road.
What inspires you?
Sport. Results. Rescue. Goals.
Space.
Future. Country. Laughter.
Stories matter. Trust matters. What matters is you. And what matters to you matters to us. ABC News. On your TV, radio, iView or the ABC News app.
ABC Sport.
AFL.
Get set for the deafening roar. The pent-up emotion is about to flow. Listen to the crowd roar.
AFL.
Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season. Grandstand AFL.
We've got a game on our hands here. This is really good, fierce stuff.
This is a fantastic game of football. Someone told me there was something wrong with our game. I can't see it today. Actually, it's a spectacular contest.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming. Oh, the impossible angle. Sinners, keep on sinning. Don't go anywhere. The theatre of it all. Winners, keep on winning. And he dribbles one through and blows a kiss to the crowd. Just a new day beginning. Breaks the paint, has a shot, makes no mistake.
Sends it for home. A sublime strike.
Hard against the boundary. That's a classy finish. That is sensational. Can he slide it through for the finish? Yes, he can. Right angle on the paint of 50. May have just snuffed through an incredible goal. Tries to fend off. Got him. Takes him to ground. Back to that Nui. Second Donati. Go to your best players. Go to your match winners. Plays on man down from behind. Holding the ball. Perfect tackle. It might be a game saver. Dreamers, keep on dreaming. Ricochets to Martin. You know the rest. The razzle dazzle has arrived.
That is spectacular.
It's a new day, new day, new day beginning. On the boot, kicks the goal. Welcome to the big time. Oh, great mark. Outside of the boot, Eddie. Oh, he has kicked it. Makes no mistake. Goes back. Straightens up towards goal and brings it back superbly. Here's that familiar roar. Double fist salute to the crowd. They might have a new fan favourite. He'll snap. He'll go. A ripper from Gripper. Snaps off a single step and bends approved.
Grandstand AFL. The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Dribbles it through and ends the game.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
We've made our way through the halfway mark of the home and away season. So who has stepped up this year and who's slipped down in the estimation of Grandstand AFL experts? Cameron Ling, Mark McClure, Adam Ramanaskas will get their views across the course of the next couple of hours before we take you west. For the first match of the day, the Fremantle Dockers taking on the Gold Coast Suns. And what terrific news to see Matt Rowell returning for the Suns this afternoon. We'll have a look at Brownlow medal contention, All-Australian selection as well. Cameron Ling is a selector, so he may as well just give us his team as it stands at the moment and save all the waiting. But the disappointments of the year, the teams that have surprised, and your thoughts on the progress of your team as well. What do you want to see from your team? Is your team in a premiership window? Is your team needing to rebuild and find a way to contest for a flag again? 0437 774 774 is the number if you want to be part of the conversation over the course of the next couple of hours as we look at all the teams this season. And for a couple, some decisions to be made. Carlton with the review to be undertaken into the football department, and Collingwood having begun the search for a new coach with Nathan Buckley to coach the Magpies for the final time on Monday against Melbourne. I'm Alistair Nicholson. To my right is Cameron Ling, the Premiership captain of the Geelong Football Club, and Sellers has delivered on his promise to bring the thermos as the coffees are being passed around the table already, and good to see we've started on the coffees, Sellers, and we'll see where we end up this afternoon. Lingy, hello.
Hello, Al. Yeah, I've just been handed a beautiful little mix from Sellers. Thank you for that. That'll keep me nice and warm as we go through this mid-season. It's been an enjoyable start to the season. I've liked the footy. I've liked some of the performances of the best teams that we expected. But all the credit of this first half of the year has got to go to the Ds. A number of those players that have just said, enough's enough. I'm sick of being the butt of everybody's jokes, all the talk about how soft and how weak and how mentally this and mentally that they are. They have delivered, and they have had a wonderful start to this season. Time will tell if they break that drought since 1964. But to the halfway point, credit to those Demons players. They have steeled themselves, and they've had a wonderful first half of this year.
Yeah, it's been a glorious ride for their fans so far, and the possibility is right there in front of them. Adam Ramanauskas, good afternoon to you.
Yes, good afternoon. Well, I've just enjoyed the game more, I think, this year. Those subtle rule changes that were made to at the beginning of the season have worked. The game is a lot more free-flowing. The game's a lot more attacking now. We're seeing the return of the key forward. We're seeing higher scoring games, and I think it's made for a better spectacle. And the AFL can look to ratings, I think, television ratings particularly, to show that people are starting to watch the game again.
And there's switches in momentum.
Yeah.
The game Thursday night, 5-minute mark of the last quarter. I thought, hang on, Port are going to win this by 6 or 7 goals. Yep. It flipped on its head, and goals came from it from Geelong. It was a brilliant game of footy to watch.
Yeah, there's no more important part of the ground than between the arcs, with particularly the way the game's played, because you can get the ball flowing, you can get the ball moving. Even last night's game, Hawthorn, for example, they started to move the ball through the middle of the ground, whereas in the previous weeks, they were very slow. They were kick-mark teams. So that's what I'm enjoying. I'm enjoying the spectacle of the game, whereas a lot of people were turning off and weren't watching anymore, or weren't even listening to the game on the radio anymore. So now it's exciting. The better players are there again. And I think the AFL have done a good job.
Most of our listeners would have heard the lead earlier today with Steve Hocking, the head of football at the AFL, part of the program, and he spoke about that balance between defence and attack being much better and where it needed to be. And Rama mentioned the key forwards are back in vogue, Sellers, and you've often talked about no one going along to the football to watch blokes punch the ball, but Harry Mackay's kicked 38, Taylor Walker 36, Josh Bruce 34, Rewalt, Ben King 32 have all kicked over 30 this season. So that's been a pleasing aspect, because if you go back to when you were young and while you enjoyed football, it was how many did this player kick and how many did this player kick on any given weekend, and we're seeing some nice bags being kicked this season.
And we're actually seeing some scores being made by teams. 80 points is around about the number now, up to 100 sometimes. So for me, is the entertainment of the game. It's about the high marks. It's about the bash and the big boys up forward who actually score are a massive part of our game. They just went missing. It was like dinosaurs had left the earth, you know what I mean? So, well, it was really, because there was no scoring at all, you know. You talk about Tex Walker, the biggest score that he had probably prior to this year was 28 goals or 30 goals or things like that. Hawkins what's his biggest score in that period of time when they were crushing the forward line in? What was that, like 40, 43, 45? It's 2 a game.
And it was the unwillingness to get it in there as well, Sellers. The big fronts wanted it in quick.
So, but you got to admire the AFL. They changed a few things. That simple rule of stand has changed the whole game of how you can move the ball forward, and you get a little bit of run. And I look at it and I go, how could that actually change our game? It's amazing what they've done. So, for me, I love what they've done. I love the forwards. I love what they do, and I don't really and we don't go to watch people punch the ball away. You're proud of. I actually like our defence to do that, yeah, absolutely, but they like to see you mark it. They like to see you kick it. They like to see you contest. They like to see the gladiator stuff. They love that, and I've enjoyed that. It's been good.
High marking's been a great feature of the competition so far this season as well. We've seen
multiple
a
return.
High flies, which is terrific.
It has been, but they'd love to see a battle too. And,
I agree.
And when that ball gets in quick, that even if a Stephen May, who's had a wonderful season, does ultimately punch the ball, it's a great battle between a really good key forward against a really good key defender. And if that defender wins that battle, fantastic. The crowd rises with that. The team of the defender cheers. The next time it comes in, the forward takes the grab and kicks the goal. That one-on-one pure battle is outstanding to watch.
I liked the way that Clarkson coached last night. It was brave. He put a kid in, just drafted him, put him in and against all the players. And then he puts Frost on Buddy Franklin, who's the best player we've seen in this competition for 15 years. And he puts Frost on him. Now, Frost is he's awkward at times. And sometimes he muffs it up, but brave to put him on there and stop him. And all of a sudden it builds his confidence. He was really good. Segler comes in to help McAvoy in the middle of the ground. So he's brave. The way he coached, the wings came back and stopped and filled up the defence. That was brave what they did. I thought they were fantastic last night.
So our team to take you through the season, who's on the up, who's on the down, who are the contenders, the Brownlow medal, the All-Australian locks, Mark McClure, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling, plenty of premiership experience there. Alistair Nicholson and Matt Clinch to moderate things really, Clinchy, but from a commentator's perspective, how have you seen the game this year? Is it easier to call? Has it been more open? Have you enjoyed it more?
I think you have. I mean, last year was tough for everyone, wasn't it? We didn't have crowds in for a lot of the games, and the majority of them were played outside of Victoria. So for us, we were witnessing it all without really feeling a part of it. But certainly the changing of the rules has allowed for a more one-on-one style of game, and I think that brings out some of the best elements in our game, be it players on a lead trying to battle one-on-one, the high marking, which you've made reference to. Contested footy is still a big part of the game, but it's also trying to get the balance right between protecting the individuals and the messaging you're sending to the young next generation coming through, the 6-7-year-olds who are hopefully not getting repetitive head knocks and seeing kids do it in the AFL and rock up the next week. So I think there's been a number of adjustments that have had to take place, and I think largely that's led to a more entertaining and certainly visually more appealing game. The challenge will be coaches always find a way to adapt. So in the latter part of the season, I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see lower scoring games and more competitive contests once we get closer to finals. But hopefully the encouragement will be this is the best version of the game if we can get it moving quickly. And players probably are the worst in that because there is a fatigue element to that. So we have seen, unfortunately, a few more injuries probably than what we have on recent years. But is that off the back of last year, not having VFL and state-based footy as much, so there's probably a deeper dive needed there. But overall, far more enjoyable this year.
Lots of your texts rolling in on 0437 774 774, and we'll work them in across the course of the afternoon. Dom in Reservoir on the fatigue factor, Clinchy, talking about suggestions that the game's too long, and we hear this from time to time. Some of the coaches say it as well. So we've gone back to full-length quarters this season. Dom's saying if they were to go to shorter quarters again, as witnessed in 2020, he would divorce himself from the game. So not an advocate for it. What have you made of the return to full-length quarters? I have to say, I thought that the AFL would most likely go from 16 to about 18 in time on. I wasn't expecting them to revert back to the full 20-minute quarters, but I'm really glad that they have. What's the round table view on that?
I love it. I love the ebb and flow of that. You can work an opponent over aerobically. You can get, there's an opportunity for the power and the speed athletes. I am a huge advocate for any chance to speed it up. Those who were listening to the lead heard me going on, and last Friday night about umpires just ball the ball up straight away. Prefer the boundary umpires to do the same thing. Toss it straight back into play, which will just take little chunks of time off quarters anyway, but it's at the right level for me, Rama, because it allows all different types of players to excel in this game.
The fatigue element wasn't there last year. Well, late in quarters, late in games, it just wasn't there. Those little mistakes, I think, that you see because the guys are fatigued. But that's the beauty of it. That's always been the beauty of our game, is who can last longer, who can sustain for longer without making. And that's always separated the better teams from the also runs.
It's fitter, tougher, stronger. Yeah. That's what it should be, and it always should be that. And you guys didn't play in an era where you had interchange the whole way through your era. Yep. We didn't have it at all. So you had to hang in, and it was brutal. But you know what? That's why you got reserves on the side, and that's why you get injuries, and that's what happens. It's not about, you don't get many more injuries because you're tired. Yeah. You get more injuries because you clash. So what we've seen is a lot of clashes when they've got speed off the bench straight away. Clash, and then that's where the trouble lies.
Now, JL has sent us a text from Hobart saying he thinks North are on the right track. I think the cogs are in motion for them to get Mackay from Carlton this off-season as well, says JL. Well, JL, we're lucky enough to have the coach of the North Melbourne Football Club with us right now. I'm not sure he's going to be too keen to chat about the prospect of that, but David Noble, welcome to you.
Oh, nothing like a good setup.
Good to hear from you, Nobes.
And one of your good mates down in Tassie, or is he a genuine Kangaroos fan?
No, genuinely here. I can read you the rest if you like. He's got a few suggestions for you. JL down in Hobart, so would have a strong connection with you as a former North Hobart footballer yourself down there, David. But first season in charge of North Melbourne, how have you seen it so far? Obviously picked up that one win against Hawthorn on your birthday down in Launceston.
Yeah, there's been probably a sense of frustration. I think in that you want to move things ahead quicker than what you can. But I think the upside and the positive, regardless of what we've had from an injury perspective, mate, is the games, the experience that we've had into our young group is really invaluable. It's going to hold us in really good stead going forward, particularly when we play the top-end group. For that young group of Powell, Lazaro, Phillips, Curtis Taylor, Jack Marnie and a few others I've probably forgotten, to play against the Melbournes and the Geelongs and the Port Adelaides is hugely beneficial for us from a long term. Internally, we feel like we're tracking reasonably well. There's some internal markers that you need to hit. But yeah, to have that exposure for those guys, I think has been a really it's an aspect that we've embraced more so than be concerned about.
David, of the young guys, who's impressed you the most? As a group? Of a group?
Yeah. Look, I think there are certain things, I reckon, Mark, of what we've noticed. Curtis Taylor hasn't held his spot necessarily this week, but his ability to run and understand, what a high half forward needs to do and his capacity to work up and down the ground. Lockie Young, I think, has been one that's been able to find himself a position on the wing and work out what we need him to do and how to play that brand. Jack Marnie, I think, has been really good at being able to sort of learn about pressure in the forward 50. So I think there's a few of those. And look, the other one, Taron Thomas, who's been able to come in the midfield and learn that role and embrace that challenge of playing a midfield as a young, up-and-coming young man has been, really positive as well.
No, early in the season it was looking dire. There was obviously some heavy defeats in those losses. What did you have to subtly change to make sure that the team was more competitive? Like, you look at your recent weeks. Obviously, you get the win against Hawthorn. Essendon wasn't a great game, but St Kilda's 20 points. What did you change just subtly there internally for the playing group?
We, I guess, over the pre-season, Rama, we focused a lot on attack. We're actually a team that wants to kick goals. I think our inside 50 differential is pretty good. We need to be more efficient with the ball going forward. But what we tweaked after that early part was more defence. We probably did it, in reverse of maybe what the normal focus has been within our game. But we wanted to score. We wanted to create a brand that our fans embraced, that we wanted to see them enjoy the same connection that our players do when they kick goals and celebrate together. And so, not at the expense of defence, but I think the emphasis of our defence internally finally started to catch up with what we wanted to do with the defence. And, our scores against have come down and our scores for are starting to edge their way in the right direction. So that was the shift that we made.
Dave, how do you balance, so while you're doing that and making that shift and being competitive, as Rama just asked, with simply getting as many games as possible into these young players? Where's the right fit? How many young players is too many young players?
Don't know. If I've only got 27 to pick from, I don't know. I think that pressure's coming to bear a bit for us now, Lingy, in a positive sense. Robbie Tarrant back this week, Jaden Stevenson. So we've now hopefully going to build some internal pressure. I think there's a sense of, there's no doubt that you need to have that component of that youth in your team, but they also need to earn their spot. We're not in the business of handing out games. And so therefore now if we can increase our pressure from that internal competition for selection criteria. If we can get some games away now, back in the VFL, then they'll need to understand that form is going to dictate your capacity to come in and take someone else's spot.
David, are you enjoying it? More the point.
I am, Mark. Yeah, I've had a ball. I love the aspect of teaching, improving people. I think that's probably been, my nature all the way through. We've got a really experienced coaching group who've been wrapped with what the guys have done, and I've loved the challenge. I've never been afraid of a challenge, and so I've just embraced that, and I feel that we're making really good inroads.
Well done.
North Melbourne coach David Noble is with us on ABC Grandstand. David, it's Matt Clinch. We chatted when you first got the job, and I guess the part at the start is you wouldn't have expected the injuries in which you had to deal with in the first half of the season. I think you fielded over 15 players under 23 years of age. So how do you try and get the balance right when you're in that development phase where you're a coach and a teacher as much as you are trying to implement the game plan in the way in which you'd hope the team will play in the second half of the season?
Yeah, it is a balance, Clinch. You're right. But winning's part of development. Like that, there's an understanding that it's not just all about, it's just teaching. I mean, there's a process, as all you guys know. There's a process and a formula that you need to go about it. So our wins internally may look and feel a bit different to what the stats or the data sort of tells you from goals scored versus goals not scored, and, where you sort of sit with scores for and against. From that side of things. But I think if there's the philosophy of understanding what winning still looks like internally, if it's quarters won or if it's clearances or if there's some elements of difference, we need to chase those really hard. We need to chase that process, and then as a result of that, you celebrate that and you grow those out. So I think, for us, the players are growing right in front of our eyes, as I'm hoping our fans can see that. And, they're going to have some times where they'll fall over, but they are under no illusion that we want to win games. That's paramount in our thinking.
So clearly that's continuing to go to the draft and get the best possible talent, as we saw with the mid-season draft and Jacob Edwards. But then how does that then sit with the more experienced type of players? Is that continuing to keep what you've got? Does that mean you look to bring a couple in? And when I say more experienced, I'm talking 26 plus, not the 22 to 25 sort of bracket. Do you need a couple more of those 26 plus guys on your list?
Yeah, that's all part of your ongoing assessment. As you know, Roma, it's, where you think the list is. We'll need to make some decisions at the end of the year again around where that sits. There's no doubt that I think the methods that we now have with free agency, mid-season, trading capacity, though the elements of teams now being able to be agile enough to make a shift depending on where you think you might be has become better. There's certainly more availability for us to be able to do that. So I think, if we don't feel that guys are heading us in the right direction or being able to support us where we're going to go forward, well, then we'll need to make some change.
And while all these decisions are going on and you're looking towards the future, you've still, as you said, got to win games of football. Tomorrow's game, coming up against the GWS Giants, what's the preparation been like? What's the logistical nightmare that everyone's facing at the moment? How's the group handled all that?
Pretty good, I think, Lingy. I think, the experience from last year, I think, has held everybody in good stead for the flexibility that we've now got to have. We had last week off. We had the 4-day break. We couldn't really go anywhere, but I think, it's what you make it. Plenty of movies, hopefully not too many chockies, not too many beers. But yeah, look, we landed back at work this week and we've sort of set our sights on introducing some new elements into our game in the back half of the year. So we've got some education that we need to continue to push our guys to understand where our game needs to evolve and develop. So we're really excited about the challenge, not only for the back half of the year, but certainly to head down to Tassie. We've got great support down there. We love playing down at Blundstone. Overall we've got a pretty good record, and we know that play against GWS, we've got to bring our best in all our areas. Defence, contest, and offence. So that's the challenge for us that we look forward to.
North Melbourne coach David Noble is at us on Grandstand. Who do you think the best team in it at the moment is, David, if we're trying to look across the season so far?
purely from a score, to be the Doggies. We got a nice old touch-up with them. We probably haven't... Melbourne were really, really solid. It was probably our best half that we probably pitched against the D's down there when we played them in Tassie. They were really accomplished all across the field, and they just seemed like they were able to manoeuvre their way through the game at certain stages, and they've probably done that again in the last few weeks. They've been able to adjust and manoeuvre the game back into their terms. And that's a great sign of a team having maturity to be able to do that, and well led by Goody.
David Noble, our guest on ABC Grandstand AFL. David, just in terms of your list strategy, then obviously the draft's one element. How much scope do you have to bring in high-profile, experienced, highly talented players? Do you have that cap space to do it?
I think we do, Al. I think, well, there's always the two areas, isn't there? It's what it costs you in purely dollars, but then it's also what do you need to do in order to get a deal done from a trade perspective with draft picks. So there's always those two elements that Luffy is working through at the moment. So I think in the next couple of years, our position from a TPP is in a really good position. So we get our timing right, get our games right for our young crew, and continue to look at where our modelling sort of sits us. And I think we'll be able to be in a good spot from a TPP perspective.
You've got to put more games into the kids before you do that, don't you?
Yeah, no doubt. You can't. We can't not have those guys getting that experience. You're exactly right, Mark. And so I think it just becomes, your internal discussion around your timing, what that looks like. And having been through it a couple of times, I thought we're having some really, really clear and honest discussions around what that looks like in the next 2 or 3 years.
Dave, I apologise if this is a bit too hypothetical because it's not in place yet. But a mid-season trade period, if that came about, is it the sort of thing where North Melbourne could have really made some big grounds in perhaps losing a couple of experienced players and short-term pain for the rest of this season, but really got a hoard of draft picks for the future of the club?
It's something, Lingy, I reckon I've thought more of now being in the coaching set. I probably wasn't a fan of it before. I probably am more of a fan now, almost against the draft in some cases. I do get a bit concerned around drafting mid-season to the local comp and understanding the impact of what that has at local competitions, particularly in our state leagues. But you're right. I think if clubs are in certain positions to be able to trade and maybe reposition themselves for the back end of the year, that's probably something that I'm more open to now than maybe what I was 12 or 18 months ago.
And Jacob Edwards is still at school, isn't he? Your mid-season pickup. Have you met him and had him in the club yet? Or given the COVID times, that's probably been a bit challenging.
I haven't. Well, not face-to-face. We've sort of touched base regularly. We've got him doing some work with an external support at the moment. One of the old Doggies guys, Daniel Cross, has been helping us out with that. So Jacob's been able to come into the club when we're not here. We're hoping that if the protocols ease off for us from an AFL perspective on Monday, he might actually be able to get in here on Monday as a public holiday. So he's had his COVID test. So, so we've just been going slow with him. We've been through it before. I've been through it before with Paddy Dangerfield going to school. So we understand the importance of that, and we're happy to make sure that we're obligating ourselves towards his education as well.
We might have to get him in the home gym with one of our good friends, Boomer Harvey, who seems to have just bumped up a bit in the off-season.
Harvey.
Yeah,
looking in very good shape.
Boomer's putting his hand up. Yeah, don't worry.
How's his hammy going, David?
Not as quick as we'd hoped that it was going, but so he's still on the injured list for tomorrow, unfortunately. But mind you, having said that, his guns are in good shape.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, David, we do have to ask before we let you go. Now, it wasn't a set-up at the start. It is a legitimate conversation that's happening externally around who could go where, and you've obviously got a very talented defender in Ben Mackay at the moment. Would Harry Mackay be a potential target for North Melbourne?
Oh, look, I'll just leave that to Luffy and to Braids. I've been in that role, so I don't think it's appropriate for coaches. We don't tend to want to comment on players that are in contract and other clubs. All I'll say, guys, is we're looking to bring as many good players into the club as we can through, all avenues of our talent acquisition, whether it's draft, trade, free agency. So we'll keep looking at that. I think if you go back to what Mark and I were chatting about before, I think a lot of it's just got to do with timing, to be honest. So from that side of things. So we'll just keep working away with that. And if you don't mind, go and ask Brady that question.
Nice.
I want to ask you why Ben couldn't go forward at some stage, because he's certainly got some talent.
Yeah, don't be surprised if the back end of the year we don't give him a run at it, Mark.
I think you should, Got to test him in everywhere, don't you?
Yeah, well, Robbie's back. Josh has done a really good job down the back end. Jack has been able to probably play tall at a pinch hit when we want. But, yeah, we have actually talked seriously about that internally. So, I think Ben was doing some goal kicking on
How do you know it's
Thursday.
Ben?
Yeah,
How do you know it's Ben?
Well, I've got twins myself, so I think I might be able to pick my game.
Great chatting to you, Names. Really appreciate your time today, and good luck for the back half of the season and the trip down to Tassie this weekend.
Great. Thanks, guys. Thanks for your support.
David Noble with us on Grandstand AFL. Just sing out, Ned, if we've got news coming up in a couple of seconds. This is the review. We're going to have the news coming up a little later on Grandstand AFL, which means we can have a bit more of a chat around the table. So let's just have a thought or two on North Melbourne, what they're doing, where they're going. Would North Melbourne fans see a path back to being competitive again? To me, it seems a very calming presence that David Noble has brought to the table there. And
I think he's the right man in charge to do it. But that competitiveness that you're talking about, the North Melbourne, that's a long way off still. Yeah. It's going to take a few years of getting games into these young blokes before there's any real light at the end of the tunnel.
I love the Hawthorn game. I mean, Clarkson would have been filthy about that. And that's what sort of drove them this week, I think, in the couple of weeks later against Sydney, because their last 2 weeks they won they got flogged in the contested ball, and they got flogged that day in the contested ball. And they would have driven him, and all of a sudden he turns them around. But that was a really good effort, I thought, down there. Terrific. No one beats Hawthorn down there.
I think where a North Melbourne fan will be a touch nervous is their 10 losses, or 11, what are they, 1 and 10 or 1 and 11, whatever they are. Only 3 of them have come by less than 20 points. I think when you're a developing team, I'm big at looking at percentage, how close your percentage is to 100, because that means you're ultra competitive every single game. And finding the consistency week on week to be competitive. I know it
They're
takes
just
a lot.
starting,
I know that. I understand that.
They're
but
infants in an
I
infancy
understand
stage.
that, but you can't have a percentage of 60 or 70. Your percentage needs to be 85 plus.
57.9.
There you go.
Yeah. But that's not going to matter this year because they're not going to win the premiership. But it may matter in the future ones.
But it's not next year. It's not even the year after. It's
a pattern, though. It's the pattern for developing teams. And Nobes, I thought, was really good there, where he said you can't just give kids games.
I agree.
And the question you asked, you've got to give them games, absolutely. But to work it out how you go, no, you deserve a game. You actually deserve a game of AFL football. You can't underestimate how much of an honour it is to play a game of AFL football still.
And I think it's part of their development is the feeling of dominating VFL.
Yes.
To actually go out, if you're a midfielder and a young midfielder, to go and get it 35, 40 times, kick goal, and just think, okay, I can have this commanding presence on a game of footy. Yeah. Even though when they step up the following week, the seniors, they might have it 8 times and be a million miles off. There's still the feeling of knowing they can do that.
So these kids have come in from in the draft. When you started, were you fit, tough and strong?
Not nowhere near what I've...
That's the point. It takes time to actually build that strength and that resilience to go in against men. And they're not at that stage yet. But once they do that, their confidence goes straight through the roof. I can last longer. I can go harder. I can hit harder. I can get the ball.
If you have players that are gifted games as kids, it doesn't hurt when they're dropped. If you have players that have to work really, really hard to get a game of football and they're dropped, it hurts. And that's what builds great resilience, great desire, great want in players.
And we're seeing at the other end of the spectrum this season when you get the games into the right people and you get and you bring in free agents at the right time, you get a Melbourne starting to have that type of season. Richmond's past 3 or 4 years have been built on those years through the early 2000s where they had to build this list.
So the number 1 draft pick hasn't played a game. Now, this will probably...
It's interesting, isn't it?
Well, it'll be one of the first times ever that the number 1 pick hasn't played to this point of the season. Other times they've been injured. Okay, I get that. But if he's at North Melbourne, he's playing week in, week out. You don't know what habits he's gaining. At the moment, right now, Josh Bruce and Aaron Norton are the two key forwards at the Western Bulldogs. He's got to work his backside off to get a game.
Isn't he getting traded, Remo?
You got him, Ramo.
No, I don't.
You wish you had him?
wish I had them all, Alex.
It's going to be an exercise in patience for North Melbourne. 1 win so far this season, 3 last year. So it's going to be a slow burn, and that's going to be the biggest challenge for David Noble, as they've got still some older guys on their list with Jack Zeeble, great change of role for him to half-back, Todd Goldstein, Ben Cunnington, so you can make the argument that their best players are still going to be the older players for quite a while, but they've got games into Will Phillips, into Tom Powell, into Charlie Lazaro, and they picked up Jacob Edwards, who they would have probably picked up in the draft at the end of this year, but they've got him in the mid-season, so they're already starting to plan for the future. I think the biggest concern around North Melbourne is their forward line. Losing Ben Brown, they don't have a definitive key forward. So Taron Thomas has kicked 13 goals, Nick Larkey with 13, Jaden Stevenson they picked up with 10, and Cam Zurhaar with 10 as well, and they haven't seen Aidan Corr and some of those other players they picked up in the off-season all that much. But the forward line is the big concern for me about North.
So we sit here right now, and when do we all say North Melbourne should be competitive by? How long? What year?
And when you say competitive, competing for 7th or 8th spot, or competing for a premiership?
I'm saying they're pushing up the ladder. I'm saying
to finals.
To finals.
2024.
I reckon 23. Yeah, I reckon a little earlier. I think the value in getting the games into these youngsters now, it's an absolute, it's not like a little mini thing. It's completely rip the Band-Aid off, endure the pain, get the games into the youngsters now, recruit well, value add.
It's actually interesting that they're going to move Ben Brown up forward.
Ben Mackay.
Ben Mackay up forward. I think it's very interesting because there's no doubt that they need a big boy there. Someone, a focal point, a pole to hit to and go bang. He can play.
See, the second half of next season, I think, so that's a season and a half under David Noble. Those players should know exactly what he wants and demands. Those guys should have, nearly 20 to 25 games into them. I think that's probably when they should be starting to compete hard.
They should know that what David Noble demands, but I don't think they'll have either the conditioning or the understanding of the overall game to do it, to execute. I still think they started almost from beyond scratch, this group. They didn't even have the really, really early picks. They haven't got picks 1 and 2, in multiple drafts. They are way back, a couple of years off.
I love what David Noble did with Fagan up at Brisbane. They built a culture first, and then they started to work on the players and do the stuff. Now the culture here is obviously to get fit, tough, and strong. That has to be it. Otherwise, you can't play. You don't know yourself until you're fit. You cannot play this game.
0437 774 774 is our SMS number. If you've got a thought on how your team's going, if you've got a question for one of Mark McClure, Adam Ramanauskas or Cameron Ling with all their premiership experience here, taking you through the teams on the up, the teams who've overperformed or underperformed, who sits where, who are the contenders, all Australian locks, Brownlow medal fancies. We'll chat through it all across the course of the next hour and a half before we take you west for the first game of the day. It's Fremantle versus Gold Coast from Perth Stadium. Matt Rowell returning for the Suns. Then tonight, St Kilda and Adelaide from Cairns. Love the normality of AFL games being played and broadcast through the winter. It's really good for keeping up our spirits. Thank you, says Kim. Good on you, Kim. Thanks to you for your text, and glad we can provide that service for you. Hi, regarding the length of quarters, as a spectator or viewer, it's a big ask to last the full 3 hours approximately, like 2 movies in a row. However, my workaround as a time-poor adult is to attend the second half of a game or be selective about watching parts of games on TV. The players will adjust to whatever length, in my opinion. However, the game could have fewer breaks, less than 3, to reduce total time from start to finish. So that's a different perspective from Steve in Fitzroy. Leo reckons the man on the mark rule needs tweaking, and umpires must also be vigilant to call play on immediately.
I agree with that. I agree umpires need to be better at calling play on.
And Chris from Roxburgh Park. Struggling teams usually win after the coach announces they're stepping down. So can we expect the Pies to win this week or when Harvey takes the reins in 2 weeks' time, says Chris from Roxburgh Park.
You know what? Guess what? Fairy tales never end well.
You've been reading too much.
What books are you reading?
Brothers Grimm.
Terrible
It's Brothers Grimm with Sellers.
No,
What books do you read, Greg? Have you heard the term happily ever after?
Yeah, well, that's after you finish, you're happy. Yes.
Not for anyone that wears the black and white.
No, it's not the point. But don't tell me that you ever see a goodbye game finish well. Which one did you see? Give me one. Just give me one. Lingy, you're vocal about this. Come on.
Well, Jason McCarthy's the one that probably...
It's the only one I've seen.
Was
Jason
a farewell
McCarthy,
game,
yeah.
and there's not too many coaches where you can think
They
of...
never last. You know why? You know why that's a farewell game?
Because when you're gone, you're gone.
Yeah, you're gone.
Yeah,
I do remember that game where Geelong played Adelaide last game. I think it was Stokes, Kelly, Johnson's last game, and they ran around. But the biggest part of that game was the Geelong crowd cheering Dangerfield every time he touched the footy, trying to convince him to come to the Cats.
Yes, absolutely.
Remember that.
We're going to have a chat about who are the teams who you've seen are really on the rise this season. They don't necessarily have to be premiership contenders, but teams like Adam Ramanaskis' Essendon, I suspect, who have made significant steps forward this season. Later on, we'll assess those who've underperformed, under-delivered, and have serious questions hovering over them at the moment. We'll chat about who the contenders are for the premiership as well. We'll try and get our experts to really narrow it down. Who do they see? Maybe the top 3-4 sides who could win a premiership this season. On the SMS, Jan from Geelong. Love the expert commentary from your team. Just wondered if you could discuss the medical sub rule and how that's played out. Yes, Jan, that's been an interesting change this season. I had a listener, I noticed, had suggested that it should just be a fifth person sitting on the bench as well earlier. I can't quite see that text at the moment, but it is a bit of a theme coming through on the text line. What have we made of the sub rule, and to Jan's point there?
I love it for concussion. I've stuck with that right throughout ever since it's come in.
Has it been manipulated, Liggy?
I hate it.
Has it been manipulated?
I hate it for injury. Well, it's open to manipulation.
Has it been manipulated? Can you think of any?
Not obvious ones, no.
I can't either at this stage.
Maybe some line ball type ones, but I don't like it for the injury part of it. I love it for concussion. Yeah. It works for concussion. It's the spirit of why it was brought in.
The only
to protect those players.
The only way you can do that is if a player is injured, that means they can't play next week either. You have it similar to the concussion rule.
Tell me how many concussions we get a week.
Oh, I couldn't tell you the
half
numbers.
of one. Maybe one a week.
Across the whole club, it'd be one.
Is it two a week?
I think the average is 1.4.
Yeah. Okay,
it's significantly higher in the NRL than the AFL, and that's why they've got a crackdown going on at the moment.
So it was brought in just to get another player on the bench, basically.
Well, I saw it brought in as if there's any doubt on concussion,
8 games.
Don't put him back out on the ground.
That's what I see it as well.
Or was it 9 games a week, and we got 1.4?
But for the sake of that 1.4, it's worth it.
It probably is, but it's injury reserve, really, isn't it?
Well, it is now.
Yeah,
I don't think it should be. It shouldn't be for injury. It should be for concussion only.
I'll stand to be corrected, but I think there was 196 concussions last year within the AFL. I'll stand corrected on that, but I think I can remember reading that from the press release.
It's a big number, isn't it? Yeah. And that's why it's such a concern for the game. All right, we'll move it on to who you see as those teams on the up in the AFL this season. I want to know who has caught your eye, who has achieved above and beyond what you thought was capable of them at the start of the season. That can be from anywhere on the ladder, these teams. We'll start with you, Lingy.
Well, if you're talking about the most, apart from the obvious, the top bracket, which we'll get to in a sec, the most exciting team is your old mob, Rammer, the Bombers. What they've discovered with Parrish and Merritt in the midfield, and that unfortunately has meant that Dylan Shield probably, when they start planning things, they may start getting creative with what they might do.
He'll play half forward.
He'll
play half forward coming up into the midfield.
Play a different role. Yep. It works. The youth, their excitement. Nick Cox is the standout as to what he could become. Draper in the ruck. All of that just makes a really exciting group. But credit where credit's due. The best, the biggest tick, all the accolades has to go to Melbourne. They have been a joke for
50
years. 50. They did play in a grand final in 2000.
Let me tell you, they were very easy to play against for 50 years.
We played against them in the grand final.
Yeah, and you beat them by 85, didn't you? But that's what I'm saying. They were easy to play against.
Have you been waiting early on, especially this season, where they won, waiting for them to fall over?
Yeah. Well, I went to a game when they beat Geelong.
Yes.
And I went to that's the game that sort of won me over. I went to a super box with a couple of blokes from the Sorrento pub.
Oh, righto.
Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, okay.
It's still coming.
Just behind the glass, no worries.
I actually didn't need you blokes that day. Anyway,
it's like Saturday's
we had a bit of... we actually sat there and I watched it. Mike Sheehan was with me and a couple of other blokes because he's a regular...
Drop now as well.
Anyway, but they were really good. They were fantastic. They were brilliant, and they tore a new one really seriously. They were fantastic.
In hard, tough conditions.
So they were great. That was the best part.
Melbourne have beaten Brisbane, Western Bulldogs, Sydney, Richmond and Geelong.
Yep.
So they're legitimate.
Correct.
That's simple as that. Like they've got a terrific balance between attack and defence at the moment. Their midfield looks deep. Jack Viney hasn't played much yet. He'll come back into that midfield to have more depth. So they look like they're a very well-balanced team. The one that I've noticed this year, it caught my eye with the way they've played and gone about their football, is Adelaide. They were in all sorts. I think last year just was like, well, where's this going? The back end of last season, they started to go okay, and they've been able to continue along with that momentum. They won 3 of their first 4 games, I think, of the season. And just from where they were, we were talking about at the start of the season, who is going to have a worse season, North Melbourne or Adelaide? So they've exceeded my expectations, and they've done that without Talia, without Tom Lynch for a lot of it, and without Matt Crouch. So you take particularly Talia and Matt Crouch. Matt Crouch is an All-Australian best and fairest at the club, and Talia is the best and fairest of that club, a key defender. So you bring those couple of guys back in. There's a bit more experience. I expect their second half. I expect them to continue to push teams in this second part of the season.
Tim from Wodonga says, I see Essendon making finals next year. Plenty of improvement in them still in their younger players. Couple more thoughts on Essendon. Does Rama have a thought about what Essendon has done to up the contested marking? Now a really tough marking side, says Phil in Melton.
The one key change there is Jayden Laverty has gone and played as a key defender. I think that's been a big change. And Carl Hooker was always a very good contested mark. So he's gone forward and he's been able to add to that. But the one guy that I've actually noticed over the last couple of weeks is contested marking is Andrew Phillips, the ruckman. Now, he's been a bit of a journeyman, no doubt about that. But he's one that's, I think, taken his opportunity over recent weeks. So Essendon, they're attack heavy at the moment. They're tackle heavy at the moment. But their defence is a little bit leaky. They get scored against quite easily, which was evident by Richmond in the Dreamtime game. 7 goals in that last 30 minutes of the game.
Unbelievable.
So is that their target in the offseason? If they're going to acquire another player, is it the concern over Hurley and Hooker and their bodies that have stood up to so much over the years that they need to go and target another key position? Or do you think they've got the younger players to cover that?
I think they'll look for another key forward. I think Hooker will play there for another probably 12 months, maybe 2 years. Hurley, you've got to give him an opportunity to come back because he's a couple-time All-Australian.
Yep.
Give him a chance, but I think they might be looking for a defensive midfielder.
Cale Hooker leads the way with 29 goals. Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody with 27, 16 for Stringer, 14 for Jones and 10 for Snelling. I was chatting to Luke Ball on our Sunday coverage last week about, was this the evidence that the handover between John Worsfold and Ben Rutten was actually a success? Because Rutten brings in a couple of ideas, hits the ground running, Dyson Heppel goes to half-back, changes a few roles, and automatically it feels like they've jumped a year ahead in their progression. Do you feel that that's a fair assessment to make, or is the jury still out on that?
Your call. Don't look at me.
Look, I think John did a really good job when Essendon were in a really, really poor state of affairs after the supplement stuff. He was able to galvanise a club back together, which could have went any direction. Players could have left, right and centre. So I give him great credit for that. There's no doubt. But I probably think it was a year too late that they allowed Ben to be the coach of the Essendon Footy Club now. Maybe it's worked perfectly because Ben got a bit more experience, but it looked like last year that it was a year too late. Ben should have been the coach last season rather than this season.
You might have been in the finals this year.
Maybe.
It's all maybes, if buts, maybes.
Might not have got a couple of those draft picks.
That's right. Too.
Yeah, that changes the club. The level of excitement with Nick Cox and Perkins. Essendon fans have not even seen Zach Reid yet. He's a 202 centimetre centre-half back who's got Harris Andrews written all over him.
Wow. And Jones looks a beauty.
Jones looks very good.
Yep.
Their midfield's starting to get a little bit of depth. They'll get Caldwell and Shield back in there. They'll go for another defensive one. The Bombers are okay, but
They've added some smart players though, alongside that, haven't they? When you think of Peter Wright, who came in, Alex Waterman, Nick Hines
has been a terrific pickup.
They've selected players to fit certain roles, and I suppose if you look at North Melbourne, they're trying to do a bit of what Essendon has done. Port Adelaide, where you have a really good hand at a draft and make sure you nail your 3 or 4 picks.
I like clubs that try to renovate on the run. Like you look at the way Sydney have renovated on the run. It's been they were a couple of years down, and then they're back in. They're playing. They're competing for finals now. Teams we speak about North Melbourne earlier. We're talking about a 4 or 5 year transition.
Yep.
That's a long time in a player's career. In a good player's career, that's a long time to be going through a development phase. 2 years, 2.5 years, Sellers, if you can do that, if you can renovate your list.
Try 20.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the problem. Yeah. And my team was going to be Sydney. I think.
I was going to ask if anyone was going to mention Sydney.
Well, my team was Sydney. I mean, I think Sydney, they were 17th last year.
Yep.
They were down and out. They played terrible footy. They were, just block back, stop. Really, and all of a sudden they pick up a bunch of kids out of their academy, come in, and all of a sudden the whole thing changed. And they played positive footy. They beat Richmond. They beat Brisbane on the first game of the year up in Brisbane after they'd been in the finals for some time. I thought to myself, how does this happen? How does this actually occur? But it occurs because they got a really good culture. And this is the biggest thing that you've got to build in your football club, a culture of not trying, to compete first. That's your first part of the culture. Get fit is the next one, because you don't know yourself until you're actually fit. You can't play. And then you've got to work out who's my mates, build a relationship culture. You've got to build up a whole lot of things in that area, and they do it very, very well.
You look at it, Lingy, and it's not necessarily the older players now who are the ones that are pushing. So they get McDonald, Braden Campbell, Errol Gould in a previous draft. Wicks, Papley, Heaney, Mills, Hayward. There's plenty of excitement there around the Swans.
And the expectation's big.
Yeah.
You work hard, you'll stay
You get
here.
a game.
And they are complemented, though, by outstanding experienced players
Kennedy,
who still play strong footy. But on Sellers' point, they are teaching these young blokes how you train and prepare. You even just look at a picture of Josh Kennedy and his body and the way that he prepares himself to play a game of footy. And a young bloke comes in and goes, oh, that's how fit I've got to be. That's the level of professionalism I've got to aspire to. That creates the culture that Sellers is talking about.
See, people come in and think they're just going to play. I play on a half-foot flank. Oh, do you?
Yeah.
For how long are you going to last?
That's
2 minutes, because I'm going to run you all over the place and break you. That's what they try and do to you.
But that's what we're getting at earlier with North Melbourne. You can't just give kids games.
I understand that, but you've got to run them through the reserves too, and you've got to do that and work them there and make certain they're pushed and shoved, and don't mollycoddle them. It's the worst thing you can do.
Isn't it funny? You don't know what you don't know.
Yeah, the unknowns, they call it.
I thought, and it finished the 2006 season. I was the best runner at the club, endurance-wise. Thought I was super fit.
Were you quick, though?
Lightning quick. I didn't think I could train any harder. I was, this, that. 2007 pre-season, we went to an entirely new level. And just so I remember sitting there going, oh, that's what genuinely fit.
So did you change your fitness coach?
We did at that stage.
You
Paul
did.
Haynes, who was came from the Adelaide Crows, a lot more endurance running. I remember coming back for the start of the pre-season in better nick than I'd ever been. It was like this new level that we all rose to, and then you just start nodding your head going, oh, okay, we could have gone hard, and we didn't understand that. We all thought we were training hard, but we weren't.
Yeah, exactly right. So what happens who taught you how to get fit? Did you play on someone who actually wrecked you in a game, like absolutely made you exhausted? And
the two that blew me off the park from how hard they worked through those early years, my formative years, were Shane Crawford and Ben Cousins.
Well, there you go. That's how you learn. The coach can't tell you to get fitter. You've got to learn it yourself. I need to be harder, tougher, stronger. So that's why you've got to play some of these kids on the best.
Yeah.
To make them.
Nigel Lappin got me a beauty. Oh. I can still feel the pain after the game that I was in.
Yeah, but you learn, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hang on, I've got to get better.
It's the best lesson is learning the hard way.
Correct.
0437 774 774. Lots of your contributions to the conversation. We're looking at all things football, the prospects of teams, who's up, who's down, who's contending, who's not, who's rebuilding, what they need. All of those things are on the table as part of this boardroom roundtable. Can you open the fridge over there, Lingy, and pull out the whiskey? 0437 774 774. I say that tongue in cheek. There's no way there'd be any of that in the boardroom at the ABC. This Melbourne thing, it's a conspiracy concoction of biblical proportions. They'll trip. Cheers, says Dan in
real.
Epping. He's not believing
it's
it
real.
just yet. Mark from Hobart, during a rebuild, clubs must be ruthless. If a player will not one day win them a premiership, they don't waste time on them. The same goes for experienced players.
Incorrect.
Just let me finish the text. If they are keeping a potential premiership winning young player out of the team, then they only get a game if they are there to teach the youngsters. Once finals are out of the question, development of a future winning team is the top priority, says Mark.
You have older players to protect your younger players. We've just spoken about it. They've got to teach them the habits.
Yeah. And to keep that culture together. There's certain ones, absolutely. Identify quickly who are turning up, doing the bare minimum and going out just on a bit of talent. They know how to find the ball 25 times and they go, that'll keep me safe in the team.
Yeah, but they cheat.
Yeah, get rid of them every day of the week. You don't want that type of player. But the real high-quality, professional, great club person who'll do everything they can, go out and deliver still a really good performance out on the field for his team, but you know he's ultimately not going to be part of the next premiership. You can work with someone like that to bring that next generation along. You don't want to get rid of them too quickly.
We got Carlton's right in that position right now with a couple. Do they have the bravery to do it, though? Do they have the bravery to say, hey, listen, we don't want you to... We want you to be here, but you're not going to play anymore?
That's a tough call, but you have to make those calls.
That's the call.
If you don't make those calls, or you don't identify those that... I think back to... Remember James McDonald from Melbourne? Yeah. They moved him too quick. They sent him packing. High-quality person who worked his backside off in training. Would have taught some of those young players, I think of Jack Watts and Jack Trengove and Tom Scott. These guys, the attributes and behaviours that you need to have to become a really good AFL player. You jump too early on someone like that, it's the wrong call. But you jump too late on someone like you're referring to, Sellers, then that's just as bad a call.
Well, it's because they're now breeding mediocrity.
Yep.
And you don't want that. You want growth, improvement. Continual improvement is the biggest key.
What do you think of this, Sellers? Sorry, Clinchy. Tim from Barwon Heads. Defying gravity, rebuilding on the go. One word, Geelong. Missed finals twice since 2004. Twice. Amazing. Yet Carlton have not one Geelong person on their review. Spare me. Go Cats, says Tim.
That's a very fair call. Yep. I mean, they're great recruiters. I mean, don't tell me the Wells is not the best recruiter in the country to bring in players. They've kept their list vibrant the whole way through. There's someone new coming in, another one. And the ones they've picked up now, I mean, Cameron, he is just dying to play in a good team. And you know what? You watched him the other night. He was fantastic. 5 goals. He loves it. He's worked out how to work with Hawkins and you know, I mean, and also who's the red-headed bloke? What's his name? Gary Rowan.
But there is an art form to it.
There's a lot of redheads down at Geelong. I know that.
Always forget the redheads, don't you, yourself?
I don't want to pump Lingy's tyres up here, but if I'm Carlton, he's one of the people I would have tapped on the shoulder and said, "Can you have a look at this?" Because he went through the bad part of Geelong to get to the good part.
Lived through a review?
Yeah, he lived through a review. And I don't want to pump your tyres up, Ling. I'm sorry, mate, if I'm embarrassing you.
No, thank you, Rama.
This is a people review. It's not a playing review.
But I guess Nathan Buckley put on the table during the week that you look at Collingwood's players they lost in the off-season and you throw in what Geelong added with Sean Higgins coming in, Jeremy Cameron.
Correct.
They've addressed needs in which they wanted to try and Isaac Smith some outside run and make them a better side. But they have a lot of players over the age of 30.
They had
so I know
10 on Thursday night.
A lot of SMSs coming through wondering, is that going to backfire on Geelong in the back age of the season, having such an older list?
That is it's a very fair question, and we will only get the answer to that once the season plays out. What I've noticed, though, and of course I'm biased towards the Cats, but I'll try and be as neutral as I can here, they have also at the same time got a career best season out of Brandon Parfitt.
Yep.
Quinton Narkle, I was shocked to see him drop, but played 3 outstanding games and shows that he's got a future. Jack Henry's playing his career best season.
Brad Close has improved.
Brad Close. Tom Stewart continues to even get better, even though he's already been a 2-time All-Australian. So there is the balance of Yet bring in an Isaac Smith and a Jeremy Cameron and those types of experienced players, but still have growth from your young players and get them playing career best years.
Because they bring in people they trust. Yeah. Is that what? That's what's happened. You're playing with Stuart. You know that someone down there's with you as well. So they bring in another player to help you, another player to help you, another player to help you. They'll win it this year. I tell you, Geelong. I think.
So you rate them better than Melbourne?
I do. I do. I do. I think that once they started to speed the ball up, because they played slow against Melbourne that day at the MCG. They were slow. Yeah. But once they sped up and they played against, remember we went down and we watched them against West Coast? And I mean, they just made mincemeat of them. Mincemeat of them, and then they backed up against Richmond, and they were slow in the first quarter, and then they just blew them away. It was brilliant stuff.
Geelong's 3 wins against West Coast, Richmond and Port Adelaide, I feel have been the most impressive of the season, of the big guns.
So. Yeah.
The way they've been able to just dismantle those 3 contenders. Power.
Yeah.
Just blow you off the park. See you later.
I love the way they've been prepared to embrace some changes too from last year. Mark O'Connor playing a tagging role in preparation for a Dustin Martin type or a Marcus Bontempelli type in finals. I love that. The willingness, even the other night, Jed Buse.
Yeah.
Responded. Rosie kicks 4 goals on him and he responds because he backed him in.
News coming up on Grandstand AFL. Then we'll chat about the contenders. Really interested to see where the panel sees West Coast, Port Adelaide at the moment. Your text as well, 0437 774 774.
ABC News with David Rowlands. Residents in Victoria's east are bracing for further flooding following more rain overnight. Authorities are urging people in the Traralgon Creek area to leave, with flooding possible in the hours ahead. The creek is currently sitting around 3 metres, but authorities say it may reach the moderate flood level of 4 metres. SES State Commander Jackson Bell is urging people to avoid flood zones and not drive through flood waters.
It only takes 15 centimetres for a vehicle to float. And also, not just for flooding, but also being cautious on the roads. With a bit more rain expected in parts of the state, Gippsland in particular, landslides can also present a challenge with unstable ground and land movement.
Meantime, an advisory warning against drinking town tap water remains in place for Trentham in central Victoria. Local water authority, Colaban Water, is trying to find a burst water main after heavy rain and damaging winds lashed the region on Wednesday night. It's brought in a specialist crew that will use ultrasonic technology to help find the leak. Staying in Victoria, and the state government says today's new locally acquired COVID case was detected in the City of Melbourne municipality. Health authorities were notified of the infection late last night. COVID Commander Jerome Weimar believes the new case may be linked to the wider Kappa outbreak, but further investigations are required.
Our concern at the moment is that there may well be more people out there. There may well be more branches out there from this outbreak. Although we're convinced we have the trunk, we understand where it's come from, we understand the majority of the branches that we can see at the moment, that there may still be more branches, small outruns out there.
Health authorities believe a reservoir household of 4 and 2 people who travelled to Queensland were infected with the Kappa strain. However, the origin of their infections is still under investigation. World leaders at the G7 summit in Britain are pledging to be more proactive against future pandemics by responding to infectious disease outbreaks within 100 days. More from the BBC's Rob Watson.
The global pandemic is expected to cast its grim shadow over the second full day of this summit, with leaders scheduled to discuss how to respond better to, or if possible prevent altogether, any further such health crises, and will sign a declaration to that effect. The official agenda also leaves time for them to discuss the challenges posed by Russia and China in what's being seen as an attempt by the G7 to reverse the idea that the West is in decline.
A federal government minister says a ministerial colleague faces a difficult task in deciding whether a Tamil family being detained on Christmas Island should be allowed to stay in Australia. The Murugappan family has been held on the island since 2019 as it fights deportation back to Sri Lanka. Liberal backbencher Trent Zimmerman says they should be allowed to return to their previous home of Billawheeler in Queensland. Veterans Affairs Minister Darren Chester says the Immigration Minister is considering the matter.
The last thing we want to see is people getting onto boats and having the situation where people are drowned at sea. So these are difficult issues for the Minister to try and get the balance right, and I understand those conversations can continue to occur.
Scientists say a humpback whale that almost swallowed a US lobster diver alive would have gulped him in by mistake, as the creatures don't attack humans. Michael Packard says he ended up in the marine giant's mouth for more than 30 seconds while diving off Cape Cod off the coast of the state of Massachusetts. He was eventually spat out, suffering only a suspected dislocated knee. He says he felt a huge bump, everything went dark, and he realised he was inside a whale's mouth.
My only thought was how to get out of that mouth, and I realized there was no overcoming a beast of that size, that he was going to do with me what he wanted to do, and it was either he spit me out or he swallowed me.
Veteran Perth radio broadcaster Howard Sattler has died at the age of 76. Ken Burke reports.
Sattler's career began in newspapers and television, but it was as the host of Radio 6PR's mornings program that he built a loyal talkback following. Former producer Carla Shearman has told 6PR Sattler was a fierce journalist.
He uncovered so many stories. He broke so many major news occurrences in Perth.
He was often controversial and was sacked in 2013 after questioning then Prime Minister Julia Gillard about her partner's sexuality. Later in life, Sattler was a vocal campaigner for voluntary euthanasia after being diagnosed with a rare degenerative neurological condition.
You're up to date with the latest on ABC News.
Australia Talks is back on ABC TV and iView. Where do you fit?
We asked 60,000 Australians more than 600 questions, and the results are fascinating. 1 in 3 Australians don't know their neighbours by name. Hey, Greg.
My name's Jason.
Join Annabelle Crabb and Nazim Hussain for a nationwide event.
We'll reveal how Australia feels about pretty much everything.
See where you fit on Australia Talks, Monday the 21st of June on ABC TV and streaming on iView.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Our first game on a Saturday afternoon comes up in about a couple of hours' time. So 4:15 is the opening match on a Saturday afternoon. So in the meantime, it gives us a chance to look back at everything we've witnessed so far in season 2021 and what might come ahead. Matt Clinch alongside Al Nicholson. We've gathered some of our sharpest grandstand expert minds with Mark McClure, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling. As always, we want you to be a part of the conversation as well. So 0437 774 774 is the SMS line, and we'll try and weave in some of your thoughts alongside those of the experts. So given we've just had a little breather, it's probably a good chance to try and just fire a few rapid-fire SMS questions, and we might get our experts just to give a quick snapshot. So, Lingy, I'll start with you. Mark from Rockingham. Hey, guys, where do you see Freo right now, and should they persist with Stephen Hill?
Mark, good call. Fremantle probably should have got a little mention as one of those teams doing the right thing then. Okay, they're not going to play finals this year, but they are on the right trajectory. Justin Longmuir has got the balance, I think, right between playing experienced players. Look at David Mundy. So Mundy might not, mind you, he's going that well, but he might not hold on to their premiership if in his plans. But he's doing so much right. He's teaching all these young players all the right things. They're building a really good group. Stephen Hill, perhaps, yeah, that's, I don't want to just end someone's career, but, you know, it's getting to that stage. I think if they can keep Chera, they can keep Brayshaw, they can keep Caleb Sarong, these types of players, they're building a wonderful midfield. Nat Fyfe's got to straighten up his goal kicking a little bit, Mark. It's not ideal, but, yeah, they're on the right path. I really like what Freo are doing.
Gee, they've got a horror injury list at the moment, added to last week with Cox and Darcy and Fyfe as well. Pleasing to see Alex Pearce coming back into the lineup this week, because he is a talented defender who's had a horror run with injuries himself. Yeah, and the last thing you want, no team wants injuries, but when you're a young developing team, you have that many injuries, you're exposing players who either aren't up to it or it's too early for them, and then you end up getting a few nasty little losses out of it. So, yeah, they obviously need players back, but they are on the right path. Longmuir's doing a very good job.
Obviously did the defensive side of things at Collingwood. You can see what he's trying to implement at Freo. The offensive side, no doubt, will come. Michael from Wyndon Vale Sellers. I'm a Collingwood supporter. I've been praying with all my heart and soul that we don't get Ross Lyon. The game style here will make us players boring and dreary and defence-driven, that I think we've had enough of that. Who's the right person in your eyes from Michael's question for Collingwood?
I actually think that you don't look for the obvious for mine. The obvious is going to be Ross Lyon or Clarkson. Then they just keep going to the same ones, and neither of them may want to do that. So I think there's a lot of great coaches in this country. Of old sports. If you look at Craig Bellamy, my God, how good a coach is this bloke? When you think about, I reckon he could coach AFL because he sets a culture that you can't get out of. He won't let you out of it. I'm telling you, if you don't stay in that culture, you are finished with him. Those sorts of things are so powerful. Who's the coach?
I
like Mickey McGuan. There you go.
Okay.
Seriously, I think
Outside
Mickey
the system?
McGuan he's outside the system. He's coached in the juniors. He's everywhere he goes. He's successful. You read his articles. He's clever. We had him on before. I like Mick. I've known him for a long, long time. He's played at Collingwood. He played at Carlton for a while. He's had good experience everywhere. But you know what? He may not get the job. But I think you should look outside. We don't have to. Is Voss ready to go? Who else is ready to go?
Is Michael Voss ready?
Is Ross Lyon ready? Well, he's been sitting around for a while doing not much.
So 2 years he'd have to have changed his approach to both his staff, his players, and also the game plan.
Will he?
Michael Voss may have learnt from his first outing.
I think. Let's hope he did, because it was a disaster almost in Brisbane. But I think he's learnt. Port Adelaide have been pretty good. I think he looks after a pretty good bunch of kids there. That the culture seems to be really good. Kenny's done a good job there, and I'm sure that Voss is part of that. And their midfield is solid.
So Sellers is going outside the system, Rama and Lingy. In the way it stands at the moment, who would be at the top of your list from a Collingwood point of view?
Sellers is right. The process has got to be gone through. I feel like Michael Voss, only because the way that he's been prepared to admit he did a below-average job at Brisbane, step away, learn from a good coach in Ken Hinkley, stick long-term with Port Adelaide and try and get them to success. I think he will have changed his approach to a number of things. I reckon the time might be right to see him again.
I'm looking at the best teams in the competition at the moment. So you look at who are the assistant coaches at Melbourne. You look at the assistant coaches at Geelong, like, say, could a Matthew Knights get a second chance? Is Matthew Scarlett ready to be a coach? Is Michael Voss at Port Adelaide, we've mentioned him. At Brisbane, Danny Daly, who's gone into their GM of football role, like David Noble, but was a very, very good coach prior to. Adam Kingsley at Richmond, no doubt he's ready to go. So
he's given me about 15 names.
Yeah, but that's what I'm looking at. But that's who you've got to sit down and talk to and go, okay, are they going to work for my football club?
Is Justin Lepage one of those?
Lepage is absolutely on that list. Absolutely he's got to be. Everyone said Brett Ratton's a better coach second time around. Would Justin Lepage, would Michael Voss be?
But Ratton took time, a longer period of time, to be a better coach second time around. Is just a couple of years. Or
Lepage, there's three premierships there.
No, 3 premierships as a player.
And as an assistant coach at
Richmond.
Yeah.
And then has taken a year off.
Yep.
Is it enough for him to reshape his philosophy? Or do you need longer learning from other coaches?
No, I don't think so. I think clearly you know the mistakes you made. You've got to be smart enough to be honest and to admit that and say, okay, here were the mistakes I made. Put it on the table. Because that's the question. If I'm interviewing a coach who's coached before, what were the mistakes that you made? Tell us what they are.
You can't walk away from it.
You can't walk away.
Because we all know.
Yeah.
Well, what would you do differently next time around?
Yeah. But the point about that is Clarkson's produced 3 premiership coaches.
Hardwood, Adam Simpson, Luke Beveridge.
They're the 3 he's produced so far. Now, Uzo's just come out, and he's gone to Melbourne.
Yep.
Yeah. Why couldn't he do the same? I mean, that philosophy that Clarkson produces, and they just keep coming in, and that's in the last 10 years he's produced 3 premierships, or probably 8 years. So why wouldn't you pick someone up from that regime?
Yeah, Leon Cameron got the Giants to a grand final.
Same, yeah.
I'm trying to fire through some of your questions as best I can, so I'll come to you, Rama. Don wants to know, do you think the exciting young talent is not enough at the Gold Coast? We've seen teams draft young talent, but it doesn't necessarily amount to wins.
I'm sitting on the fence on Gold Coast. There's some stuff I just absolutely love what they do. There's some other stuff, particularly with performance. They've got no consistency in effort yet, and that concerns me. Give me the second half of the season. At the end of the year, I'll my mind will be made on the Gold Coast. They're ultra talented. There's no doubt about that.
Tuke Miller's the experienced one who leads the way.
He's the effort man.
But there's not enough of those.
That's right. There's not enough consistency and effort. Matt Rao comes back. I hope he gets a clean run at it because, he could be a star of the competition. We all think that. But there's some others at the moment. They play a good game and then everyone goes, how good's this young kid? And then they're off for 4 weeks. That's got to tighten up a lot.
And Tim in Wodonga, Lingy wants to know, GWS are renovating on the run back to our previous hour. Are they on track to rise again potentially this year, but maybe more so next year?
I tipped the Giants to come into the finals this year. I had them in 8th place. They are currently in 10th place. But I don't love what I see with them. Jacob Hopper's having probably his best year, so there's a tick for someone who's stepped up. Taranto's a good player. Josh Kelly has not continued to explode and just dominate like I thought he would.
He's only averaging around 24 disposals. So for a guy who was being touted...
Should you play him somewhere else? Should you play him half-back flank? Because the powerful
Kelly,
half-back... Yeah, well, could you?
Well, he's gone half-forward now. He's not playing as much in the middle of the ground.
That's the point.
But so what do we do? Just end up with a bunch of really nice outside ball users? I mean, Lockie Whitfield's a beautiful outside ball user.
But they've got Taranto, they've got Hopper, who are those inside players.
Tom Green.
Tom Green's another one.
Yep.
But Cornelio, when he comes back, sort of plays that role. He's a bit hybrid.
Ward.
Ward. All these names we're listing, I get sucked into the names of the Giants still. Every one of those players, they're beauties.
So why don't they team? Why don't they team up properly?
Nick Haynes is a star.
I agree.
Sam Taylor could be anything down back. All these things, but...
Is Leon Cameron the right guy?
Well, he hasn't done a bad job.
I just asked you a question. You have to get defensive.
See what I put up with now?
Rama, I don't know how you do it on Saturday afternoon. What I need is for another race to jump so he can get distracted for a second.
Divert his attention elsewhere.
Not too far away in the Drew Morphin Memorial Quaddy either.
Not. A lot of texts have come in around Mark Williams in relation to Collingwood. Hi, team. One name that isn't spoken of is Mark Williams, the key to Melbourne this year, I think, says Michael in Ballarat. Mark in Adelaide with the same view, and Greg also on the text was suggesting that Mark Williams, Greg from Bendigo, is someone that they could consider as well. Would he realistically be in the frame?
I think he'd be in the frame of somebody. Of course, he's won a premiership as a coach. He's an infectious guy, Choco. Very infectious person. And I'd rate him right up there because he played at Collingwood as well. Why wouldn't they look at him?
Captain.
In a sense, he captained them as well. But they don't. No one mentions these guys. All they mention is Clarkson and Lyon. So we need to explore outside, and that's good stuff that they're bringing in now. So for me, he's changed some of the fortunes and the culture at Melbourne, I reckon, on their kicking, on their skill level. He forces them and pushes them and shoves them and bashes them until they get it right. And that's good.
As a head of development, he's so passionate about that role.
Oh, yeah.
At the moment. It's work with the young guys, improve this area of their game, and go from there. Like he's got great relationships with those younger guys. Pushing him back into a senior coaching role expands that too much. I think you look at him when he was at Richmond, how he was able to develop Dustin Martin, help Alex Rance, help those guys. If I was starting up a new club, he would be probably one of the first that I would look at as a head of development.
Can I ask Salas?
Yeah.
Would the Giants have been a better team if Choco got the head coaching role instead of Leon Cameron back when Sheeds stepped away?
It's a great question.
To me, when they started the Giants, they picked all the stars of the competition. You can't run a footy team on stars. You have to pick some scrubbers. You do. You've got to get people who want to work. You've got to get people who can play half-back flank. You've got to get a back pocket. They didn't pick a back pocket. They picked a winger or a midfielder and they put him back, sort of thing, because that's what they had to fill the space. So they actually recruited just okay, I would think. So lots of stars. And now how many players have left there now? Are in other clubs? 28. 28 of those are still playing in the competition now in every other club. It's amazing.
Did I get an answer then, Clinchy?
No,
probably
I'm not giving you one.
No, there's a bit of fence sitting going on there.
See, that's a hypothetical question. It's impossible to understand if it's right or wrong. You know what I mean? So, but Choco's already proved that he's got some talent in this area, and he's been in the wilderness for 10 years or 8 years since he left Port. and he should be utilised in this competition, and he's doing it well, Melbourne.
The best example of Choco Williams at Melbourne is apparently when Hideki Matsuyama won. He was sending him all about executing under pressure to the Melbourne players, and that's what we need with our goal kicking is when the pressure counts, can you deliver with your final putt when you know there's so much on the line? So he's a great influence to challenge people to get better, whether he needs the right people around him to be a senior coach again. That's probably... But I did like the comment from Sean, I think it was in Seaford, who said he put the prison bar debate to one side once and for all. Ryan, it was, sorry, in Seaford. Given
he's a nutty professor. That's what
he is.
Well, interestingly, his view on the Port Adelaide prison bar jumper is that Port Adelaide's history is in the teal. So he doesn't support the push for the prison bar jumper, the premiership coach of that club. I'll tell you what is a challenge. I'll tell you what needs a thorough review as well. Us. First leg, Drew Morphet Memorial Quaddie.
I know.
Goodbye.
Are we out already?
As you would say, Sellers. So
they
that's
don't pay a three-legged quaddie, do they?
No, they do.
We'd be
they
struggling.
do. It's a treble. It's called a treble now.
Sellers, Ramo, you've got one job on a Saturday afternoon.
Rama's the man.
Get us over the line.
No, that's incorrect.
Who sends him out?
Roger.
You.
Roger.
Take some responsibility. You're no good. Have a look at you. You're already passing the buck.
Leading teams grandstand style.
Given we're going so well at the finger pointing, let's continue with that. Sellers sort of outlined that he thinks Geelong, in his eyes, is the number one contender. If we start to move towards the contenders with what we've seen from the opening 12 rounds of footy, Sellers, give us a little verdict as to how you've settled on Geelong.
Well, I just like the way that they recruit. They continue to recruit players and push them into spaces now, you know. So you get Isaac Smith, you put him on a wing, and it allows Parfitt and those guys to go to half-forward flank and on the ball and all those sorts of things. And then you get Cameron. I mean, to pick up Cameron is a big coup. He's a star. He's won a goal kicking award for down at the Giants. They pick him up. He's going to kick 60. No doubt in my mind he'll kick 60 goals, and Hawkins will kick probably 45 or 50. And that forward line, and then you've got Rowan who's probably going to kick 45. You know, and that is massive. Don't tell me any other forward line's got that covered. So on scoring, they should win. If they can continue to do their back line, their defensive works well. I mean, Stewart and those guys down back and Colin Jasny and those are still holding up very, very well. And Blitzavs now is going into the ruck. Well, he plays on a wing and plays as a ruck.
Yep, second ruck, yeah.
Yeah, it's a second ruck. And it looks like they've given up on Stanley, to me. And I think that's... You're nodding your head. So, yes, they are.
That's Cameron.
Yeah, Clinton, you're nodding your head.
I was trying to...
I actually thought he was trying to look out for you there. You're not supposed to say that about your leggings.
Yeah, nodding your head.
Just tipped you in there.
But I thought Radically was really good the other night.
Yeah, he was.
And he's fantastic. So all of a sudden they found a new way there. So there's some difference in the way they play. There's some difference in their forward line. I love the way that they're connecting and the movement of the ball's improved out of sight. So they are right up there.
On their forward line, so since Jeremy Cameron made his debut in round 6, 59 goals between Rowan, Hawkins and Cameron, at an average 8.4 goals per game between that trio.
If one doesn't get you, the other one gets you.
Who's going to stop it?
Well, Melbourne may.
But that's probably where the question lies.
We'll see.
If it is stopped, how do they score? That's where the question lies.
See, Graham Myers doesn't score anymore. The Smalls don't score. None of them score.
Richmond would be sitting there thinking, we're still quite happy, quite comfortable, ready to launch. We've been here before. We know what it takes. At least
I've heard that story before.
And it ends in a premiership the way they've done it the last couple of years.
Melbourne are looking at that forward line going, okay, how do we match up? So does Stephen May go to Hawkins? Does Petty go to Cameron? Does Michael Hibbert go to Rowan? So we can allow Jake Lever still to drop off. That's what Melbourne will be sitting there thinking now. How do we stop this? That then allows Salem and Jaden Hunt to run still.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what teams have got to be thinking now. Second half of the year, okay, Melbourne, Geelong are playing finals. How do we stop that forward line? 8 whatever goals a game. We need to allow them 5 goals. If those 3 kick 5, we're a chance to win.
Rama, there's teams plotting now.
Yeah, no doubt.
We're going to play these in 3 weeks.
100%.
We're going to try this. Yeah. Okay, it didn't work this time. Okay, we'll try something else. It didn't work this time. So There's times when you just got to try stuff instead of just doing the same old thing and getting the same result, which just happens all the
just
time.
Quickly, in 2000 we plotted against two teams, North Melbourne and Carlton. We knew if we could beat them and we could shut
What
them
year was
down.
that?
2000. They were the two teams we knew we had to beat. We could do that.
What happened in '99?
Well, exactly. What do you think we plotted? What do you think we plotted?
So Sellers has gone with Geelong Rammer in terms of the number one seed. Who do you have it?
Melbourne. Absolutely. I think Melbourne are the number one seed now. I think Geelong are very close, obviously, to that number one seed. But I just look at the games against Brisbane, Western Bulldogs, Sydney, Richmond, Geelong. 5 of those, 5 very good teams, 5 top 8 teams have been able to beat them. I thought the game, particularly last week against Brisbane, was a really important one. Neutral territory. Okay, so it wasn't a big supporters, not a lot of noise there, but they were down in that game. They were challenged in that game. They were able to work it out themselves as a playing group at half-time and came out and they were able to dismantle Brisbane in a really, really strong, effective way. So that shows maturity. When you're looking at contending teams, you're looking for mature performances. That was a really mature performance by the D's on last Friday night.
Yeah, the ability to adapt on the run.
Totally
What
agree.
about you, Cameron Ling?
I am with Sellers. I think Geelong can win it, and people will say, of course, that that's bias, and no, just because I both of them. No, I believe they are a different team in the way that they have constructed this list, combined with made subtle adjustments to what certain players do, speed of play. Mark O'Connor, I mentioned him before. All of those little elements makes them a better team. But given Sellers has already made the case, Rammer's made the case for Melbourne, here's Richmond's case as the other one. They have not had their entire team, their proper team, their best 22 together for the whole season.
Boo-hoo.
But it's just a fact. If you get Floston and Grimes and Bolter all in that same back line, they're a different team. Dion Presti has hardly played. When he's in the middle, they're a different team. When you've got
Kane Lambert,
Koch and Martin all working together through the middle part of the ground, they're a different team. Jack Rewalt's having a wonderful season, but Tom Lynch hasn't really fired too many shots yet. If he gets rolling, they're a different team. Nankervis's influence has been big. And their best player this season, they're currently sitting inside the 8, has been Bolton. I mean, his emergence and his excitement and his dynamic play means, come finals, it doesn't perhaps all fall onto Dusty Martin. So Richmond still stay there as this massive threat for me. I think Geelong can win it. I think Melbourne will be right there as well. But I think Richmond are super dangerous.
So legitimately, how many contenders do you have? If you were to look at the table or the list of teams at the moment, how many has it been narrowed down to who can genuinely win this
We've
flag?
forgotten the Doggies.
I've got 2 more. I've got the Dogs and Brisbane.
Yeah.
Well, that's 5 or 6.
That's 5. Yeah. 5. Port, I just, for some reason, can't quite say Port.
Listen, let me tell you, they were really good the other day, but the other side was better.
They were. And West Coast, and maybe it's injuries, and just at times they just drop games that make me scratch my head and think, what is this West Coast team?
Is it too much Charlie? Too much Charlie orientated?
Port Adelaide, Charlie Dixon.
Yeah. Oh, Charlie Dixon.
They're missing some players, Port Adelaide, so that has to go into the conversation.
Butters and Dersma.
They're massive. Yeah. Because that's X Factor and that's speed.
Spark and speed.
Yeah, it's massive.
There is a theme, though, in that they've lost 4 games to top 8 sides. They beat Richmond by 2 points and then have lost all of their 4 games to top 8 sides, and they've done it in a familiar way. So they've conceded huge amounts of goals on turnover. I think it's 10 per game on turnover in those losses. So Ken Hinkley says that they're not out of it at all, that they've been close in all of those games that they've lost, and what they're doing now doesn't necessarily reflect what they'll do later in the year.
They have 10 weeks to sort it out. Okay, so those losses against those teams that you're talking about, they should be the ones that are reviewed the most heavy. Okay, against the others, it's easy. It's no dramas. We can go about our business and we can play the game we want to. But against, what are we actually doing against the top? Geelong only had 38 tackles on Thursday night against Port Adelaide, so it wasn't an enormous pressure game by Geelong. They sweated on turnover all night, sweated. So that then suggests to me there's structurally their defensive structure is just a little off if they're getting scored against so easily on turnover. Geelong, we're at the Collingwood game. Collingwood, it was one of the most boring games I've ever seen in my life. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. But what happens with the Cats, if they turn the ball over, they're locked in defensively. Yeah. They just don't get scored on.
Geelong plays what's in front of them. Yeah. If a team wants to play like that, they'll play it that way and they'll beat them that way.
Lee, can I challenge you on the Richmond stuff? Just to talk about it. They've lost 5 games already out of 12, okay? Richmond. Where are they going to finish? If they don't finish top 4, they're travelling everywhere.
Yeah,
they're going all over the joint.
I don't think they'll finish top 4, but I think they'll finish 5th or 6th.
And do you reckon then they can win from there?
Yep. Yep, they can.
I say good luck.
I'm not saying they will.
How many have won from there? The only blokes I've seen win from there were the Doggies in 16.
Adelaide did it.
Adelaide did it,
So-
it was years ago, though.
It creates a few more hurdles, that's for sure.
It does, yeah.
Richmond's next 3, St Kilda, Gold Coast, Collingwood.
There's 3 wins.
Richmond's who's that?
Richmond's next 3.
Gold Coast?
St Kilda, Gold Coast, Collingwood.
And they'll beat West Coast this round. That's 4 in a row.
In Perth, you're very confident they'll beat West Coast?
West Coast are missing half their team.
Yep.
Plus,
Alan Kennedy back this week.
Shepherd is missing with the concussion. Big out for them. Richmond just go there and win that one. They win that. To me, that's 4 in a row for the Tigers, and they're rolling again.
Their 2 most critical games on the run home are Brisbane and Geelong. Then their 4 to finish the season: Fremantle, North Melbourne, GWS, Hawthorn.
I'll have a bottle of red. They don't win 4 in a row.
You'll have a bottle of red anyway.
So depth is going to be a big challenge for Richmond, because if they've got players available, they'll challenge themselves and they'll get the best out of it. Yeah, we kind of glossed over West Coast, so I just want to come back to the Eagles and just try and get a real feel, because while they don't have their best players available at the moment, do you feel like if they could hang on for the moment, ride the roller coaster, that they could turn it around in the back end of the season?
I just can't believe in them totally. And again, it's injuries. I get that, but like Jack Darling's a beauty. Nick Nat's a beauty. Tim Kelly's a ripper.
Luke Shuey's the key.
Shuey's a gun. Yeah. Elliot Yeo, when he's fit and firing, is a beauty. So they've got all these parts, but it's like the sum of their parts
McGovern
is less than their parts, which is not normally supposed to be the case. McGovern's one of the best players in the competition, but I don't know. I just don't have confidence. I don't believe that they can get on this big run and really get going and finish top 4 and win a premiership. Am I judging them too harshly?
And listen, the competition's reasonably even when you get to that area. I reckon from 12 to 6 probably there's not much between them. I don't think there's a hell of a lot between them, because we mentioned the top 5 of them who are the contenders, but you mentioned Richmond, but they're not even anywhere near that.
Liam Ryan. There's another one for West Coast.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Richmond.
Do they play with enough pressure, or can they withstand the Melbourne brings immense pressure, Richmond brings immense pressure, Bulldogs can do it to you as well. Does West Coast have the ability to contend with that style of game? In the losses that they've had this year, at times that's been a key element to them being beaten.
And that's why I don't trust them in that situation. Because I said all these names I'm reeling off are very, very good footballers, but it just seems to break down. And maybe that is personnel missing, but when that real heat comes and they need to execute and they rely on almost a perfect transfer of play down the ground, I think it can be broken.
They haven't had their midfield together for a while.
No, they haven't.
That's their big problem. They get that back, you're half a chance.
Sheed and Gaff have been good through there, but they've missed huge chunks.
True midfielders, though. Gaff's an outsider.
Winger,
He's a winger. Sheed's still like a half-forward flanker in a sense, but he's a midfielder, but not like Shuey. Not like Yo.
Tim Kelly.
Tim Kelly, they're A-grade.
The thoughts of Mark McClure, Adam Ramanauskas, Cameron Ling, Matt Clinch and Al Nicholson with you. We're on the mid-season review on ABC Radio and ABC Sport. So probably the one team that didn't get mentioned in that conversation was Brisbane. So just a thought on too, or what you see the biggest challenges for the Lions. So to get on a nice little roll, winning 7 on the trot, but the questions are whether they'll be able to replicate that in the business end of the season.
I've thought their biggest issue, and this has been for a couple of years now, is midfield depth. And they've still got Jared Berry's still not playing. He's still injured at the moment. Lachie Neale's come back. They've improved, no doubt. Like McCluggage has improved and Lyons has improved, but I don't know if they've got enough cattle. Like Cam Rayner, do you risk him at the end of the season? Like if he's right?
Chris Fagan told us a few weeks ago on the lead that as much as he would like to play, he's been put on ice just because of the state he's at in his career.
Do they score enough, Rema?
Well, that's the reason Joe Danaher comes into the team.
No, but I asked the question, do they score enough
I think
or not?
they do. I think they do. I think their scoring power is good enough.
That midfield depth that you talk about, okay, Neale's A-grade, McCluggage is getting there. Then it's Lyons, who's having a good year. Zorko, who
plays more half forward.
Yeah, and can pinch hit in there a little bit.
He's solid, Zorko. He's pretty solid.
Mitch Robinson on the wing can play some good footy and play a role. Then when you're coming up against the very best teams, they can match that midfield initially, and then who's next? And it drops away, but those other midfields don't drop away after that.
Yeah, I just look at last week again. So second half of that game, Petrarca and Oliver just overwhelmed them.
Absolutely.
Two players overwhelmed that whole Brisbane midfield.
Yeah, they did.
And on the Western Bulldogs briefly, as another team that you mentioned as a contender, they've been beaten by Melbourne and Richmond. And to call the footy when the Bulldogs are playing, Clincher, you'd probably attest as well, their best football looks the best when they're on, when they're able to produce it. But two teams in Richmond and Melbourne have been able to prevent them playing the way they want to play. Is that something they can work their way through in the back half of the season?
They are capable of working their way through it. It's a tough ask, but it is for anyone. Their midfield is deep enough. It's strong enough.
If Treloar and
Dunkley, yep. If they come back, the ability to move the ball quick into that forward line, that can kick a winning score. If the opposition get a hold of it and they can cut through them a bit, I have my doubts around their defence.
Yeah, I agree. It's been proven now with those two out, with Dunkley and Treloar out, you sit on Libba, you stop the sauce. It's very tricky then. Bontempelli's my Brownlow medal favourite at the moment. He's kicking goals. He looks like the number one player in the game by a mile at the moment. But he does rely, no doubt, on Libba. So if Libba can't somehow find a way to work through that tag, that's going to make Bontempelli come back right into as an inside midfielder. Right now, he's playing a perfect hybrid role. Yep. You know, getting out, get on the outside, kick goals, all that. But if they can't work out a way to free up Libba on the inside of that contest, I think they might struggle. And I agree with you, Lee, on their defence. It's a little bit leaky.
Yeah, their defence is not good enough. Not quite good enough.
Their best
key defenders.
Yeah, their best is going to be their midfield supporting their back line. So when they're missing key pillars and what their key strength is, then that's what makes them susceptible. So now
they got by, actually. They just got by. They get by, but they just get by.
Yep. I tell you what, watching Aaron Norton for the next decade is
going to be fantastic.
A lot of fun.
People keep trying to tell me, you got to move him back to centre half back. No, you don't.
No.
Just for our enjoyment.
Hey, no one goes to watch the backman, you know that.
The number one draft pick, Jamara Ugle-Hagan, who we haven't seen yet. So we get to the fun topic of the teams that have disappointed you the most, which somehow I feel like this might be right in your wheelhouse, Sellers. So if you want to start with the new ball, have a crack. Who's disappointed you the most this year? And you can go as close to home or as far if you like.
North.
No.
I think you should go close to home, Sellers.
No. I think Carlton's been disappointing. I think Collingwood's been really disappointing. The two big powers of this, one of the two big powers, or two of them, have been very disappointing to their supporters. I mean, 23,000 turned up to watch Collingwood play Port Adelaide. They haven't had 23,000 turn up ever. It's never been at the MCG. No one turned up to watch that game. So for mine, they've even dropped off. The supporters have dropped off. So there's a problem there. Our people still turn up, but they see the same thing over and over again without any change. And that's what they're bluing about. And let's hope that the review sort of looks through that and finds out the flaws in the business and sorts them out, because this year's over for the Blues, okay? They all know that. If they had won the other day, they were still half a chance to make the 8, but they're just not playing well enough.
So there's progression around Carlton, or there's sides that were there, Collingwood and St Kilda, who are not in that window?
I got another one too. I think St Kilda, for mine, who played the finals last year, are disappointing for me. I can't trust them. Can Brett Ratton trust them? Can they trust themselves? There's some issues there.
The only out
buy-in.
I'll give St Kilda is injuries. They've had some significant injuries to significant players, and that's hurt them. The one that
everyone gets injuries.
Yeah, no doubt. The one I'm disappointed in, but I'm still sitting on the fence, was Gold Coast. I expected them to be really pushing hard now into that 8, but they're just in no man's land. They've got 4 wins.
To talk about disappointment, I compared my ladder that I picked pre-season to what it is now. I had Carlton pretty much where they are. I didn't think they were going to do much this year.
Genius.
I had St Kilda finishing 10th. I didn't think really? Much of their list anyway. I thought they overachieved.
I want to have a look at that list before you tell us about it.
The biggest one, though, is I had Collingwood finishing 9th and being right there, maybe 7th, 8th, 9th. I had them maybe playing finals. They have been the biggest disappointment.
So you got
for
one
me.
wrong.
I got plenty wrong. I had the Swans about third bottom.
Yeah.
So
It's interesting, though, isn't it, how it works?
Well,
It changes.
Collingwood clearly thought that too, and Graham Wright early in the season, Mark Corder, when he came in, was saying that this list is much better than where we are on the ladder, and this list is a list good enough to play finals. That was the consistent theme coming out of Collingwood in the first half of the season.
So for me, it's got to be them. You know, they could have been playing finals. I thought they would. I thought they had. Talk about midfields. You know, I know they lost Treloar and that, but they had Darcy Moore, one of the best defenders in the competition. Sorry,
They gave him away.
Yes, true. Good. Thank you for that. They have just underperformed, underachieved completely, and it's been disappointing. And their fans, you're right, with the way that they're speaking with turning up to games, they are bitterly disappointed on this year.
And the AFL a bit disappointed because Collingwood and Carlton push lots of numbers through gates and TV stuff.
Just on Carlton, okay. So if you look at who they've played, so Richmond round 1, no one expected them to beat Richmond. They lose. No. Collingwood round 2, they should have been Collingwood. Collingwood beat them. Fremantle, they beat in round 3. Gold Coast, they beat in round 4. Port Adelaide beat them. We expect that. Brisbane Lions beat them. We expected that. They beat Essendon. We expected them to beat Essendon. Western Bulldogs beat them. We expected the Western Bulldogs to beat them. Melbourne beat them. We expected Melbourne to beat them at that stage. They beat Hawthorn, which we expected.
No one beats us 18 times in a row. They beat us the last 17 times.
What I'm getting at, probably the only game that Carlton, or the two games that Carlton have lost against Sydney and I think against Collingwood, are the two games that they're expected to win. The others, West Coast, they lose to West Coast. They are where they are.
But does that lack of expectation stem from the years of mediocrity, and should they not be where they are?
No, they built up. I don't know who within the club made the mistake of allowing them to be built up pre-season, their expectations to be raised on the back of recruiting Sard and Williams and all this. Rama's right. They're not that good yet. They're players that are in their prime, 24 to 28 years of age. You've got Cripps, Doherty and Wiedering in that group. Yep, absolutely fantastic players. They got no one else who are really A-plus grade players in their prime. They are just simply...
Walsh goes okay.
Not that good.
He's 21.
He's 21.
I know, but it doesn't matter. He still goes okay.
So that's it. But have some patience of the Harry Mackay and Sam Walsh and these younger guys. Yeah, but they're still 2 years off being a good team.
That's wasn't projected.
Yeah, and that's a very large contrast if you look at Carlton and Essendon and where they are. The messaging coming out of the two clubs, the positivity out of Carlton on the back of the recruits, the almost under-promise, over-deliver method of Essendon, which has seen their fans on a massive ride this year when they see the young players coming through.
And they're enjoying themselves. And it's great to watch kids come through. I love watching kids get better.
And the challenge for Essendon coming into this off-season is they've got to keep those expectations
down,
under control, because they're not just going to all of a sudden explode and win the flag next year, the Bombers. They should be playing finals, but they're not going to be world beaters, so just control those expectations. That's what Carlton did so wrong. I'm not saying I told you so, but they were never going to be that good. They're not that good. Their list isn't great. Their prime list, the young guys are. I'm pumped about some of the young players, but their prime list is pretty damn mediocre.
We're going to bottom out this year almost, in a sense. If you would think the next 10 games you should not play some of the older players and just play a lot of kids and get an early draft pick if we can. I know you're not allowed to say that, but that's what you're supposed to do.
Wiedering's A grade.
Absolutely.
Walsh is, or probably already is A grade.
He'll be all Australian this year.
Cripps is A grade. Harry Mackay's A grade.
Yeah.
Doherty's a really solid player. Who am I missing? Who else is...
Williams and Sard are the other two. They're obviously recruited in to be A-grade players. To be A-grade players.
To be A-grade, yeah, but...
Can they pick someone up? Did they ever pick anyone up at Essendon? Did they have an opponent at Essendon?
When he gets up against the ropes, he just throws the bar back in the bombers.
Don't blame us on this one.
So I just want to... we've touched
on him poorly.
On Carlton a little bit. I just want to try and put the spotlight back on the Saints a little bit and just try and work out for St Kilda supporters who are probably feeling a bit bemused from where they were last year to where they thought they might have been this year and where they find themselves. Is it similarities to Melbourne that you have a sharp rise and then you find yourself back on your heels and you have to regroup, galvanise everyone together and find a way to go forward again, or is there a bit more startling about where St Kilda are at?
Look, this is their injury list, and I know Sellers hates this. He hates the excuse of injury. Geary, Hanbury, Carlisle, Dean Kent, who's a good player, he's a good solid player. Zach Jones, Gresham, Rowan Marshall, Ben Patton. Like it's very,
a fair few, isn't it?
It's very hard.
Yeah, but Marshall and Gresham are part of their next premiership out of that lot.
Patton's definitely part of it.
Okay, throw Patton in if you like. Marshall.
Zach Jones is definitely part of it.
Is he?
Absolutely he is.
He's a solid midfielder.
Absolutely. You need solid midfielders.
You think he's a solid midfielder? Or is he a rusher?
He's solid
Absolutely
midfielder.
is part of their next premiership.
Where's Dunstan?
Yeah, but that's right. Now he's getting a chance. All these injuries come, he's getting his chance. So he was okay the other week.
Has Caulfield and Clark jumped as much as they should?
Not as much as they jumped last year.
So Barry from Sandringham's got a question for you, Lingy, on the Saints. I thought St Kilda had a list capable of pushing for the top four this year, notwithstanding injuries. Which positions on the field in particular do you think St Kilda need to address? That's on 0437 774 774.
Good question. I think they need it always seems to come back to the midfield. They need a deeper midfield. Jack Steele, fantastic player. Brad Crouch has just shown an ability to accumulate possessions this year. He's not having an impact, but let's give him a season to settle in. I won't go jumping on him straight away. I think they need Jade Gresham through the midfield, but of course missing the entire season. So that is an injury one. Seb Ross hasn't jumped to the next level. Zach Jones hasn't, to me, is solid, just a solid midfield. Luke Dunstan hasn't done it. Bradley Hill, I think, has done nothing on the wing at all. Jack Billings hasn't jumped to that next level. To me, there's not a deep enough, strong enough midfield that's really going to challenge the very best teams in the competition.
Is their midfield too small without Steele?
You mean just pure size?
Size, yeah. I mean, the midfields
probably.
today are 6'5", 6'4". They're big boys in there and they push hard. They let go Blake Acres to go to Fremantle. And then they lose a midfielder there who could be another tall midfielder in that area. They didn't rate him in some way for mine. And I think that, all those kids, Loney and those, they're this big. They're not tall. They're not big. They're not strong.
It's a fair question. And unfortunately for Jack Billings, the comparison is always going to be to Marcus Bontempelli because of where they were drafted. And you see Bontempelli in his size and presence and contest and overhead, and you see Billings, even at his very best, he
can't do that.
Accumulates it and is a neat ball user.
There's no bag on him, but he's just not that size.
Yep.
Em's loving the banter between Mark McClure and Rama. She's giggling. 0437 774 774. Mick from Mulgrave sent us a text. Shouldn't Carlton have beaten the Eagles given their injuries and travel? That did seem like a good opportunity.
No, I agree with that. That's absolutely.
Yep. Well, we should have won that one game. Didn't you watch it?
Yeah, absolutely, I watched it. I love when Carlton lose.
Anthony from Wild Dog Valley, who was telling us on the text earlier that of all the recruits he loves, he still can't quite bring himself to love Isaac Smith as a Geelong fan. He's now saying, do we realise there are 18 teams and that by definition that means there will be successful and unsuccessful teams every year, don't you? Yes, of course we do, Anthony, but it's good to chat about why and who and what's going on and how they fix things.
It's about the direction of those teams down the bottom. If you can see where they're going, then you love what they're doing. But those who seem just a bit of a rabble and could be heading in the other direction, they're the ones who worry about.
So you're winning, you're falling, you're growing, or you're gone.
Where are you, Sellers?
I think,
we're out in the
on expectation. No. But seriously, they're the four things that you actually are, and then you've got to do it again.
Dean makes an interesting point. Sorry, Clinchy, just very quickly. Collingwood having so many recent father-son inclusions has been more of a detriment than benefit to being able to pick the exact type of players they need to build a side.
They don't have to
that's
pick them.
Dean's perspective on it. What he's saying is that he thinks that they have chosen to pick them at the detriment of maybe selecting others who could have filled roles that he thinks were more beneficial to the team.
I think Darcy Moore's been pretty good for him.
I think he's good.
I think
Nick Dacos has been pretty good.
Josh.
Where are the Browns? How are the Browns going?
I think Tyler's still developing, and I'd love to see Cal get more inside midfield because that's what he is.
Well, the next Dacos is where's he going to go?
No, he's right up.
Would he be number one?
He's training at Collingwood.
Very, very close to.
He is a Carlton supporter, I think Sellers is trying to infer there. Yes, he barracks for Carlton.
Yeah. It is the one thing around.
You think we'll get him?
No.
Not really.
We've got to finish really low.
It is the one thing, though, around what Sells was saying about knowing where your position is.
Yeah.
And Collingwood have, they've gone to new heights in terms of the communication with their members, resulting in fans not going along and the discontent at the very top of the footy club, which no doubt has had an effect on the on-field.
You got to know where you're at in this business. You have to know, and you have to be honest. And sometimes honesty hurts you. But sometimes what we've seen now is expectation hurts you even more because you're telling us lies, and that's not what we want to hear as supporters. And people get upset with that, very much so. Just go to a Blues game and see them over the fence there, see how they're going.
You should sit in the crowd with the Blues people,
I do.
fellas. You sit behind the glass.
Behind the glass with
because no, well, I did that day. It was Melbourne and Geelong. Why would I go and sit with those silver tails? Fair dinkum.
So who's going to be all right for you guys? De Koning will be all right.
He'd be fantastic. Yep. Yeah, he looks like a player. But I'm not pushing him up. I just think playing him down, people might want to buy him. Mackay's no good, I can tell you, mate. Mackay's and let me tell you, Walsh no good either.
He's
very good.
What about Paddy Dow and Lockie O'Brien?
See, that's the part for me about the development of youth. They were early draft picks. Yep. Okay, we all understand the top 10 ones. He looks broken a bit, Paddy Dow, for me, as a person.
Confidence.
But you can fix that.
Yeah.
That's fixable.
Yeah, I agree.
But you've got to say to him, hey, listen, mate, you're playing 4 times. We're putting you in 4 games, and we're not going to budge from there. We want you to be this player. Put him on the best player. Teach him how to learn to run, and you'll get hurt, like you did, and I did, and everyone else did who played this game. You play on someone who's really good, and they bust you. They blow you apart, you know. So then you've got to go, I've got to get fitter, tougher, stronger, better. And then he learns. And then he goes to the next one. And then 3 weeks' time, all of a sudden, he's keeping up with the bloke because he knows how hard he has to work. And then the confidence rises. I mean, I know that happened to you, Ram. It happened to Blingy. It happened to me. It happened to everyone who's ever played this game. But they get one game and out. That's where the problem lies.
The thoughts of Mark McClure, Adam Ramanaskas, Cameron Ling. I'm Matt Clinch alongside Al Nicholson. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport. As always, we'd love your contributions on the SMS 0437 774 774. A few names to add for the Carlton list. Charlie Curnow, Caleb Marchback, Mitch McGovern, David Cunningham, Zach Fisher, all players who are not there. Tom from Williamstown is steering me towards our next topic. Boys, not enough of the Western Bulldogs in this conversation. Surely Marcus Bontempelli for the Brownlow is high in regard. So it brings us to who you think is dominating the competition in an individual sense at the halfway mark of the season. Is the Bont the man to beat?
Yeah, no, I think he is. So I've got my Brownlow favourites here. So Bontempelli now, he's kicking goals. So that's the difference in his game. Then in my next line, I've got Petrarca, Oliver and Max Gawn. But I think those 3 are actually taking votes off each other. So I don't expect one of those to win. Then I've got Ollie Wines, Hugh McCluggage and Darcy Parish.
Okay. I've just got Bont and Petrarca sitting out ahead of everyone at the moment. Not by a mile, but just on the first half of the season. Those 2 just stand out for impact. They're involved in the game all the time. As you said, kicking goals, setting up goals, overhead, on the ground. See, I don't think Jack McRae's taken votes off Bont because you look out at the end of the game, you go, Jack McRae had 40.
He's a accumulator.
Yeah.
He doesn't, impact is not strong. He's not powerful. Will there ever be a tall forward win a Brownlow again? Will there ever be a ruckman win a Brownlow again?
Max Gawn is, I think...
He's half a chance.
I think he's got
half
some sort of chance.
But seriously, the midfielders get them all. Will it ever happen?
We need one of your mob to kick 100. Or very, very close to.
Well, but see, what happens then is once you start to kick 100, they put 4 players back there. If you know what I mean, and make it difficult. So, but to me, I agree with that. I mean, we're not going to get 100 out of a team, out of a player. But if you've got 65, I reckon you're doing pretty well.
If someone kicked 80, could they win the Brownlow? Or should they should be?
No, because the midfielders take all the stuff. You know
Franklin did that for a number of years.
And never won anything.
He was high up in votes, but he never
kicked 100 in 2008. Jack McRae, Ramo, 15 votes led the Bulldogs for Brownlow votes last year. Agree wholeheartedly the Bont's goal kicking's been more of a feature. But McRae's numbers this year are absolutely off the charts.
Astonishing.
Is it fair to say he's not an impactful player? I reckon that's a bit of a stretch. He's an enormous player.
See, but Mitchell what did he have last night?
Yeah, McRae and Mitchell are different players, aren't they?
They are. Yeah. But he won a Brownlow. Mitchell won a Brownlow.
Yeah, McRae impacts the game more than Tom Mitchell, I believe. Though Mitchell played different last night.
He did.
I love the way he played last night. That's what he should do. 30 possessions like that and a goal is better than 45 possessions the way he's played other times I've watched him.
Yeah, I agree.
And yet the irony in teams like Melbourne, when you're talking about a Christian Petrarca or Max Gawn, they've become a better team by playing more of a specific role. So whether it's Petrarca playing a Dustin Martin X-Factor, trying to get clearances and get forward and kick goals, or Max Gawn showing he can drop behind the ball if Luke Jackson can do some of the forward half rucking.
Angus Brayshaw playing the role that he's playing on the wing at the moment.
Angus Brayshaw, yeah.
Like
I think Petrarca's...
that doesn't go unnoticed.
Oliver, for me, is the absolute key to Melbourne. He's such a powerful player and quick and smart. His foot skills are getting better, improving. I think he could win the Brownlow too. He's been in the middle of the action the whole time in the big games, and they look at them all the time.
What about Cam Guthrie? Where does he sit in the Brownlow discussion?
That's a good
because
call.
Patrick Dangerfield hasn't played very much this year. Duncan's been out injured as well. Joel Selwood's still a very significant part of Geelong's setup, but perhaps not with the same level quite of output as he's had in previous years.
He's having a pretty good year, though, Joel Selwood, it must be said.
Yeah, there wouldn't be as many taking votes off him, and I think Geelong's other best player over the course of the whole year has been Tom Stewart, but defenders don't
never win
necessarily get the votes, so Guthrie's possibly the one who ends up getting the votes. He'll be there. Just not quite in that level of Bontempelli. I mean,
could Danger
get on a run second half of the year?
Because he's not going to play him forward now, is he? See, the forward spot's finished for Danger, almost, in a sense, because you've got three there who are, three talls. You need some smalls around them, and Danger's not a crumbing player. He's a marking player.
You don't want Hawkins, Jeremy Cameron, Patrick Dangerfield, Gary Rowan forward line?
Good luck stopping that.
maybe against the SUNS might test it out.
The other one who might get a few votes would be Darksy Parish, given he's been best on ground in a couple of those big occasion games. So he might attract some votes for the Bombers in a side that probably won't win as many games as some of the other sides, but individually he's had an awesome year.
Yeah, you're right, Clinchy. I love his rise of Parish.
Yeah.
He's having an impact. He's getting the footy. His combination with Zach Merritt, who's just a wonderful footballer. It's been great to watch. I don't think ultimately he could win the Brownlow. He could repeat the first half of the year he's had in the second half of the year. So don't want to write him off, but I feel like you still see the majority of the votes going to the winning teams who. You're getting the 3 votes. You're getting the big votes. I remember back to 2007, Jimmy Bartell won the Brownlow. I think going into the night, we thought Gaz would win the Brownlow.
I think Gaz did too.
Yeah. And they both polled massive amounts of votes. And you just get the teams who have dominant years, which makes me think Petrarca, or it could be Oliver or Gawn, that Melbourne are just going to get so many votes that it'll come from one of those top couple of teams.
It will. You've got to be in the top 5 to win this.
And finally, let me throw you some names from a rising star point of view. Tom Green from the Giants, James Jordan from the Demons.
He's been good.
Matt Rowell, who no doubt will play a lot of the second half of the season. Trent Rivers as well. Errol Goulden from Sydney, who started out really well. You can even throw in a Riley Collier-Dawkins at Richmond.
Yeah. Cox should be a chance.
I can't make comment on this because I do vote on it, and there is gambling associated with this award, so I can't comment. But can I remind you two, when you're about to discuss it, it has to be on the season that they played this year alone.
Yeah.
It cannot be how good a player they're going to become.
Correct.
All right. So
Is that where you came in with the Armour Guard briefcase today?
So you're telling me that no one's ever won it on potential?
Well, you're not supposed to. It's supposed to be 100% on the season.
Just play within the rules, sellers. Pick one this year.
I don't pick.
I'm asking you to
Cox. I think Cox is the one for me. I think he's a unique player. I haven't seen one like him for a long, long time.
Because of this season or because of what he can become?
But I think what he is now, as his first year, he plays on a wing. He's a tall winger, I suppose, and he's an amazing player.
I've loved Cox, no doubt, but I've loved James Jordan and Trent Rivers. To hold your spot in the best team as a young player is very, very hard to do, and their performances have deserved it.
What catches your eye, though, Lingy? Sometimes he catches your eye, doesn't he? Because he's such a...
He does. There's something special.
Yeah, there's something special there. But he may not win it, but gee whiz, I like him.
Rammer's point's a good one about those two players. And to have responsibility too. They're asked to play some pretty big roles in the best team as far as ladder position goes in the competition. Remember the year Lewis Taylor beat Marcus Bontempelli? That was the panel of selectors, of which I was one of them.
Who'd you go for?
Saying that, I gave Bontempelli 4 votes. I actually gave James Aish 5 votes. I didn't vote for Taylor that year.
You're no good at it then.
He kept his job, Sellers.
Can't believe it.
Time for an external review.
That you can't vote on what they're going to become. I think we all looked at Bontempelli that year and thought, he's going to be something special. But the rest of the panel decided that Taylor had a better season, and that season alone.
Interesting.
I didn't.
Yeah. Oh, but everyone's allowed to have an opinion. That's the game.
Yes. The other I'd just throw in as a disclaimer is you look at Adelaide and some of the names that are on that list. They've got a really good bunch of young kids to play with some of the older kids for years going forward. So the Crows mightn't get the individual winner this year, but they might have 3 or 4 who are going to develop into really good players.
Phil Thorpe.
I
always get that one tongue twisted. He looks like he's going to be every bit as good as promised.
See, they're a riser, aren't they, when you think about them? From nowhere. They were terrible last year. Everyone sort of bashed them up, and they've done a good job.
Winnable game tonight in Cairns as well that you were here on Grandstand AFL against the Saints. So that's
beautiful
coming up
segue.
later on.
So as we wrap up for our mid-season review, we're heading to Fremantle on the Gold Coast Suns. Who did everyone tip in a word or two?
Fremantle.
I'm going Gold Coast.
Sam Collins is a late out for Gold Coast, so I've selected Fremantle.
Yeah, I just think Gold Coast might win this, given Raoul's back and Fremantle's injuries.
I love Raoul.
Yeah, it's a bit of a concern, the Dockers' injuries, isn't it? Although at home they are a far better side.
Absolutely.
So Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport for the rest of the day. Fremantle taking on the Gold Coast Suns, the Saints and the Adelaide Crows. We might just continue on off-air in the same way we have been on air. So we hope you've enjoyed our dissection of where the season's at and what might come for the rest of the year.
We'll get the Rising Star out of Lingy Sellers, don't worry. No, we're out of the quaddy, but we'll win on the Rising Star.
I can give you this. He wouldn't know.
On that note, thanks for your company. This has been the Saturday afternoon team. Enjoy your call of Freo and the Suns.
When history is made,
it's all over. India have won. India have won magnificently.
ABC Sport is there.
He's over the halfway line. Mansour coming. Game, set, bingo. Premiership.
Commercial free.
The Tigers are still the best team in the land. 3 flags in 4 years for Richmond.
ABC Sport.
On radio, online, and on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Right boot from the top angle. Oh, yes.
What a high-quality game this is. Tremendous.
It's so good to watch.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's a new day, new day, beginning.
Gibbons runs onto it, gathers hard against the boundary. Time Tillman.
Oh, no.
That is a great goal.
Paddles it to his own advantage, bangs it up into the top deck. Kick it inside forward 50. Massive void! What a mark! That's his trademark. Snap from the pocket, splits the middle. This game is going up again.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season.
He started it, he finishes it.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
It's Fremantle and the Gold Coast on Saturday afternoon in Perth. A few clouds hang above the stadium, but otherwise a perfect afternoon for football. And it's the return of one of football's brightest talents. Matt Rowell burst onto the AFL scene last season, connecting 9 Brownlow votes in 4 games. He had best on-ground performances in round 2, round 3 and round 4. The 4th round last year against today's opponents in Fremantle. But a dislocated shoulder in round 5 of 2020 saw him out for the rest of the year. He returned round 1 this season here in Perth as the Suns took on West Coast. But again, injury hits, landing heavily on his knee in the first quarter. Rowell suffered a partial tear of his PCL. Now, in round 13, he's finally back again. And the footy world waits and hopes that Rowell can stay injury-free and deliver on his tantalising promise. Lots to look forward to as he pulls on a Suns jumper for the 2nd time this season, while the Fremantle Dockers have a big name back as well. They've made plenty of changes for this game after a long run of injuries. The key, of course, returning is the defender in Alex Pearce for his first game, coincidentally too, since round one. Clint Wilden with you here at Perth Stadium. Ben Cameron is alongside me. G'day, Ben.
Hello, Clint. Good to be here. Looking forward to it. Fremantle on the Gold Coast, two teams around each other's station and an opportunity to mark themselves against each other. There is a late change for the Gold Coast Suns. Now, just moments ago, we've seen Sam Collins go through somewhat of a fitness test. Seemingly, he hasn't passed it. He's out of the team. So coming in will be Caleb Graham, who was an emergency. So a like-for-like replacement, but Sam Collins won't get the opportunity to play against his former side here this afternoon.
He was trying to push off an opposition player, well, one of his teammates, but pretending he was pushing off an opposition player. Seemed to have a problem with the right leg. They called the fitness test very early and sent him down to the rooms, and just a few moments later, the news came through that Sam Collins has had a line put through him, which is a real shame. He's their reigning best and fairest. It would have been fascinating to see him up against his old club in the Fremantle Dockers. Delisted after 14 games, went back to the VFL, and then really has turned things around to become an oh-so-important part of this Suns defence. We'll head downstairs very shortly. Justin Longmuir, the senior coach of the Fremantle Dockers, will join us, but first let's hear from our experts. A very good afternoon to both of you. Sharad Wellingham and Michael Broad. Couldn't get a better afternoon in winter for footy, gents.
No, it is. Well, thanks for having us, Clint. Brawny, nice to see you. It is a beautiful Perth day. I was driving along the river on the way here, having a chat to one of our old teammates in Chris Maston. He was sitting down south at a winery, very jealous as to where he is. But if I'm going to be in Perth, there's no better place than sitting at Optus Oval on a Saturday afternoon. So, yeah, very excited, and I think we're going to have a pretty good game ahead of us. Looking forward to seeing what the Gold Coast can bring, with Freo being pretty undermanned at the moment.
Yes, welcome everybody. I totally agree, Sharad. I think that these two sides, given the fact they're not big scoring sides, I think it's going to be a good battle. But injury depleted Fremantle, some big stars out of the game. I think it's going to be a close game, but I don't think that Fremantle will win this game. I think that Gold Coast Suns, I like their list. I like their young guns. We've spoken about young Rao coming back in for his first game since injuring his knee in here round one against the Eagles. So I'm actually excited to see how he plays. I actually called that game round one and only got to see him for half a quarter. So interesting to see how he goes. And but beautiful day here in Perth.
Couldn't ask for what would be a better way to play footy. Fremantle versus the Gold Coast Suns. Let's head downstairs. We've got a very special guest with our boundary rider today, Bridget Lacey. Bridge.
Thanks, Clint. Yes, we've been lucky enough to join so close to the bounce by Fremantle coach Justin Longmuir. Justin, thanks for joining us. A beautiful day and Saturday afternoon footy here at Perth Stadium. You must be excited to take on another really good young side.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a traditional time slot for us, which we don't get the chance to play in very often. We're usually Sunday arvo or Saturday night. So, yeah, it's the weather's turned it on for us as well. It's been a bit gloomy in Perth this week. So, it's been a bit gloomy the last few games we've played. It's been quite wet and probably hasn't allowed us to use the skill we'd like to use. So, there's no excuse for that today.
And more exciting, two debutants as well for you today in Brandon Walker and Joel Weston. What can you tell us about what they might be able to bring to the table today?
Well, they're clearly not their finished product yet, having only been in the system for a short period of time. But two young kids that have, young men, I should say, that have come through our academy, been a part of our club for a few years now, and they've both got elite speed. So I'd be surprised if they weren't the two quickest players on our list. They're both really good runners, both very skillful, and really adapted to AFL football really well, and worked really hard on their game. So we probably played Joel a little bit more through the middle of the ground at Peel, but he'll just play as a forward today, and allow him to bring the speed on this big ground. And Walks is a half-back flanker who he's really adapted to the way we defend really well, and I'd expect him to be really strong in the contest and really good defensively today, and hopefully we see some of his run off half-back because it's electrifying when he gets it going.
We've just had the teams through. Good news is that Sean Darcy has got through and able to play for you today, but conversely for the Suns, they've lost Sam Collins. Do you think you can exploit them there in the big man department?
Yeah, we hope so. I think Lobby's been in pretty good form. He missed a few shots on goal last week, but I feel like he's been giving us a really good target, and he would have been Collins' likely matchup. So Yeah, I mean, we've still got to kick it to him the right way, and we've still got to make sure we, sacrifice our leads to create space for our forwards. So, it's not a done deal just because Collins is out of the team. And Shawnee got up. His scan result came back really positively. And it's great to have him because I feel like he's, probably the top 5 ruckman in the comp at the moment. He's really improved his game this year. He's really improved his resilience. He's been playing with a couple of little niggles that he's just been pushing through and performing really well under. So it's a real positive for us. He's still on the side.
I'll throw you upstairs to the guys for some more questions. Clint Wilden, Ben Cameron, Sharad Willingham and Michael Braun.
JL Sharad here, mate. Good luck for this afternoon's game.
Thanks, mate.
Young and exciting team you're coming up against in the Gold Coast. You guys have obviously got a few outs. When a team's young and exciting like this on the road, they can often get a pretty big head up of steam. What do you guys got to do today to halt that and make sure that they don't get their confidence up?
Yeah, we've been speaking about our starts the last few weeks. Obviously, the Port Adelaide game 2 weeks ago wasn't good enough, and last week we probably dodged a few bullets early. They missed Western Bulldogs missed a couple of shots on goal, so. They're coming off the bye. They'll be full of beans and ready to hit us head on, but we just got to make sure we get our contest work right, and that starts at centre bounce. I think last few weeks our centre bounce work's been pretty ordinary early on. Sean's been winning the hit-outs. We haven't been getting it done at ground level, so big responsibility on our young midfield starting today, and that'll be Sarong, Cherra and Brayshaw. So it's a real look at our future. That doesn't mean they can rest on their laurels. They've got to get it done in that centre bounce and give us a bit of field position early.
JL, Michael Braun here. All the best today, bud.
Thanks, mate.
Hey, Alex Pearce came back into the side after a few games in the waffle, and straight away he gets the big task of looking after Ben King. It's a brutal AFL game, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Obviously Ben King's coming along really well as a player. They kick the ball really well to him. He works really hard, so it's a great match-up for Pearcey. He's played on these sort of players his whole career and done really well against them. So I don't think naturally Pearcey will be at his 100% best today, but I'm really excited to see him back in the team. He's the sort of player we've been looking to get back into the team for a while. It's a shame we've lost Coxie and Logue to help him out, but not only is he a really good player, he brings a lot of leadership to our backline. It's probably something we've been missing, that general in our backline to bring everyone together and really get us on task and working together. So I'm looking forward to seeing him out there. Fingers crossed he gets through and can really build on what he puts out there today.
JL, it's Ben here. Good luck this afternoon. You're a little bit cagey during the week about the role for Caleb Sarong. We're close enough to bounce down now. The Gold Coast Suns won't hear it. What will be his role this afternoon?
I don't know about cagey.
Protecting. You were defending, not letting the Gold Coast Suns in.
Oh, well, he'll go to Miller early. And I think he's a player that's really slipped under the radar. He's a ball magnet. I think in the past he was probably tagged as a bit of a defensive type player and probably did some tagging roles on his own and in his own right, but I think he's become more of an offensive weapon. He's a player that just goes from contest to contest and can win a lot of contested ball but do a lot of damage on the outside. And I think you only have to look at the Brisbane game when he wasn't there and the stress that put on everyone else under him. And that the Brisbane midfield got on top really well through that game. So, obviously Raoul's back and he's been dangerous in his 6 or 7 games that he's played, but I think Miller's a seasoned campaigner and a real barometer for them.
JL, Matt Taberner, how's his ankle? Is it more serious than first thought?
Well, it's not really more serious than first thought. It hasn't probably healed as well as we would like. Clearly, that's why he's not playing today. And he's just got a bit of weakness through there. So he's not getting any pain or much pain at all anymore. But that ligament's just not healing and strengthening up as quickly as we like. And I think sometimes when you see these reports come out and you some people heal differently to others, and Tabs has just taken a little bit longer, probably trying to push him a couple of times to get up for games, and that was off him wanting to play. Probably set him back a little bit, so we just probably didn't want to take him all the way this week and test him out and set him back any further. With the bye coming up, it gives him a couple of weeks extra time to get it right, and we've got pretty much no doubt he'll be ready for the Collingwood game, so that's a positive.
Justin, Clint Wilden here. At the moment, where do you assess where you're at with what Fremantle's had to go through? I know you've had a number of big injuries and more again. You've had some great results and a few disappointing ones throughout the season. Can you sum up the season as it sits for you at round 13?
Yeah, well, we just haven't been good enough for long enough. And that shows up in particular against the better sides. I mean, we're 8 points down at three-quarter time, and I know we had injuries last week, but it's been a bit of a theme. We haven't been good enough for long enough against the better sides. And that's been disappointing, but I think it's probably a reflection of the age of our list and the immaturity of our list. And I feel like we're getting better and better. I feel like the lack of continuity in our back line in particular has hurt us and not allowed our backs to settle. It's been a bit of a merry-go-round of players coming in and out of the back line, which I think if you want continuity across any line, you want it across your back line because they need to be really connected, and we haven't had that. But hopefully we can find some of that consistent form in the second half of the year, and I think that'll start if we can get some consistent players playing with each other more often.
Outstanding you could join us. Thanks so much for your time.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
Justin Longmuir downstairs, the coach of the Fremantle Dockers, good enough to join us on Grandstand AFL. We're here at Perth Stadium. It's a lot warmer than it was last night at the SCG, I can absolutely assure you. Bright sunshine, a few clouds hanging above us. We'll get all the weather details with Bridget Lacey very shortly. And also join John Haynes, who's the General Manager of Football Operations at the Gold Coast. That late change Ben told you about at the very top. Sam Collins, he's out. Bad news for the Suns. He's their reigning best and fairest. Would have always been intriguing to see him up against his old side as well. He's out, and coming into the side is Caleb Graham. So the medical sub, Josh Corbett, for the Gold Coast, while for Fremantle, and he should be used to this, Connor Blakely, the medical sub, once again, almost his designated role. There are some big outs for Fremantle. It's worth just mentioning those on the way through. Although they do get Pearce back, Reece Conker comes in for his 150th game, 104 of those with Richmond before he came back to the West. Weston and Walker, 2 debuts, which we're looking forward to see what they can do. But Fife is out with the shoulder, an enormous blow. So David Mundy would captain Fremantle today. Wilson suspended. So if you look at their back line, Wilson suspended, Logue concussion. So you lose both of them. Cox with a very serious hamstring injury. And they still don't have Joel Hamling, which is worth mentioning again. So while Alex Pearce does sort of arrive back, it's not really like he bolsters the defence because so many players go the other way. It's like, well, Justin Longmuir summed it up. It's the revolving door in the back six for the Dockers at the moment.
And then he mentioned that you want to have your back line as the group that's the most settled. So, pretty hard when you've got the, I suppose, revolving door going in and out of your side. The more settled a side can be, the more, they play together, the more gel there is. It's going to be tough for them to have this happening week in, week out.
Well, those 4 players they're probably their top line players as well. So they're pretty important to the structure of their football side, moving the ball. They're huge outs. Huge outs. It's I'm going to find it very difficult for Fremantle to be able to defend today. Conker does come in and give him a bit of a run from the back line, but they're, Gold Coast, I think, will be a little bit too fast for him today.
I'm intrigued with the battle of the midfields. We'll get to the forward line in a moment. King's going to be hard to stop, of course, and he could be anything in the next couple of years, Ben King. But the battle of the midfields, touched again by the senior coach from the Dockers downstairs, but I'm really interested to see what the Fremantle midfield will do without knowing they don't have the safety net anymore, which is Nat Fyfe will often go forward. We've seen it a lot. They're happy to start him forward, but there's always been that safety net where if it's not working, you can throw that bigger body, that dual Brownlow medalist, back into the middle and try and sort things out. Tough task for them today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the fact that they have been able to get their hands on it through Darcy, he has been getting his hand to the ball really well this year, like JL just mentioned, but being able to I suppose capitalise on that is the key. And if they, like you said, if they don't have the ability to go, all right, we've lost 2 clearances, let's switch things up, especially CB. If you lose 2 CBs, you often have to change it straight away and get something in there that is going to make a difference. But not being able to have that and just go, all right, in you go, no, it's going to be tough for them to. But it is also a great opportunity for their younger guys to be able to stand up.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that the midfield battle, Mundy's will go and start in there, obviously. But you've got Michael Walters, but they're going to rob Peter to pay Paul. They're going to need to kick a big enough score. If they take Walters out, that goal kicking ability kind of gets diminished as well. But I'd like to see Walters up the ground as well, playing midfield a bit more today. Lob's going to have to kick a bag today I think, for Fremantle to have any chance of winning this game.
Yeah, we had that discussion on Sports Talk this morning, and Mick Malthouse and Mark Duffield basically said that they'd rather Michael Walters having 20 and being influential in the midfield and maybe sneaking forward and kicking one, rather than, maybe not rotting in the forward line, but sitting down there and kicking two and having 12 or something of the like. So that was on Sports Talk, the local WA talkback show we do each Saturday.
Look, I think that you're exactly right. 25 touches and a goal is a very good game. Then 3 goals as a small permanent forward, I think. He's too good a player for him just to roam inside forward 50. And on a good day, he might kick 3, may snag 4. On a poor day, he could kick 1, and so they get nothing out of him. Get him out in the midfield. He's got beautiful skills. He's quite inspirational to the team. I think they all like him, and he works quite hard. But you've got to get the good players who have got great skills, the Mundys and the Walters, so they can deliver it to the forwards to give them an opportunity to kick goals. Now, Lob, we saw him a couple of weeks ago against Sydney, I think it was. Mm-hmm. He kicked, 4 or 5 straight? He's a confidence player. He needs to start well today, first up, and get confidence up, because he can be anything. If his confidence is up, he's a good player.
They did a few years ago, or maybe, was it 19? They used Walters up the ground a lot more up around the midfield, and he was part of their, I suppose, ball transition. That was what they wanted to get it into his hands. So I don't think they've got any problem doing it, but they have been making a conscious decision not to do that this year. So I think they've just got to let him have free rein up the ground a bit.
Is this a battle of the two underachievers of 2020? Because the Gold Coast in recent years, their last 3, so this is Stuart Dew's 4th year, they finished 14th, 18th and 17th. They themselves spoke about challenge accepted, which was them taking the next step and fighting for finals and even making finals. And Fremantle showed a lot last year under the new coach in Justin Longmuir. They finished 12th, but they had a genuine structure. They became absolutely miserly, and you could see what they were trying to do. We're going to build defence first. I know they've been cruelled by injury, Freo, but would you have hoped for maybe a little bit more, particularly, I guess, from the Gold Coast than what we've seen so far this year?
I don't know. It's a tough one because they are such a young side. I think Freo's probably a little more underwhelming for mine. I think that when you look at their list and the makeup of their list, you'd probably expect more from the established age demographic that they do have. Whereas Gold Coast are still, I don't know, maybe it's just a perception thing, but I still perceive them to be quite a young list, which, if they improve, I mean, they've obviously come back a little bit, 14th that first year and then 18, 17. I think that next year, well, they've been in a lot of games this year. They've had two games where they've been belted, but most other games it's been 10, 20-point losses. So and they've been in around the mark. So I'd kind of give that like a half tick,
right,
as a mark of progress, as opposed to getting belted every week.
That's purely an age thing, given the fact that they're up and down as well. They've got some great young players, Rankin, Rao, they've got King, Lukosius, they've got some really good, exciting young players. That's what they do. They play well, and they're going to drop off. They can't play 4 quarters of football because it's a grinding game. Have a look at Sydney when they come off with the first 5 or 6 games. All those young stars were
just beat up,
killing it. And then all of a sudden, come round 6, they said, "Oh wow, the aches and pains and starting to get up each week was getting harder and harder." And that's just the fact is that you're not hardened. AFL is just
it's a war of attrition.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the next 4 games are going to be really important for Fremantle. Gold Coast today, then they've got the bye Collingwood, Carlton, Hawthorn, before a run against really strong sides like Geelong, albeit Sydney waning, Richmond, Brisbane and West Coast. So
I think that
they need to get some results.
That goes to show how important this game is. If they can't... claw away a win today and then, make the most of the upcoming games before that really hard stretch towards the end,
it could
just
fall
becomes
off the
insurmountable.
cliff. Yeah. Well, they need to get the wins now before the cavalry comes back, and when you got the Logues and the Coxes and all that to come back in when they're playing these good players or these good teams.
Yeah, round 20, 21 and 22, they're mighty challenges for Fremantle, Richmond and Brisbane and West Coast, all at Perth Stadium, so they don't have to travel because of the Brisbane game getting flipped earlier in the year. But nevertheless, that will be an almighty challenge for Fremantle if they're not able to win, as Ben said, this one against Gold Coast today. Speaking of the Gold Coast, let's head downstairs and join a special guest. John Haynes is with Bridget Lacey. Bridget.
Thanks, Clint. John, it's great of you to join us and always good to see you back in Perth. What's the preparation been like for this trip west?
Yeah, we've had a really strong preparation. Obviously, we had the bye last week, so it was good for everyone to take a breather. It's been a really hectic first 3 months or so of the season, and obviously with some COVID implications at the back end of that, everyone was looking for a break. So everyone enjoyed that and had some time down, and then we've had a really good week of preparation this week, and the guys are training really well, and we've got really strong availability as well with a few guys coming back. We'll have 45 out of our 51 training this week, so things are looking really good.
That's great news, and obviously you were here in round one, and we all remember that game for the game that Matty Rowell did his PCL. He happens to return here again at Perth Stadium. What's his build-up been like?
Yeah, really strong. Yeah, he loves the game and he loves the work, and as much as he hasn't wanted to be injured on both of those separate occasions, he's really lapped up the rehab work, and it's allowed him to work on other parts of his body and other parts of his game from an education point of view. So, but that said, his sole focus has been on getting back to return to play, and he's really focused and he's ready to go.
So any limitations on him at all today, John, in terms of minutes or how he might be able to play?
No, he'll play as an inside mid. We will watch his minutes, given that he hasn't played for a period of time, and there tends to be one midfielder who plays a little less game time than the rest of the group. So he'll potentially be that person today, but he's ready to go.
I know the guys upstairs have got some questions for you. Clint Wilden, Ben Cameron and Sharad Wellingham.
John, good luck for this afternoon's game. Your young group has come through and progressed pretty well, probably led by Matty Rowell, who we know hasn't been out there, but we hear about his off-field work ethic and the way he trains. How's the rest of the young group progressing in that respect, and where can we see some improvement?
Yeah, really good. I think collectively, we've obviously gone to the draft fairly heavily over the last 3 or 4 years, and strategically our focus has been to bring through a group of young players who want to be part of something and who want to grow through it together, and we're definitely building that. I think all the guys that have come in have got an exceptional level of work rate and diligence to their craft, and Matt's obviously a good example of that, but he's one of 10 or 12 in that regard in terms of their level of understanding and passion for the game. So if we can get that group of players to continue to come through, and they've played 30 or 40 games together now, and if we can keep pushing those number of games they play together, and they learn each other's little games, nuances and so forth, but also get to know each other off the field, we think we're going to have a really strong core group.
With them being, I suppose, a lot of them being not from the Gold Coast, how are you finding keeping them all together and keeping them at the club?
Yeah, look, we've had a real focus on our environment. I think at the end of 2018, when we undertook the reset, it was about how do we get our environment right and how do we put the right people around our playing group, and we invested really heavily in our personal excellence area and in our coaching group as well, and brought in people who have got a real strength in building relationships and creating the right environment. And we're one of the most contracted clubs in the competition at the moment, and that's off the back of the players having great belief in the environment and great belief in each other. They've got real good visibility of the plan as well, so it's not something we hide away in terms of the planning, so they understand what's going on, and they're a really strong part of it.
John, Ben Cameron here. Appreciate your time. Someone I've followed really closely. I was in South Australia the year before his draft year and in his draft year, and that's Precocious Lukosius, Jack Lukosius. 50th game for him today. He was drafted as a forward. He's played down back, a utility on the wing. How have you seen his development?
Yeah, Jack's been a really, really good story. He's as you said, he's highly talented. His level of game IQ is exceptional, and we've all seen how well he kicks the footy. And to be honest, we'd love to have 2 or 3 of him, because we'd love him in the forward line, and we'd love him in the middle, and we'd love him down back. But so sometimes the challenge has been where to settle him down. But we know as an under 18, he played some of his best footy behind the footy. He was almost impassable at times, and and we've seen his ability to read the cues and read the game really well down back, and then set us up with his kicking skills has been a real asset for us. And we put him down there with a guy like Will Powell as well and Oleg. It provides some real bounce and real attack off our half-back line.
Where do you think you can get Fremantle today?
Oh, look, they're really, really well organised team. Justin's done a great job, and the coaching team there, that you can see how well structured and well organised they are. We've certainly been trying to build our midfield, not only in the short term but over the medium term as well. And we feel that the last month or so we've been able to get Isaac and Sammy Flanders and these sort of guys through our midfield. So, like most games, they're generally won and lost in the middle of the ground, and we think we can certainly continue to build that depth today and hopefully get on top of them in there.
John Haynes is our special guest, the General Manager of Football Operations at the Gold Coast Suns. John, Clint Wilden here. I watched a couple of videos during the week from the Northern Territory on Malcolm Roses, and 19 years of age, just for 4 games today. He does look like an exciting player who certainly knows how to take a big mark.
Yeah, he's genuinely exciting, Malcolm. He's got real speed. He really does make opposition defenders really nervous with his closing speed, and he's got great goal sense as well. And Joel Jeffrey's another Northern Territory product from Darwin, who's going really well in our VFL and actually kicked the winning goal today after the siren to secure a win over Sydney, which was great for Jolie. So that partnership with Darwin as part of our academy is working really well, and really glad that Malcolm and Joel have joined the group.
Bigger picture stuff, John. How have you assessed the season so far? There was hopes, and I remember the slogan at the club was challenge accepted for taking the next step. It hasn't appeared in terms of wins and losses. Where do you see the Suns at the moment?
Yeah, we feel like we're continuing to learn and continuing to progress, to be honest. Like our percentage is really strong, and other than the Brisbane game, it was over 100 for most of the year, and that's always a good sign of how competitive a team is. And we feel like we're building week in, week out, and we understand the profile and the demographic of our group, but they're also at a stage where they feel that every game they can go out and win. And other than that Brisbane game and the Western Bulldogs game, we've been in every game throughout the season. And if we can continue to build that consistency, and as I said at the start, continue to help this group play games together and get to know each other really well, we're really confident that we're on the right path.
Do you get a sense that tipping point is coming? And we've seen it in a couple of games this season, and the Hawthorn win looks an even better victory now after what they were able to do against Sydney last night. But do you get a sense that those good performances are about to turn into victories?
Yeah, we do, Clint. And even the wins itself, we feel on reflection that we missed some opportunities against Hawthorn as well. So there's learning to win, and there's also learning to be really ruthless when you're in a winning position as well. And they're all characteristics that teams who emerge over a period of time start to show. And we've seen glimpses of it. There's no doubt about that, and we think the gap between our best and our worst is getting closer and closer. And we're really confident, as I said, that we're on the right path. And this core group is going to be the group that's going to be a really successful period for the club.
John, great to chat. Welcome back to the West. Good luck today.
Fantastic, guys. Thanks for having me.
John Haynes downstairs, General Manager of Footy Operations for the Gold Coast Suns, as the officials make their way out onto the ground. Nice touch, wearing the big freeze beanies as well. Matt Rao returns to action. It is the big story for the Gold Coast Suns, and plenty of excitement around the AFL football world as well. Just a 7th career game for him. A few players have made more impact and got more people talking than what he's been able to do in his previous 6. How will he go today? Hopefully getting through absolutely uninjured and ready to build for the rest of 2021. The Fremantle Dockers about to take to the field. It's a Thank the WA Police Day. A banner saying thanks for keeping WA safe, and congrats Reece Conker, 150 AFL games. And as he did throughout season 2016, man with the 16 on his back, David Mundy, to lead the Dockers out into action. Captain today in the absence of Nat Fyfe. He'll gather the Dockers just at the very start of the banner and about to burst through. David will be part of our broadcast team tomorrow here on Grandstand AFL for the West Coast Eagles against Richmond. A little bit of news filtering through. Bridget Lacey, Sam Collins are late out. A big blow. The reasons why. What's going on, Bridge?
That's right, Clint. It is a big loss for the Suns. Only about 40 minutes ago, the Suns revealed he was out of the team. He conducted a fitness test out on the ground, as you guys saw earlier. it is an ankle concern that he picked up at training during the week, and they gave him obviously every chance to get up to the last minute, really. So unfortunately for the Suns, no Sam Collins today, an ankle problem.
So that is the out for the Gold Coast Suns. Collins comes out. Coming into the side, Caleb Graham off the emergencies. And the medical sub will be Josh Corbett, repeating again for Fremantle. No late changes for them. Connor Blakely will be their medical sub. Gold Coast have won their past 2 games against Fremantle. And going into this week, Fremantle have lost their past 2. The Western Bulldogs ran away with them last week, and then the week before, terribly disappointing against Port Adelaide. A slow start, and then losing by 46 points at the end. Well, the Gold Coast, the bye last week, and before that, beating Hawthorn at the SCG by 37 points. How will this one play out? The big outs for Fremantle, of course, remembering again, Fife's gone, Logue out, Cox missing, and Wilson suspended. There's a lot to worry about if you're a Dockers fan. How does this play out? Let's get the thoughts of our experts to preview this contest ahead of the Suns joining us here on the ground at Perth Stadium. Sharad Wellingham and Michael Braun. Pick it all apart for us, gents. How's it won and lost?
Thanks, Clint, and welcome, Sharad, and all the listeners. Yes, it's a beautiful day here in Perth. It's fantastic for football. It's I think it's probably the first time I've actually been to a Saturday game here in Perth, Sharad. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing these two sides go at it. It's a must-win for Fremantle.
Must win.
It's a huge game. We just spoke about it off air. The fact that they've got a pretty hard run towards the end of the season. So these next few games, they need to really start to string a few wins together. But just they've been hit by injury all year, and today's no different with obviously their captain and Brownlow medalist Nat Fife with a dislocated shoulder, should say. Sorry, mate. Put my teeth back in there, Sharad. Brendan Cox out, and Logue and Wilson. Obviously, they're 4 very big outs, and they're really important to their structure. I just don't see that the Fremantle Dockers going to kick a big enough score, especially with Matt Taberner out again with the ankle. I just don't see him picking up a big enough score to win this game of football today.
Yeah, I think that's going to probably be the hardest part for them. And we spoke about how they're going to capitalise on Darcy doing a great job getting his hand to the footy, but how do they capitalise on that and make the most of the centre bounce clearances? A lot of responsibility is going to fall on some of the younger guys. David Mundy's going to have to continue to do what he's done for the last 16 years and lead from the front. It's going to be Brayshaw, who I think is having a really, really good year. I think he'll probably get a little bit of attention. But Chera, Sarong, Blakely, if he gets the opportunity to come on, I know he's the sub, but if he comes on as the medical sub, he's got to go in there and make an impact. But yeah, I'm more excited. I mean, we called the round 1 game Gold Coast West Coast, and I was really excited to see the young Matty Rowell and a few of their other players. Rankin's one who I really find an exciting player. But yeah, I think it's going to be too much. And I mentioned it when we were chatting to JL. It's a young side, and when a young side's on the road and gets their head up of steam early, they can often be the hardest team to stop because they're excited. And we spoke about a young team, how hard it is for them to stay at that level required through a whole game. But if Gold Coast can start off really well, and we know Freo aren't the best starting side, if the Gold Coast can start well and get their head up and have some confidence, it'll go a long way. And we missed out big time on watching Rowell early in the season when he was unfortunately hurt with that PCL. But as he's done, he's got himself right, and we managed to see him again. Another one who haven't seen a lot of footy is the big key forward in King. So looking forward to. I think Pearce will obviously go to him. I think it's going to be a really key matchup. If Pearce can do, a good enough job, it's his first game back, he's not going to be able to shut him completely out of the game. But if he can do a serviceable job on King, it'll allow Ryan to get in there and act as that second tall and structure up the Fremantle backline. And if they can do that, it's going to go a long way to stopping a pretty hefty score.
Absolutely. I think King for Gold Coast and obviously Lobb for Fremantle, two really important players for both their sides. So it's going to obviously come down to the midfield battle again. We just briefly touched on it about the Fremantles on ballers, but I think that Gold Coast may have a bit too much run. It's exciting. They got a very young list. They got a talented young list. Lukosius, sort of the running half back. I'm interested to see how he goes today. Obviously, you mentioned Rankin and Rao. So all eyes are on Rao. Where everyone, he's only played 6 games, and this kid's he's got such a great career ahead of him if he can keep himself fit. And unfortunately, hopefully he's not one of these players who keeps getting injured for injury-plagued career. He's too good a player. But I think Ellis from the Tigers, I think he'll play an important role as well, making sure the maturity of him and the experience makes sure that the Gold Coast Suns can keep up their pressure on Fremantle's ball movement and apply pressure so that the ball going inside their forward 50 is high and long and under pressure, absolutely. So it's both these sides haven't had the best years. Fremantle have had 1 out of the last 5 games, and the Suns haven't done much better, only winning 2 of the last 5. So I don't think it's going to be a all-out shooting fest.
No, definitely not.
So I think 10 goals may win the game today, but I think it's important for both sides to get off to good starts. We've touched on Lobb before. He's a confidence player. He needs, for Fremantle's sake, to take a couple of marks, clunk him, go back and kick goals and get his confidence up. And same with King down for Gold Coast.
Love to see a big key forward off, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, yeah. And I haven't seen much of King play, but I'm interested to see how he goes, how he leads, how his work rate is. He's double leads. Is he good in the air? Does he lead up? So it's a great day for football. Let's just hope we have a good football match.
Who's Freo going to rely on other than Mundy to win the contest? That's going to be the question, isn't it?
Well, Walters, he's going to have to, play a little bit more inside than out. But, regardless of how big he is, he's still hard at the football. Young Mitch Croden, I think, he's only a little player, but he's hard at it. And I think that Reece Conker too, he's quite hard at it as well. So he comes in for his 150th game today. So well done to Reece, and he will give important run out of the back line for Fremantle. I think it all starts in the ruck. So, Sean Darcy in the ruck's going to have to go up and get first use and get that big body and did what he does against, majority of the ruckmen is trying to get around the ground, push forward and maybe kick 1 or 2 goals.
Work rate's gone up big time.
Absolutely, yep.
He's pushed his physical limits to another level, possibly over pre-season, which has given him that mental confidence to go out there and be able to push his opponents. So I've noticed that big time this season, that his ability to work up and down the ground is a lot better. He's getting to a lot more contests. I'm not totally set that his marking numbers will be through the roof, but I wouldn't be surprised if they've increased this season.
The debutants for Fremantle today worth touching base on again. Brandon Walker and with him Joel Weston, both from the Fremantle Next Generation Academy. They played together the WA State 16s and the State 18s, so they've spent plenty of time together, even though they do come from different WAFL clubs. Walker from East Freo and Weston from Claremont. Nice background stories as well, with Weston having Singaporean heritage and Walker born in Ghana. Nice to see the multicultural side of the AFL continuing with the 2 debutants for the Fremantle Dockers today. Clint Wilden with you in commentary alongside Ben Cameron, our experts Sharrod Wellingham and Michael Braun, both premiership players. Let's head downstairs, find out what it's like. It seems to have got a little bit cooler as the day has worn on. Bridget Lacey will be happy though, provided it doesn't rain. G'day, Bridge.
That's right, Clint. It is dry, so I am happy. It will cool down a bit, I think, but about 21 degrees at the moment, so just delightful weather for football. Not much of a breeze to speak of. Some of the ground bathed in light, some of it not, and I noticed when I was at ground level there was a little bit of dew on the grass, but I don't think the players will have too many troubles out there today. The starting benches for both clubs, for Fremantle, Croden, Mundy, Walker and Weston, and as we mentioned, Connor Blakely is the Medi sub today for Fremantle, and for the Gold Coast, Noah Anderson, Oleg Markov Sam Flanders and Malcolm Rosas, and the medical sub for Corbett. Of course, we mentioned again that Sam Collins was a late out with that ankle injury. Corbett coming in for him today.
A couple of people in the text getting involved. You can sue 0437 774 774. Stacey from Ballarat. Hey boys, love the show. Justin Longmuir summed it up succinctly. They're not good enough for long enough, Fremantle. So much potential. I'd love to see them realise it. Well, Mike from Kyneton, good to have you on board again, Mike. This is an important game. It possibly depends on which Freo turns up. They've shown that they're capable of playing very good footy, provided it is a full team effort. Will it be Fremantle or Gold Coast as far as you're concerned? Michael Braun, you're with the Suns, I think.
Suns by just under 3 goals.
Okay, Sharad?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Suns as well. Just hoping for some young, exciting energy to come through from the Suns, and I think it will be a very close game, less than 2 goals.
Ben?
Fremantle usually a good team at home, particularly against interstate sides. 1-4 against them this season here at Perth Stadium. I'll take the Dockers just.
Oh, we're split depending on levels. I'm with the purple as well at home. Dockers seem to just rise a little bit. And I am curious, sometimes when challenged, the youngsters in the past for Fremantle have been able to stand up. Gold Coast just finishing their warm-up at the Farmer Freeway end of the stadium. The Dockers fascinating, considering it is cold, standing in the shadows cast by the northern grandstand.
Great to see Matt Rowell back out there, and the return of his Harry High Pants with the jumper tucked in. A little bit in the week that Nathan Buckley has stood down as Collingwood captain, Collingwood coach, a little bit like Nathan Buckley back in his prime.
Good to see a few more numbers coming in the gates as well. It was pretty dire here 10 minutes ago.
They've been a little late arriving, haven't they?
It was a very poor crowd about 20 minutes ago, but they do like to turn up late, the West Australian fans, be they West Coast or Fremantle supporters.
Big facility just outside, probably.
It doesn't have it. You've got a 1,000 capacity tavern 20 metres from the from the oval.
Just on the southern side of the ground, easy walking distance. Toss of the coins just taken place. Which way to go, Benny?
David Swallow has won the toss of the coin. He's elected to kick to the city end of the ground in the first term.
So, will it be Fremantle or Gold Coast? 11th versus 13th. There is still a bit to play for, though, you would suspect. Finals are beyond both of the clubs. That gap just, I would imagine, just a little bit too much for either of them to breach at the moment. But they would like to build and finish the season off in a positive way. Bright sunshine breaking through southern part of the stadium, bathed in it. Fremantle flags wave at the city end of the ground. How will the Dockers respond without their captain? David Mundy, a lot on his shoulders. I'm also keen to see how Andrew Brayshaw can go with a bit of extra responsibility in the middle as well. The cameras, though, those for the TV station, understandably focused on Matt Rowell. He will be coming to the bench to start. So much expectation on him. The right shoulder, as you'd understand, heavily strapped. There's a fair bit of tape on the left leg as well. Gold Coast, if you've just joined us, a late out, a key one too. Sam Collins has provided so much, strength in their defence. They're reigning best and fairest, a late out with an ankle injury. Coming into the side, Caleb Graham. Will it be the Dockers or the Suns? Let's find out. So weird to have a Saturday afternoon game in Perth. Hopefully it's brilliant. Ben Cameron to get you started on Grandstand AFL.
There was a bit of confusion. Matt Rowell came to the bench, but he's meant to start on the ground. He's just run out and headed to the attacking 50. So some level of confusion for the Suns. But we're ready to go. Smith and Darcy to get us started. Darcy wins the tap down. Greenwood with the clearance. Spirals it inside 50 for the Suns. Bouncing ball. Demand tracks it back. Picks it up. Handball to Aish for the Dockers. Rowell impacts it. Knocks it down. Clatters into Tucker. Picking it up, Swallow. He's tackled. Ball jars free. Running onto it, Ryan. He's taken to ground. And we'll get a ball up. 30 metres out from the attacking goal for the Suns through the opening 23 seconds.
Straight away we saw it there. Darcy getting his hand to it at the first hit out, but not making the most of it.
Darcy slaps it down again. Trying to come through Rankin for the Suns. Tackle applied by Duman, and we'll get another ball up, 15 metres out from the Suns' goal. City end of the ground. No scorers yet, 40 seconds in.
Thrown aloft. Darcy wanted down straight to a opposite player in Greenwood. He couldn't take it cleanly. Comes out again. Getting it now. Lukosius comes into the right forward pocket to Weller. Weller kicks around the body. Oh, juggled. But Mark taken. Nervous times for a second from Aish, but he was able to just drag it into his chest. He's in his defensive goal square. He looked to kick beyond defensive 50 towards left half back. Lob battles with Ballard. Lob won it down, but it spills there for the Suns. Chance for Ellis. Now to Lukosius again. Into the right forward pocket. And Swallow marks. Just inside forward 50 for Gold Coast. He'll start with his boots on the outer side of the boundary line. He'll pop it up to the top of the goal square. Big pack up. They fly. King claims the mark. Umpire says no. Didn't get first touch. Tackled immediately and brought to ground. Will have a ball up. Full forward for the Suns. No score. Opening 2 minutes. First term Grandstand AFL.
What about that kick from Lukosius? That was beautiful. Ball up alongside the goal square here for the Suns. Swallow going after it. Bewley for the Dockers. Gets a handball away. And in the end, Duman rushes it. So the first score is a minor one, going the way of the Suns. One behind through the opening 2 minutes here at Perth Stadium. Grandstand AFL round 13.
The cheer is for Alex Pearce, playing his first game since round one. Back in the team this week after a couple of runs in the WAFL. He marked on the kick in from Ryan and then kicks beyond defensive 50 himself. Warbers up, front position. Takes the mark against Smith. Glances inboard and decides to go back inside his defensive 50 to Ryan, who marks. A switch of play to the right back pocket. Here's Pearce again. It's beyond defensive 50. He's able to spot a teammate in Duman. Goes down the line. Chance to work it forward. Looking to get it on here is Bewley. Back in the team. Kicks to right half forward now. Tracy provides the shepherd. Allows Henry to gather. Scoots around the boundary, kicks inboard, poor kick, finds Rowell, and he marks for the Suns at left half back.
So Matty Rowell with his left knee strapped as well as his right shoulder, kicks out towards the wing, bringing it to ground, doing a good job is Powell. Now Lukosius, handball back towards Powell, fighting on the Dockers through Tracy, knocks it out towards Bewley, and they pile on top, will get a ball up. Umpire Dean Margetts rushes in. So between wing and right half forward, he puts it aloft. Darcy slaps it down. Trying to emerge with the football is Weller, the former Docker. Darcy goes in again, extracting it Greenwood. Gets a handball away to Sexton. Suns come away with it. Rankin, handball to Rowell. Handball into the middle of the ground, looking for Lukosius. He's just held up by Schultz. Knocks it out towards Ellis. Suns now on the northern wing. Bose snaps inside attacking 50. Bouncing ball close to the boundary line, and King can only knock it out. We'll get a throw in right where the 50 intersects the boundary line at right half forward. One behind the Suns. The Dockers yet to score. 4 minutes in.
Spun back into play. Darcy front position. Had the more telling tap. Got it down to Brayshaw. Goes back by hand. Akers gets a kick away for Fremantle towards centre wing. Oh, Bose, good mark. Surrounded by three Dockers and with some support from a fellow Sun, was able to drag it in. Kicks towards the boundary line to Ellis, who marks. Suns lead by behind. Only score of the game so far, 4.5 gone. Puts the Gold Coast into the right forward pocket. Player went to ground. Greenwood won it down, leaping up. Back there's Duman for the Dockers to Pearce. Hand pass to Akers. Clever hands across their defensive goal line. Oh, Ryan stopped and went back the other way. He'll get away with it, though. Was calm when needed to be and finds Conker, who marks from the left-back pocket beyond defensive 50. He wanted Walters. He'll turn. Will he get a free kick?
Oh.
No, it's gone the other way.
It's protecting the ball drop zone there, and
it's gone to Ballard. I thought that was the wrong call from the officials. Inside forward 50, Duman takes another defensive mark for Freo.
Kicks to the top of the defensive goal square. Tucker able to mark. He'll just hold it up.
He's hurt himself too here, Walters.
Chips laterally Tucker, and Ryan can mark in the back right pocket. On the right back pocket. Kicks beyond defensive 50. Looking for Tracy. Ace roves it off hands. Gets a handball away to Collier. Kicks a low ball around the southern wing. Low down, Henry can't mark. Arriving there for the Suns. Tackled, caught holding the ball, Lemons. And Henry will get the free kick on the southern wing. He comes infield, finds demand, doesn't complete the mark. Has to soccer it back to Pearce. The Purple have time to recover. Handball to Aish, who kicks into the middle of the ground, and Schultz.
Schultz from the centre circles, out to Akers, who can wait for the ball to arrive. Marks plays on by hand to Conker, sweeps it into Cherry in the left forward pocket. He'll settle, kick it, goal and miss. Should have done better. Had time. A minor score though. One behind apiece between the Dockers and the Suns. 6.5 gone in the first.
It's been the story all day, all year, Clint, isn't it? Inability to kick goals when needed. There's an easy get, that was.
In a walk here, that cost you a little bit of money as well. There's Miller in the right back pocket. Chips it short to Markov. It goes short to Weller, the former Docker. He's traded for pick 2, which the Dockers used to pick up Andy Brayshaw. At right half back, just waits a kick to the wing for the Suns. Underneath it, good mark. Burgess able to drag it in. Burgess kicks forward of the wing. King comes up, sliding, he marks. So the Suns just working it down this northern wing. The cheers for Weston, who makes his way onto the ground. King kicks the Suns inside 50. Darcy's back there, brings it to ground. Fights on with Smith. Tucker arrives. He's dragged to deck by Holman. And we'll get a ball up. 30 metres out from the Suns' goal in the right forward pocket.
Throwing aloft. Umpire spots a free kick. Oh, it's going the way of Smith. Infringing was Darcy in the ruck battle, and Smith will have it in the right forward pocket. Chance to kick the Suns first.
It's been an arm wrestle the last probably 4 or 5 minutes, Sherrod. There hasn't been much attacking football, a lot of turnovers. Hopefully this can settle the Gold Coast Suns.
Get your thoughts on the free kick in a moment. Chance to have a shot at goal from Smith is an absolute shocker. It's across the face, didn't have the distance. Still in play, ball brought to ground. Plays over the top of it. Will be locked in, I'd suggest it is. The cheers you heard as the boos were for the Smith shot at goal were also for Brandon Walker coming on for the first time in a Dockers jumper. So he's on the ground as well. Both debutants out there for Fremantle. From the restart, ball pinballs around. Spilt to Collier, couldn't take it cleanly. Greenwood looked to hand pass it out. Taken by Rankin. Oh, lovely bit of play. Somehow got boot to ball. Couldn't get the purchase he wanted. It'll tumble over for a throw-in in the right forward pocket. Scores remain a behind apiece. 8 and a bit gone in the first.
Handy in the phone box. Isaac Rankin, isn't he?
Good player.
Umpire spins it in. Neither ruckman with a hand to it. Rankin on the bounce, knocks it away. Picking it up. Powell gets a handball out. Now Ellis, handball away, trying to get it back in the direction of Flanders. Close to the boundary line. He's tackled. Eventually the Dockers come away with it. Aish, a little 10-metre kick. Doesn't quite find a target. Mundy fighting after it. And out of play it goes. 1 minor score apiece. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Yeah, you mentioned Michael Walters came off looking sorry. Had a chat to the doctor, but he's okay. Standing up, ready to come back on. And Matt Rowell's already had his first time on the bench. I know he tried to start there, but he did come off just a few minutes ago. He looks ready to come back on.
9.5 minutes in. One behind a piece. Greenwood comes away with it. Kicks towards full forward. No mark taken. There's a whistle on the play. And the free kick will go to Burgess. As good as directly in front. A slight angle to the right-hand side. A push in the back. And he'll be able to kick for goal from 30 metres out.
A little bit late. Unnecessary probably there from Ryan.
For the first goal of the day, he wastes no time, comes in and puts it through. Gold Coast strike first. They're 1-1-7. Fremantle 1 behind. 10 minutes into this opening term on Grandstand AFL. Sherrod Wellingham and Michael Braun.
You're exactly right, Sherrod. There was no need for Ryan to push him then because I think he was going to drop the mark anyway.
Yeah, well, he had dropped it when Ryan did put his hands in his back, so yeah.
Unnecessary and it's cost him a goal. So
probably reward for effort for mine. I think Gold Coast have probably owned the majority of momentum so far. Had it in their forward half. most of the quarter so far. So
The free kick to Smith. I didn't see much
not
in
much
it.
in that.
No, I didn't see it. Sorry, couldn't help you then, Clint.
No, I was looking and looking. Didn't see anything. Saw the replay twice.
It happened so fast.
Gold Coast do have the first goal, though. 1-1-7 to Fremantle's one behind. Darcy against Burgess now. Burgess went straight into Darcy. Surely that's a free kick. It is. Spotted by the umpire. Sarong takes the advantage. Kicks towards full forward. Lob racing by Mundy. Juggled it twice. Gathers, snaps around the body. David Mundy kicks Frio's first. They went straight up the corridor and scores a level in the 11th minute. 1-1-7 apiece. Fremantle and the Gold Coast Suns 12 minutes in. Opening term on Grandstand AFL.
Good initiative from Sarong. Free kick their way, but just grabs the ball from the centre and takes off. Catches the defenders unaware. And a little bit of heat on the handball from lob to Mundy, but he managed to make it work as the experienced all-timer that he is.
Bridget Lacey's got some news for us downstairs. Bridge.
Hugh Greenwood came off for the blood rule. He seems to have a cut to the back of his head, which they obviously couldn't deal with up here, so they've taken him down the race. Hopefully he's okay.
A couple of staples, he'll be right.
David Mundy closing in on Matthew Pavlich's games record. Game 3-4-5 today. Pavlich 3-5-3. A little bit nervous. Pav, I reckon. Bounce back in the middle. Favours Burgess opposed to lob. Burgess a little backhand down. And the umpire circling here. Holding the ball at the bottom of the pack is Flanders, and the free kick will go the way of Brayshaw for the Dockers. In the middle of the ground, drives it inside 50, looking for a marker. Schultz can't provide that. Miller roves for the Suns. Handball to Holman. Handball to Weller across halfback. Now Weller snaps across the body. Poor kick. Oh, Tucker could have marked. Elected to spoil. Now coming through Walker. He's tackled out. And we'll get a throw in between wing and left half forward for the Dockers. 1-1-7 apiece. 13 minutes played opening term.
Like 345 games is a lot of football.
Oh, yeah.
Got 2 coaches' votes last week as well, David Mundy.
Thrown back in. Burgess, front position, won it down. It comes back towards the boundary line. Miller tried to tap it to the advantage of Flanders, who couldn't keep it in. It's over for another throw-in.
Go with a few Brownlow votes as well so far this year, I think. Mundy.
He's played some good football, given the fact he's 94.
Not quite.
No, don't say that, because he's in here tomorrow, isn't he, Clint? So better be nice to him today.
He is. Burgess won it down. Spilled to Akers. Walters might have been taken high. Umpire says play on. It's against Ellis. Miller picks it up for the Suns. Here they go. Coming through Weller. Towards Flanders. Kicks the right half forward. King breaks the attempted tackle. Pierce might have dropped the footy. Scooped up, though, by Aish. Hand meant for Sarong. Couldn't gather. Spills out again. This is Roses. He was tackled and lost it. Fremantle can clear their defensive 50 through Collier. Kicks up the middle of the ground and finds Tracy.
Tracy looks further afield. Lob comes up and marks. They stream inside 50. Ignores that for the time being. Kicks infield. Tucker marks. Alongside the centre circle. Wheels onto his left. Sends the Dockers inside 50. Coming up, Tracy. Has a lot of it. Mark not paid. Lukosius picks it up off the deck. At fullback for the Suns. Gets it away towards Powell. Kicks beyond defensive 50. Flanders bumped off it by Aish. Ellis arrives, picks it up. Somehow kicks on his left, turns it over. Croden marks.
Croden too far out to score himself from the shadows. Spears it inside forward 50. Walters emerges with it. I paid the mark, touched on the way through. Tracy over the top. Popped a hand pass out into the left forward pocket. Chance to measure the kick from Akers. He's able to find Collier again. Collier pauses. He kicks, he'll be 55 from goal. There's players at right half forward if he wants to go that way. Instead, he'll put it up towards right full forward. Lob had 2 to beat. Might have lost it in the sun. Spills down. Chance to get clear here. This is Powell. Quick hand pass. Then got it back. And then Powell goes beyond defensive 50. It'll bounce and go over the boundary line. This will be deliberate. It is. There was no Suns player anywhere really near the football, and Fremantle will have the free kick between centre wing and right half forward, southern side of Perth Stadium. The scores remain 7 points apiece, 16 gone in the first.
So Fremantle just with their run at the moment. A chance for them to attack. Duman. A shallow inside 50 entry going up lob. Can't complete the mark. Powell at the fall of the ball. Handball away to Bose, who kicks beyond defensive 50. High ball, Duman with the spoil. Down in front, Walters. May have been driven into the turf, he was. So Walters will get a free kick. Close to the boundary line, and on the mark, 55 metres out.
Doing a good job at locking in their forward 50 here, Fremantle.
1-1-7 apiece. Walters goes laterally to Duman.
Have to just make the most of it. There's no point in having it locked in your forward half and then not capitalising.
Duman back into the bullseye, and the mark taken by Tucker. Kicks towards this northern wing. Ryan Marks, he'll set it up inside 50. Run and jump for lob. Brings it down towards Schultz. Handball away. Chera coming through. Handball to Mundy in traffic. Handball back out towards Aish. Rosas arrives for the Suns. Getting involved again, Aish. And it's held in a mini scrum right at the top of the arc of 50. Centre half forward for the Dockers. 1-1-7 apiece. 16 minutes played opening term.
Burgess wins it down for the Suns. Willer couldn't take it. Chera could. Back to Walters. Tackled immediately. The ball jarred free. Going again, Rosas. Wrapped up Akers. Spilled out to Aish, though. Puts the Dockers into the right forward pocket. Going back. Not quite able to mark then Graham. It sits there for Tracy. Hands it back again. Kick around the body came from Weston. And then marking is Schultz in line with the left hand behind post. He'll need to go back and kick truly for Fremantle, who have to turn this field position and possession into points.
100% right before Sherrod about the fact is that Fremantle's defensive forward pressure's been outstanding. The Gold Coast Suns haven't been able to get it out, let alone once they do get it out, they're kicking it straight back to Fremantle's wall across their defensive 50 there.
Weston's first kick in footy and first disposal end up in a goal. Schultz starts the approach from 40 metres out. He puts it through. Fremantle have their second. Lockie Schultz puts his name on the goal kickers list. And they hit the front, the Dockers, at the 18-minute mark of the first quarter. Their lead is 6 points, 2-1-13 to Gold Coast, 1-1-7 on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Our experts, Sharad Wellingham and Michael Braun.
Nice impact being resulting in a first goal. A goal assist, but it was a nice little bit of impact that he had there. So kept the ball alive and then butted up again. Second possession, handball received, and then top of the, well, not top of the goal square, but 20 metres out, directly in front. It's a good spot to put the footy. But like we said, it's a reward for effort there for Freo. It's been 5 minutes of holding Gold Coast at bay and not allowing them to transition the ball. So good reward for effort.
Bridget Lacey, quickly.
Good news for Gold Coast. Hugh Greenwood patched up and back out there.
Bounce back in the middle. Smith knocks it down from the centre bounce. Walters onto the loose footy. Gets it away this time to Walker, who gives it to Brayshaw. Receives the handball. Kicks towards Henry. He can't quite complete the mark. Knocks it out towards Akers, who spins in a tackle. Handball back to Brayshaw. Here's Walker again, kicking off a step inside 50. Oh, Schultz and Henry, they spoiled each other. In the pocket, there's a free kick. And it'll go to Henry. He scoots back off the mark. In the left forward pocket here for the Dockers. Assesses what's before him, and now I think he'll kick for goal. Exciting times there for the Dockers. Their academy products all combining. Slightly academic.
Not your best, but not your worst either.
It's a low bar. As Henry comes in, he'll put it across the face towards the top of the goal square. No one's able to take the mark. It comes off hands to the left back pocket, and the Suns will try and bounce it out through Markov.
More study required, perhaps, Ben, as the kicks to the outer side. Ryan's trying to drag it in, does so for Fremantle to Tucker. Spots Mundy, hand passes the captain's way, kicks into the right forward pocket. Bose got in front of Chera, punches it over the boundary line for a throw-in. 40 out from Fremantle's attacking goal. They're kicking to the left of our broadcast position, the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium in this quarter.
Once again, just set up really well behind the ball there, Fremantle defenders.
Spun back in. Darcy, I reckon, had the more telling tap. It was down to Croden, now to Walters. Got tackled, ball spilled out to Rowell. Releases Weller. Goes on a bit of a run. Kicks towards centre half forward. Lovely pass. He was able to hit Flanders on the chest. Flanders pauses. Will go short. Easy as you like. Inside forward 50 to Willer again. It comes into Lukosius, who stabs the pass forward to Holman, who's been able to mark in the right forward pocket. Beautiful pass from the outer side to find Flanders, and then Willer continued the run.
They made hard work of that. It was the poor backs of the Gold Coast Suns. They've got no forwards or no midfielder to kick to once they win the ball from their defensive 50.
Half,
but that's a great bit of passage play by Gold Coast Suns. Good control of the ball.
Terrific mark too from Holman, diving forward to make sure of it. 6-3 for the season for him. To draw things level, that's a shocking kick. Never looked like going anywhere near the major opening. Out to the right, stayed out to the right, behind. 1-2-8 the Suns, 2-1-13 to the Dockers. 22 gone in the first.
The Dockers bring it in quickly. Akers able to mark at left half back. Former Saint. Akers will kick to the wing. Looking for Darcy. Doesn't really get a run and jump at it. Comes down in front. Here's Greenwood. Patched up back out there. The Dockers steal it. Walters. Handball back towards Brayshaw. Now Shearer being set upon and holding the ball. So Miller to get the free kick between wing and right half forward. Miller looks inside 50. He sets it up. Looking for a marker there, going up King. At the back, Ryan, he loses it. Now he's dragged down, might not have had it. The umpire will say ball it up. So 25 metres out from the Suns' attacking goal. They're 1-8, the Dockers 2-1-13. A 5-point lead the way of the purple.
Darcy against Smith. Darcy with the fingertips and then did his own roving, ran straight into Ellis. Allows Smith to pick it up for the Suns. Hand pass into traffic. In fact, it was a throw. And the umpire spots it and gives a free kick to Fremantle. We'll come back to Brayshaw. In the shadows in the left back pocket. Took a step in the direction of Conker, so we'll now have to move it on quickly. Beyond defensive 50 to left half back. Ballard against Lobb. It's a holding decision. Lobb will get the free kick. Bright blue boots on again today for Rory Lobb. Glanced inboard across half back. Now gets told to play on. Long kick across the centre square. Mark there taken by Walker, the debutant. Moves it in the direction of Bewley. Couldn't take the mark. Had time to gather though, and then sends the pass back to Tucker on the logo southern side.
Tucker goes short to the captain for the day, Mundy. Still inside the centre square. Wants to switch it to the milestone man conquering game 150. Chips it short and Akers marks. All of this on the northern wing here for the Dockers. Akers looks inside 50. He'll send it in there after the slow build-up towards Darcy and Lobb. Neither can mark. Tracy tries to rove. He keeps going, the big man. Handball away to Walters. Off a step. Pulls it back to the top of the goal square. Going up, Powell. Doesn't complete it. Lands like a cat. Gets a handball away to Bowes, who sweeps on over the top, trying to get it towards Swallow, and he beats Mundy. Gets a handball to Miller. The Suns down the southern wing.
So Miller kicking towards the logo southern side. Tucker will get back there first though. Dangerous hand pass to Ryan. Was good enough to knock it away. Really under pressure. Now to Aish. Kicks Fremantle inside forward 50. Had too much on the kick. Comes back to Lukosius, who marks. Will steer it into the left back pocket. And that's a very disappointing kick from Powell. Had way too much on it. No chance of keeping it in. It's over the boundary line. It'll be a Fremantle free kick at right half forward. It's moved short towards Collier, who marks.
Powell kicked it off one step, reason why it went out in the full.
Collier sends it inside 50 and standing tall, Powell has been paid the free kick. Brayshaw snapped on goal. It won't be 50, it'll just come back. So Powell will get it. One of four West Aussies out there for the Gold Coast today. Swallow, Powell. Sorry, one of the two. There's four named today. Two aren't playing in Jeremy Sharp and Jai Farah. As he kicks it across the face of goal to Ballard. Ballard goes back to Powell. He kicks beyond defensive 50 and turns it over Marked there by Collier, who speeds inside 50, centres it, and Brayshaw marks. Take your pick. Henry was there, Brayshaw was there, and Brayshaw, I think, just called Henry out of it and said, I'll take this one. 25 metres out on a slight angle to the right-hand side.
Same thing again from Power, same mistake, just not taking his time, kicking through the footy.
Now this has been the knock on Andy Brayshaw's game. They're finishing, and it still is. He misses it away to the left.
It was a half kick, Ben. He didn't stretch his leg out. It's like he was trying not to miss. You got to just kick through the football.
2-2-14 the Dockers. The Suns 1-2-8. It's been an issue for the Dockers as well as Brayshaw.
Ellis beyond defensive 50 to a pack on centre wing. Spills off hands into the centre square. Smith was there, worked at the bows. Now to Miller, then bursting by Markoff, who lost his footing. Was able to bounce back up before Brayshaw arrived. Kicked it over the top for Miller to run onto and mark. And then he'll kick into the left forward pocket and sliding through King. Lovely play from the Gold Coast Suns. And King can go back and have a shot from hard up against the boundary line in the left forward pocket. And he'll be putting boot to ball from 35 out.
If King kicks this, it's just going to hurt Fremantle so much, isn't it? Right in the siren. It was probably lucky for the siren because now he can't run off his line.
Ben King been in tremendous form. 4 goals last week, 32 for the season. From 35 metres out, sends it on its way, hits the right-hand goalpost. It wasn't far away at all. That's it for the opening term. Fremantle will take a lead into quarter time. 2-2-14 to the Gold Coast 1-3-9. 5 points to the advantage of the Fremantle Dockers. As goals go for the Dockers, they came off the boot of David Mundy and of Lockie Schultz on the Gold Coast. Chris Burgess kicking their solitary goal. 2-2-14 to the Gold Coast Suns. 1-3-9 wherever you happen to be listening. Good to have you with us on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
New from ABC Books, Lapsed by Monica Dux. One woman's hilarious attempt to escape her Catholic upbringing. Jane Caro calls it enlightening, forensic and laugh-out-loud funny. Benjamin Law praises its intellectual rigour and humane tenderness. And Sean McAuliffe says it's a frank, funny and heartfelt exorcism. Lapsed by Monica Dux. Book and audiobook available in bookshops and online.
ABC Sport on Social is your sports conversation on the go. Video, player insight and analysis. This is the content you never knew you needed. Get ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Greenwood comes away with their kicks towards full forward. No mark taken. There's a whistle on the play. And the free kick will go to Burgess. As good as directly in front. A slight angle to the right-hand side. A push in the back. And he'll be able to kick for goal from 30 metres out. For the first goal of the day, he wastes no time, comes in and puts it through. Gold Coast strike first.
Darcy against Burgess now. Burgess went straight into Darcy. Surely that's a free kick. It is. Spotted by the umpire. Sarong takes the advantage. Kicks towards full forward. Lob racing by Mundy. Juggled it twice. Gathers, snaps around the body. David Mundy kicks Frio's first. They went straight up the corridor and scores a level. It sits there for Tracy. Hands it back again. Kick around the body came from Weston. And then marking is Schultz. In line with the left hand behind post. He'll need to go back and kick truly for Fremantle, who have to turn this field position and possession into points from 40 metres out. He puts it through. Fremantle had their second. Lockie Schultz puts his name on the goal kickers list. And they hit the front, the Dockers.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
The first of 2 games on this Saturday on Grandstand AFL. The Fremantle Dockers lead the Gold Coast Suns 2-2-14 to 1-3-9. Later today, Corbin Middlemass, Al Nicholson, Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard will bring you all the action from the Saints and the Crows. There is a rugby league game taking place as we speak to you, giving you an update on that one. The Sydney Roosters were away to the Gold Coast Titans. 71 minutes gone there. The Roosters lead a close one. They're up by 2 points over the Titans. Roosters 30, Titans 28. We'll also keep you updated on that, the other league scores, and for our listeners throughout WA, a little bit later on the Perth Wildcats, their do-or-die semi-final against the Illawarra Hawks. In the meantime, let's focus on what's been an intriguing game of football in front of us. The Dockers and the Suns, what have you made of it? Premiership players Sharad Willingham and Michael Braun.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an arm wrestle there. I think the Gold Coast probably started with the momentum. Fremantle wrestled it back and were probably able to control their forward half of the ground, keep it locked in there for an extended period of time. But Gold Coast, when they did transition with pace, took the game on, probably moved the ball with run and carry, enabled them to get full ground transition, which is what I think they need to do to take it up against Fremantle, who are going to be undermanned in that back line. So, yeah, a good little arm wrestle there for the first quarter. Not huge scoring, but, yeah, interesting tactics at hand so far.
Yeah, I totally agree with all that. Dockers' pressure's been pretty good. It's been outstanding, I think. They've been using the corridor well, which is the quickest way to goal. The Suns have been unable to get the ball out of their defensive 50, but when they do eventually win it, there's no one to kick the ball to up the ground into the wings or through the corridor. So for mine, the Gold Coast Suns midfield have got to work a little bit harder. Their forwards got to come up the ground a little bit faster. Both sides have missed easy set shots. The game hasn't set the world on fire. It's always going to be a low-scoring game. Fremantle have done very, very well at the moment trying to keep their ball inside their forward 50, but Gold Coast Suns got plenty of improvement if they get on their bike.
We might get a little look at the stats as soon as Sharad stops messing around with them. What are you doing, Sharad?
It's frozen on us. You're not responding.
You've broken them.
We've got the spinning wheel of death.
Yeah, hold on. We might be able to get them off another platform.
You don't touch anything here. There we go. Ben, got it. Far away.
Fremantle
you just lost your stats license for the next quarter.
Fremantle have had more of the ball, 102 to 81 in disposals. Inside 50s, 14 to 10 the way of Fremantle. Contested possessions, +5 the Dockers. The clearances, Fremantle, +1. Leading ball winners, Will Power with 10. Couple of dodgy kicks in there for Will, though. Taylor Duman with 8. Aish with 8. Ryan with 8. Akers 8. And Brayshaw 8 for the Dockers.
I was trying to find the hit out, which we've taken off the stats, I believe, at your request.
Do you want me to get you there?
No, I found it.
Matt Rowley's starting out there this time. No confusion as we get underway. The clearance goes the way of the Suns. Smith to Miller. Popped the hand pass over the top. He wanted Weller. Coming the other way, Conker. Gathered it. Got it to Tucker. Ran straight into trouble. And then he's been pinged for holding the ball. He has.
Bit stiff there. I thought he might have got it away as he was dragged to the ground.
Greenwood's been given the free kick. Wasn't a lot of prior either. Greenwood's kick long towards full forward. They come from everywhere. Pearce punches it down for the Dockers. To Darcy. To Akers. To Aish. Beyond defensive 50. Tucker will mark. And I reckon he stepped off his line. The umpires tell him to play on. He's able to get away with it. Stabbing the pass forward. He finds Sarong. And in space is Schultz.
Schultz chips it over the top. Walters is able to mark. They continue to break forward. Walters pokes it over the top. Croden takes it. Croden about 60 out, looking for a leading target, trying to get it to Tracy. Arrives full-chested, can't complete it. Walters fumbles, allows in Lukosius, handball to Powell, and now Miller close to the line. Is bundled over by Croden, who jogs off after forcing the stoppage. A throw-in.
I know it's a beautiful day today, but it's been pretty rainy here this week, and you can definitely see it out in the ground. It does look a little bit loose underfoot.
The Dockers leading by 5 points, 2-2 to 1-3. Umpire spins it back in. Darcy down to Chera, dragged down immediately. And we'll go again. Surface has come under fire here at Perth Stadium after the Dreamtime game last week. Smith knocks it down to Greenwood. Handball back to Smith. Now Akers steals it for the Dockers. Mundy hooks across his body inside the attacking 50. Looking for a marker. Dropping it Powell. Lukosius gathers it. He's gang tackled. And the umpire holds his arms to his chest. 30 metres out, we'll get a ball up from the attacking goal for the Dockers. City End, they lead by 5 points to enter the second.
Thrown aloft, Smith. He won it down, but he went over the arm of Darcy. Free kick to Fremantle. It came to Collier. And Collier, from hard up against the boundary in the right forward pocket, has played on and kicked the goal. Travis Collier kicks Fremantle's third. They move on to be 3-2-20 to the Gold Coast 1-3-9. Early stages, second term at Perth Stadium on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Sharon, I think that he didn't know. He got himself in a bit of a confusion then. So look on his face, he couldn't believe he kicked the goal himself. So I think he was a bit surprised. He whacked on the boot and kicked a pretty good goal from there. So as all his teammates were coming up, he had a bit of surprise and did actually just go through.
I think he was also a bit surprised at the free kick.
Yeah, well, he took the advantage, and then I think he tried to stop, and the umpire said too late. And he thought, I've got one option here, and let's go with the check side, and somehow he bent it through.
Play on instinct. He did just that. It's a great finish.
You could see Sean Darcy in the background yelling at him, stop. He wanted his kick.
Never happens with the small forwards, does it? Ever.
Collier said bad luck. Back in the middle, here is Darcy tapping it down, but Miller able to steal it. Handball away to Greenwood. Sends the Suns inside 50. Bouncing ball. Coming out Burgess. Getting back Aish. He loses it in a tackle. Holding the ball.
Good tackle.
Flanders got him. Pays the free kick to Flanders.
It's quite funny when players argue with umpires. They're never ever going to change their mind, are they? Because, okay, you got me there. You reverse that.
So
I think it's good to ask them what the decision was made on, because sometimes you just don't know what the hell the umpires are thinking.
Yep. Only one goal in 8 games this year for Flanders. Comes in from 45, sends it on its way and misses to the left-hand side. A minor score for Flanders, 1-4-10 with the Suns. The Dockers 3-2-20. 4 minutes played in this second term on Grandstand AFL, the first game of 2 here on this bye-week Saturday.
Sharad Willingham summing up what many footballers think. It's kicked beyond defence in 50, and many spectators think too. It comes to
sometimes it is nice to kind of work out where they've come up with that decision.
Sometimes they don't know.
Sometimes they don't know. Well, then that's what you can explain to them. You know, I thought that wasn't there, and then it might help the next time you're in that same position.
Aish, it's your man. Right back inside defensive 50. Ryan has to shield his eyes from the sun. He's able to mark. Plays on by a hand. Arcs the hand pass over to... Oh, Tucker in trouble. Kick straight into King. Gold Coast having it right half forward. King got away from him. Chips over the top. Couldn't find a teammate. Conker was there. That was disappointing from Gold Coast. He took the defensive mark, Conker, and then gives it back to Ryan, who marks in the sunshine at left full back.
Darcy Tucker, a very relieved man right now, as Ryan has it in the back pocket for the Dockers. Runs his measure, drives it long towards the wing. Darcy brings it down in front. Lukosius onto the footy. Little kick around the corner to Greenwood. Gives it off to Anderson. Runs to 49. Kicks towards goal. And Burgess marks. Sliding alongside the behind post. He's marked it 2 metres in the field of play in the left forward pocket. Arcs out. Narrow. He's missed to the left-hand side. Didn't really take his time and think his way through it there, Burgess.
Just rushed it a little bit. You've got the opportunity to take your time now, 30 seconds.
Think your way through it.
It's not even about thinking your way through it. You just have to go through the same process.
Steady yourself.
9 points the Dockers lead.
3 or 4 bad misses from the Gold Coast Suns. 3, 4 gettable.
They've absolutely burned some goal opportunities. Ryan kicks in the middle of the ground. Miller marks, sends it back inside forward 50. Can't find a target. Duman was there to mark defensively again for Fremantle. Short pass to Tucker. Fremantle are almost trying to gift Gold Coast goals here, because Tucker had no chance of marking it. He stood there, and coming across in front was Greenwood, who punches it over the boundary line. So we're still inside Gold Coast forward 50. Graham Farmer free weight end of the stadium, to the left of where we're calling from on the northern wing. Thrown back in again. Darcy palmed it down. Comes to Sarong for the Dockers. To Mundy. Straight back into traffic. Ball ricochets away. Picked up by Smith. Pops it forward. Opportunity now for Flanders. Snaps around the body. He's missed to the right-hand side. They're 1-6-12 Gold Coast. 3-2-20 the Dockers. 7 gone in the second.
It's usually the Dockers doing that this season as Ryan comes straight up the middle to Tucker, who goes short to Cherub. Usually uses it well, does here. Spots up Schultz, almost on the attacking edge of the square. Now he'll send it long. Mundy's at full forward. On the bounce, Mundy gathers, ball on his back. He fumbles and knocks it out. And a forward 50 stoppage here for the Dockers. They lead by 8 points. 3-2 plays 1-6. Approaching 8 minutes in the second.
On the text line, Peter from Hampton. Go Blues. Can't lose this weekend, Pete. Thrown back in. On down by Darcy. Out after it, Tucker. Couldn't pick it up. Markov does for the Suns. Pops a hand pass over the top. Now to Powell. Puts it down the line. Up and marking. Nice one from Burgess. Just shy of centre wing. Northern side of the ground. Stabs it short. Spoiling it beautifully. Well done. Walker won it down. Oh, it's a free kick. I thought he spoiled it well through the hands of Sexton. Umpire thought differently. It's going to be a Gold Coast Suns free kick for the chopping of the arms. Kick is into the left forward pocket. No mark taken. Pearce went to ground. So did King. Umpire spotted a free kick. This is going to come back here for the Dockers. Pearce will get it. Been infringed in the contest. He'll have it in the right back pocket for Fremantle. The Dockers lead by 8 points. 9 gone in the second.
Pearce, shocking kick out of bounds on the full, I reckon it is. So he turns it over, Alex Pearce. Ballard will get it back here on this northern wing. So Ballard to drive the Suns into the pocket, looking for a marker in the King direction. At the back, Burgess. Burgess able to drag it in about 25 metres out, worse than a 45-degree angle. The man on the mark about 5 metres in from the boundary line in the left forward pocket.
He was about 4th or 5th in line, wasn't he, at the very back of the pack?
Been a good presence. I think that's probably his third mark inside 50.
It's been good.
Going with the drop punt, and it's narrow again. Only just able to sneak it through for a minor score, really. Not his best kick. Stewie Dew looking a little frustrated down on the bench. 1-7-13, the Gold Coast Suns. That's 1-7. The Dockers 3-2-20.
4 behinds the Suns have kicked in this turn to the Dockers goal. As Fremantle head back into the centre square. Bob tapped it down, gave it to Mundy. Now to Brayshaw. Oh, goes on a bit of a run. Found his way through, swerving past opposition players. Kicks inside forward 50 Powell. He marks defensively though. Running in from the left back pocket. He goes to Ballard, who marks. He's at left half back. Wobbly looking kick down the northern wing. Walker couldn't mark. Brought it to ground though. Spilled there to Ryan. That's a shocker. He shanked it off the side of the boot. And those in the first couple of rows are in danger. Out of bounds on the full. Free kick to be taken here by Sexton. Well, I thought it was Sexton. No, it won't be. Those just raffling who it'll be. Bowes will come across to take the free kick. He stabs it back towards the logo. Chera looked to knock it down for the Dockers. Unable to take it was Brayshaw. Miller tapped it out. Came to Anderson. Back to Miller. Looking to sweep it forward again.
Gives it off to Rankin. A little don't argue. Handball back to Miller. Now Anderson. Handball to Greenwood. Handball to Miller, who looks inside 50. Oh, delivers it perfectly to Ellis. But Ellis drops the mark. It allows in Tracy. Handball out to Weston. Has nowhere to go. Retreats with the handball. Back to Duman, who kicks it back to Weston, the debutant. A nice passage of play. Chips it over the top. And the mark taken out there by Bewley. So the Dockers on the southern wing. They lead by 7 points. Bewley, low bullet-like pass. Good enough to find its target in Croydon. Neutral territory, southern side of the ground. The Dockers by 7. 12 minutes played here in the second.
Miller's delivery was beautiful. Should have been marked by Ellis.
He's been good, Clint, this first half. Miller.
Been good. for a couple of seasons now. So influential for the Suns. So the Dockers work it around their defence through Tucker to Duman, who marks at centre half back. Comes up the corridor to Chera. Chera is still in the corridor. Spinning the footy over in his hands. He assesses the option. Short to Akers. Akers just inside the outer edge of the centre square. Nowhere immediately on. He looks to kick long towards left half forward. Tracy was there, went over the top of him, and Graham sees it ricochet away from his legs and over then for a boundary throw in. Left half forward for Fremantle. Not a great deal to get excited about in this term so far. It's gone 13 minutes. Fremantle are 3-2-20. Gold Coast 1-7-13 on Grandstand AFL.
Umpire spins it back in. Burgess in the ruck. Palms it straight down to Miller. Has to fight off a tackle to Anderson. Then Ellis kicks the Suns forward of the wing. Duman puts his fist through it. Coming through Conker. He loses it. Greenwood steals it. Suns back the other way. Kick from Flanders towards full forward. Sexton chasing it. Collier beats him, bumps him off the footy, picks it up for the Dockers. The fans love it. He gives it off to Brayshaw, who kicks to the wing. Lukosius drops the mark. Recovers with the handball to Bowes.
Bowes back by hand. Again to Graham. Onto Lukosius. Tackled, wrapped up by Tracy, holding the ball. Big Josh Tracy from Kahuna in Victoria. There's the ball in his hand for the purple and a kick towards right half forward. He wants lob and lob from behind. Outmarks Ballard. Whoa. At right half forward. Sends it back inside the centre square. He finds Aish. Aish kicks into the left forward pocket. He wanted Henry against Markov. Markov brings it to ground for the Suns. Got it out to Ellis. Now a chance for Lemons. He'll pop it over the top, but he wants Holman, and he marks for the Suns at right half back. Still the Dockers by 7, 14 gone in the second turn.
So Holman will kick on the left towards the southern wing underneath it. Duman, two hands to it, doesn't complete it. Pushing the back, and the free kick will go to the Suns. So Flanders to get the kick. Umpire said it's yours, and he said okely dokely as he goes short to Swallow. Comes inboard. Able to find a teammate there in Lemons, who kicks inside 50. Looking for Rankin or Sexton, but it's Pearce who bobs up, and he's able to mark.
Very good from you, Ben. Any Simpson quote as a winner. Pearce on a bit of a run. Beyond defensive 50 towards right half back. 2-on-2 battle. Oh, Tracy! Third in the line of betting. Still able to get it down in front of Smith. He's got it for the Dockers at right half back. Kicks down the line. Poor kick. Turns it over. Holman happy to mark. For the Suns, the inboard pass to Swallow. Right back inside his defensive 50. Markov marks. Goes on a bit of a run. Closed down by Mundy. Decides to take him on. Has the hand pass. Short to Lemons. To the outer side. Powell's up. Outmarks against Aish. Pauses for a moment. Ellis ran by. That hand pass option was ignored. Will stab it further down the line. Over the top it comes once more. In the hands of Ellis, who got it from Swallow. Short to Greenwood. He's 55 out from goal, and he'll just pop it into the right forward pocket. And now an opportunity to go back and have a shot to Rosas, who must convert.
Has to convert.
Great ball movement there by Gold Coast. So they've been in control of this quarter, but they've just been wasting 4 or 5 shots from 30 metres out. This is just for Stewie Jew's sanity. He'll have to kick this.
They're 1-7-13. They've had chances. Malcolm Rosas has plenty of skill. Looking for his first goal in AFL footy, not to be. He misses to the right. Another minor score. 1-8-14 the Suns. 3-2-20 the Dockers. 16 gone in the second term. And Tim from Wodonga says the Suns are squandering their opportunities. They'll kick themselves out of the game at this rate. Fair comment, Tim.
I don't think we'll keep this half for prosperity. I think we can throw out the tape as Ryan goes short to Duman, who goes short to Collier. Inside the defensive 50. It's called to play on. Has to use his pace. Does so, then floats a kick to the wing. Getting a hand on it, Rao. Shearer picks it up off the deck. Hand pass intercepted by Rao. Gets it to Miller. The Suns with it on the logo. Here's Weller. Waxing with Ellis and then kicking across the defensive edge of the square. And the mark taken by Markov. Comes back short to Weller again. Sends it out to the southern wing. Ellis marks. Handball away to Powell, who kicks forward of the wing. Swallow over to Mark. Is this an avenue to goal for the Suns? He goes into the pocket, coming across. King's able to mark just ahead of Ryan and just in the field of play. About 30 metres out, right on the boundary line. An incredibly tough kick. Not totally dissimilar to the one he had at the end of the first term, but on the other side, if that makes sense. And this one is missing the lot. Out of bounds on the full.
Three shots been from the boundary this quarter. You just think if they're going to keep having shots, maybe start centering it and upping the chances of converting.
So 1-8 and one out of bounds on the full for the Gold Coast Suns. They trail by a goal.
Duman long towards left half back. Smith crashes into it, spills it down to Powell. For the Suns, he centres the football this time, but Pearce takes the intercepting mark. Between full-back and centre-half back for the Dockers. Chip short to Duman. In the right-back pocket, hand passes into the sunshine where Ryan waits, receives it, then kicks quickly down the centre wing. Good mark again from Lobb. Been strong on a couple of occasions against Ballard. Moves on to Akers. He's going to get run down. Great tackle. Sexton got him. Turns it over. The Suns quickly now through Miller. Miller's kick is poor. Sliding out, Duman got it again for the Dockers. To Ryan, and then to Aish. Now to Schultz. Hand pass forward. Oh, big tackle on Akers. Wrapped up by Markov. The ball spills free. Chance for Weller. He turns it over again. Looking for Rankin. The Dockers have it at right half back. They'll move it across to Tucker. He'll find a teammate in Brayshaw, who marks and then will head down the southern side of the ground.
Trying to find Walters, he turns it over. Powell bobs up and marks. He kicks to Swallow. Handball over the top to Ellis, who goes for a run. Looks inside 50. Getting in the way momentarily is Pearce. Comes down to Rankin. Snaps back to the goal square. Bouncing ball. Conker a little fumble. Tucker gets back, helps out. Handball misses Conker. And it goes out of bounds on the full. Or out of bounds off hands. Sorry, off the handball. We'll get a throw in. Let me tell you, if you're not watching it and you're just listening to us...
My God.
It's not
as bad as it sounds.
Umpire spins it back in. Darcy slaps it down. Swallow coming through. Rankin stands up in a tackle. And we'll get a secondary ball up. Like I said just moments ago, throw out the tape. Burn it. Do whatever you want. Get rid of it.
Saturday afternoon footy, eh?
It's not too dissimilar to what you see happening at half-time at the Oval usually.
Oh, there's another example. As Sarong got the ball from Chera and then he put the hand pass behind Brayshaw and it's over the boundary line for a throw-in.
I did see some AFL 9s going on down the Northern Oval. They were 50-year-old men doing better.
It's not been great as Rao gets involved, gathers it, got it to Swallow. Still inside his forward 50, tackled by Akers. It's going to be a ball up.
And it's been just a purely an execution element. You know, there's still a good contest. They're still going at each other hard. It's just execution is nowhere.
Darcy got it down. It's a clean possession. Gave it to Aish for the Dockers. Kick down the outer side. Tracy involved. Now short to Sarong. Moves the ball to Chera. That's a bit of skill. Then Chera kicks inside forward 50. It's set there for Lobb to run onto. Can't get there first though. Then over the top of the football, battling it and battling. That's got to be deliberate as it's sent over the boundary line by Sexton. It is. Free kick at right half forward. Sexton had the pace, elected not to pick it up. As soon as he socketed it away, he was always in strife.
Do you know, I think that may have bounced up into his shin. I don't know if he was trying to kick it that hard.
Schultz into the right forward pocket, then punched over the line. That's the boundary line by Smith for a throw-in. 35 out from the goals as far as Fremantle is concerned. Having a look to see if we can see a replay of that moment. It saw the deliberate call. Nothing on the screens. It's about to be put back into play by the umpires.
So Darcy and Smith. Darcy down towards Walters, then Roves himself. Out to Sarong, kick smothered, ricochets towards the top of the goal square. Ballard's there, handball to Ellis. Handball to Swallow, clears the danger for the Suns. Aish comes up and marks for the Dockers. It's on his left, a little bit of a lazy kick on the bounce. Mundy, he's clattered into by Bose, who takes him down. And the umpire will ball it up, attacking point of the square here for the Dockers.
It was again another one-step kick by Aish. He's got to have some momentum when you kick the ball.
Darcy slaps it down, but it comes out to Swallow. Ellis runs a little zigzag and then chips on the left to Miller. So 1-8-14, the Suns trailing the Dockers 3-2-20. Miller kicks to the wing. Coming up, Walker puts a fist through it, knocks it down in the direction of Ryan. He's tackled out and will get a throw in. So in this term, the Suns have kicked 5 behinds. The Dockers have kicked 1 goal, 1.
Chucking it out of bounds on the full as well.
Yeah,
Suns.
exactly.
Thrown back into play. Darcy won it down for Fremantle. Out after it, Chera breaks the tackle of Anderson. Shows a clean pair of heels too. Kicks the lob. Who marks in the right forward pocket. That was a better bit of play. Lob almost stepped off his line. He will go back. He can make the distance if he kicks truly. Putting boots of ball from about 53 out when he strikes it. Starting from right half forward. Rory Lobb sends it on its way. We're right behind the kick. Doesn't quite have the carry. And Smith punches it through for a minor score. 3-3-21 now Fremantle. So they've had 6 scoring shots. The Suns have had 9. They're 1-8-14, and that doesn't include the out of bounds on the full.
So Bose to bring it back in. Kicks beyond defensive 50 and Powell goes up and drags in the mark for the Suns. Scarborough product here in Perth. Kicks around the southern wing in the King direction, having a good wrestle with Pearce. Both go to ground. Ball goes over them and tumbles out. We'll get a throw in.
Young Will Powell, he's had 18 touches today. He's been pretty good for Gold Coast Suns, in and under.
No place like home as the umpire brings it back in. Darcy left hand tap down. Mundy gets a handball away. Handball from Sarong. Too hot for Mundy. It'll come back. Free kick going the way of Sean Darcy. Thought he'd injured his hamstring last week. Scans came back all clear and he's back out there. Must have been a severe cramp. As he kicks infield and Darcy Tucker is able to mark. That ever happened to either of you two? Think you'd done a hammy and turned out okay?
No, not me.
Only when we lose.
Doc has moved to Mundy.
I didn't run far enough.
To Bewley. On the southern wing. Kicks Fremantle towards left half forward. Pack up off the hands of Lemons and over for what will be a free kick here. It's ricocheted obviously off someone and came to Henry, so a bit of fortune for Fremantle. It's too far out to score himself, probably 60 from goal where he stands right now. Stabs it into the left forward pocket, sliding out. Well done, Law. Had to come at the footy with genuine pace, diving forward, completes the mark.
Almost undefendable, that kind of kick when it's low and hard and a forward can slide out and take the mark at a low position. It is really, really hard for a defender.
He looked to snap around the body. Lob kicks at goal. He's missed. Missing near side. Another minor score. 3-4-22 to Gold Coast 1-8-14. 26 gone in the second. Apologies if you're listening and you're thinking we're talking the game down. We're just been trying to be truthful and accurate. It's not been much of a spectacle. Hope you're enjoying. We're having a good time though here in the grandstand box.
There has been some good tackle pressure. I feel like we've had a lot of holding the balls called, which is, always a good sign that there's pressure on the ball carrier, but just the skill efficiency.
That last mark by lob was fantastic, wasn't it? Well, he's 207 centimetres tall, isn't he? So
getting it a foot off the ground and making it, it's a pretty good effort.
Bose chips around the corner to Markov. The Suns still in their D50. He kicks towards the wing. Burgess comes up and marks. Gives off a handball to Anderson, cruising by. Kicks the Suns inside 50. And the siren beats them. So an interesting first half. Not one to savour, not one to keep for prosperity.
Do you remember Name a Game? Do you remember the Name a Game videos? It's been a long time since they were about. Not sure if Name a Game was still around these days. There'd be too many people buying a copy of this one.
3-4-22 plays 1-8-14. 1 goal, 2 for the Dockers in that second term. The Suns kicking 5 behinds to trail by 8 points at the main break.
They used to always advertise on the back of, I think it was Inside Footy, the old magazine. Am I just showing my age here?
You know, I actually
You're all looking at me
no,
blankly.
I used to, when I was 18, 19, I used to watch it. I used to read it, I should say.
Yeah.
Read it, yeah.
Grew up reading that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sharon's like, what are you talking about?
Inside Footy, yeah, I remember it.
Yeah. Sadly lost to us these days as more magazines go to the great newsstand in the sky. As Ben said, 3-4-22 to the Gold Coast Suns, 1-8-14. The goal kickers for Fremantle, Mundy with 1, Schultz with 1, Collier with 1. And for the Gold Coast, their 1 goal off the boot of Chris Burgess. A couple of texts to run through before we hear from our experts. Leanne does bring us back to reality. Quite right, Leanne. Leanne from Cairns. This might be a boring Suns game, but it's raining steadily here. At least it's bright sunshine here in the west. Leanne, St Kilda, Adelaide, could be just as bad. Enjoying the call regardless. Hopefully we're keeping you entertained. Grant asks an interesting question from a wet Hobart. So it's wet in Hobart too. Hope you're staying dry. And again, thoughts to our listeners throughout Victoria, particularly in the Gippsland region, who have so much to deal with the floods that they're facing at the moment. The guys, who will Cripps be playing for next year? The Dockers or West Coast? I might just keep that in the back pocket for a little bit later on. Give the guys a chance to think about that. Thank you, Grant. What have you made of this? As I said, there have been some individual moments that have been terrific. Overall, it hasn't been much of a spectacle, but I'd reckon Fremantle couldn't care less. They're in front.
Yeah.
They haven't conceded an early lead, which they have been guilty of doing. And right now, they'd be feeling, well, if not happy, at least a little bit more comfortable than they would have been going into this game. How have you assessed things? Sharad, Michael?
They've still had 9 scoring shots against and an out of bounds on the full that probably could have been. I don't know. I think that they go in there wanting more from them, wanting, I suppose, to capitalise more so than they have done so far. It's been just a little bit of a sloppy performance so far. And when you're the coach and you're the coaching team, you want exactly what you want each week. You don't really care that they've managed to be in front at half time. I don't think that's the way that JL wants them playing.
Would they be happy? I'm looking for positives here. At least they've been able to push a majority of Gold Coast chances out wide. So they've been taking marks, as you mentioned, they've been taking them hard up against the boundary in this quarter particularly, which meant that shots have been a lot tougher than otherwise they may have been.
Only on King's had a couple down to the right of us and to the left of us on the boundary line, but there's been a couple of Gold Coast Suns that have had shots from 30 metres out on a slight angle, gettable. I reckon there's 4 or 5 shots. They're very gettable. I wouldn't be happy if I was Stuart Dew with 1 goal. That should be at least 4. But you never know. Fremantle have missed a couple of easy shots as well. So I think that Gold Coast looked better. They couldn't get it out of their defensive 50 in the first quarter, and this because there was no midfielders running into space in the wings. This quarter, they got on their bike, they started to work harder, and their work rate was much better. Then midfielders started to come up, they started to overlap. So once you kick the ball to the wing, that kicker has been run on to get the handball received. In the first quarter, Gold Coast Suns were kicking the ball straight to a Fremantle player, setting up the wall outside their forward 50. So that's improved. So it's a bit of a tick. Happy with that. And
they seem to be using a little bit more width of the ground as well.
Yep.
So trying to open it up, which is, just try and catch your opposition defenders offside. And then if they can use that, like you said, if they've got runners going out to that open side, it does open it up and hopefully can improve the channel inside 50.
And you've got your two key forwards that are presenting for both sides. They've been presenting and having shots on goal, which is a positive for both teams. I think that the Gold Coast Suns will be a bit disappointed. They just need scoreboard pressure. If you've got all the play, you need to hit the scoreboard, and that's put pressure on Fremantle. And once, who knows with Fremantle's record, once they get behind, have they got enough ticket to be able to keep going and really slog it out and fight it out? But they've just let them off the hook. I think the Gold Coast Suns have let Fremantle off the hook because there's nothing worse than scoreboard pressure.
Exactly right. Scoreboard pressure is the most important thing, and I think Freo will be going filth.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got away with one there.
So effectively, no one's happy.
No. Well, Fremantle have to be happy because they're winning. So that's
which is what I said at the start.
Yes.
So Fremantle's not happy because they've conceded 9 scoring shots, 10 scoring shots.
Yep.
And Gold Coast aren't happy because they've kicked 1 goal, 8 from their 10 scoring shots.
Yep.
So everyone goes in and gets a whack from the coach at half time.
I wouldn't be surprised, Jeff.
Yeah. So in answer to the short, yes, the Fremantle are happy they're winning.
and that's it.
That would have been the shortest answer.
That's all we take from the opening half of football. We don't get many Saturday afternoon games in Perth. They're very weird, and maybe that's why we're getting the sort of game that we're seeing. The Dockers lead 3-4-22 to the Gold Coast 1-8-14. We'd love to hear from you, 0437 774 774. That's the number to give us a text on. Let us know what you think. I didn't mind this coming through from Mark in Adelaide. How many patrons are you expecting today? Well, 27,000 is around about what Fremantle have been able to get this year. Normally the opposition teams might bring a few more. Gold Coast, there's a smattering of red shirts at the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium behind the goals. Probably, well, with no disrespect, probably maybe 40 Suns fans are in here, maybe a few less. But yeah, generally around about the 27 mark is what I would have expected. And being a Saturday afternoon, it does give the opportunity for people to come up from the country, which Saturday nights are okay for, but we know Sundays are a genuine challenge for people who do live in the bush. The distances you have to travel in WA, a fair bit more than some other parts of the nation. So, I think thinking about 27.
I don't think we'll get that many.
No, I don't think we will.
We'll get just over 20.
Yeah, I was thinking 22, 23, which is be a little bit down on what Fremantle, I think, would have been hoping for. But we will wait and see when the official figures are posted sometime in the final term. Coming up later today, St Kilda up against Adelaide. Corbin Middlemass, Al Nicholson, Brett DeLidio and Brendan Goddard will bring you all of that action from the games up in Cairns. A quick update on some of the other scores. Full time in the National Rugby League, the Roosters beat the Titans by a point. They won in the last 90 seconds with a field goal. The Roosters 35-34. That game up on the Gold Coast. We will keep you up to date. Tipping off in about 6 minutes' time. If you're listening around WA, a fair bit of interest in how the Wildcats were going. They're must win. Goodness me. Must win. Come on, Clint. Semi-final against the Illawarra Hawks. We'll keep you up to date with that one. And also for the Rabbitohs and the Knights that starts very soon as well. But at half-time, the Dockers 3-4-22 to Gold Coast 1-8-14. Let's pause now on Grandstand AFL and take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Supporters of a Tamil family being detained on Christmas Island have welcomed calls from within the federal government to allow them to stay in Australia. Liberal MP Trent Zimmerman says he's encouraged the Immigration Minister to use his powers to allow the family to return to the Queensland town of Billawheeler. Friend of the family, Angela Fredericks, says it's a positive sign, but there's still no certainty.
It is instilling hope within us. However, and until this family's feet are back on the soil here in Billawheeler, we're not going to relax.
Victoria's emergency services say they're making the most of milder conditions as communities in the state's east continue to battle floodwaters. Sandbags remained heaped around homes at Traralgon as the flood threat eases for low-lying parts of the town. Homes near the swollen Traralgon Creek have been shored up with sandbags ahead of an expected rise in floodwaters. Streets neighbouring the river were evacuated last night for a second time as another major flood warning was issued for the area. SES State Agency Commander David Baker says the immediate danger has dissipated for today.
Well, the good news is that the weather has moderated today, so a lot of those critical emergency level footings that we ask the community to be on can be dialed down a little bit as we now take stock of the situation.
Unions are warning that the Yallourn power station in Victoria's east, which has been evacuated due to flooding concerns, only has enough coal to supply electricity for about 3 days. Workers and equipment were moved out yesterday when water started coming in from the Morwell River diversion. Energy Australia says the power station produces 22% of Victoria's power supply, but the Australian Energy Market Operator says there's sufficient power supply and reserves to meet demands. The Gippsland Trades and Labour Council Secretary Steve Dodd says he doesn't want to see a repeat of the flooding at the Yallourn open cut mine.
You know, and that really was a lot of expense, you know, to pump the water back out and reinstate the river diversion. That was a major event.
Victoria's recorded one new locally acquired coronavirus case in the latest reporting period. The health department says it's investigating the source of the infection. It's the 7th case in Victoria whose acquisition source remains unknown. The number of Americans to die from COVID-19 is poised to pass 600,000. Latest figures from Johns Hopkins University shows US deaths during the pandemic have passed 599,000. Globally, there have been nearly 3.8 million deaths from 175 million infections. The US remains the world's hardest hit country, followed by India and Brazil. China says it's told the US to stop interfering in its internal affairs and is accusing Washington of politicizing the search for the origin of the COVID-19 pandemic. A senior Chinese foreign policy advisor has had a phone conversation with US Secretary of State Antony Blinken. The call covered divisive issues such as the curtailing of freedoms in Hong Kong and the situation of the Uyghurs in northwestern China. The official told Mr. Blinken that China is gravely concerned about what he called absurd stories. The virus escaped from a lab in the city of Wuhan. Queen Elizabeth has greeted G7 leaders meeting in Britain on the first day of the summit focused on the coronavirus pandemic. She held a reception at the Eden Project Biosphere, underlining one of the main themes of the summit, climate change. Britain's Prime Minister Boris Johnson told the leaders they have to learn the lesson of the COVID-19 outbreak.
Thank you all very much for coming. It is genuinely wonderful to see everybody in person. We're building back better together and building back greener and building back fairer and building back more equal.
The Organisation of American States says it's found no evidence of serious irregularities in Peru's tight presidential election. Leftist candidate Pedro Castillo maintains a lead of more than 60,000 votes over conservative Keiko Fujimori, who's claiming without evidence there's been electoral fraud. Officials have finished counting, but an announcement may take a few more days. And a US diver has had a fortunate escape after being swallowed by a humpback whale. Lobsterman Michael Packard says he ended up in the marine giant's mouth for just over 30 seconds off the coast of Massachusetts. The whale spat him out, and Mr. Pickard was left with nothing more than a suspected dislocated knee. ABC News.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Step into someone else's shoes in conversations with Richard Feidler and Sarah Konoski.
She hadn't seen me since I was 10. I was about 16 now. And she looked at me and she said, "That's my baby brother, Archie."
Or learn how to make your money work for you as comedian Nazim Hussain looks at spending less and spending better in the Pineapple Project.
I learned the hard way to budget, but I'm still paying for my 20s in a way.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Be part of the Grandstand Sport team on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Search ABC Sport and see a world of great sport content for you to explore.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Greenwood comes away with it, kicks towards full forward. No mark taken. There's a whistle on the play, and the free kick will go to Burgess. As good as directly in front, a slight angle to the right-hand side, a push in the back, and he'll be able to kick for goal from 30 metres out. For the first goal of the day, he wastes no time, comes in and puts it through. Gold Coast strike first.
Darcy against Burgess now. Burgess went straight into Darcy. Surely that's a free kick. It is. Spotted by the umpire. Sarong takes the advantage, kicks towards full forward. Lob racing by Mundy. Juggled it twice. Gathers, snaps around the body. David Mundy kicks Frio's first. They went straight up the corridor and scores a level. It sits there for Tracy. Hands it back again. Kick around the body came from Weston. And then marking is Schultz in line with the left hand behind post. He'll need to go back and kick truly for Fremantle, who have to turn this field position and possession into points from 40 metres out. He puts it through. Fremantle had their second. Thrown aloft, Smith. He won it down, but he went over the arm of Darcy. Free kick to Fremantle. It came to Collier. And Collier, from hard up against the boundary in the right forward pocket, has played on and kicked the goal. Travis Collier kicks Fremantle's third.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
The highlights of the opening half of football that saw 4 goals kicked. Fremantle 3-4-22 to Gold Coast 1-8-14. Just had a lovely photograph come through on the text line 0437 774 774. Al says, enjoying your comments, having a glass or two of red in front of the fire here at Trentham, where things are nearly back to normal. Good on you, Al. That's not our Al, by the way. Al Nicholson will be, though I'm sure he wouldn't mind having a glass of red at the moment. He'll be calling alongside Corbin Middlemass, St Kilda versus Adelaide. That game coming up on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital, alongside our experts Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard tonight. Linda from Bendigo means that Brawny and myself are not alone in remembering inside football, mentioning Andy Marr, of course, broadcaster, cut his journalism teeth on inside footy in the late 80s. And Frank and Elise are in a caravan park, and I'm not sure how to say the name of this weir. It's on the Murrumbidgee River near Leeton. I'm going to go with Go Geldry Weir on the Murrumbidgee River near Leeton. Let me know if I've got that wrong, Frank and Elise. Best wishes to fellow Victorians doing it tough with floods, trees down and no power. Loving the call. Thank you. Thank you, Frank and Elise, for texting in. Fremantle versus the Gold Coast. It's the Dockers who lead on the scoreboard. What do the other stats have to say? Ben Cameron.
Fremantle have had more of the ball, 193 disposals to 177. The marks, Fremantle more kick marks, 70 to 49. Inside 50s, Gold Coast 25 to 23. Contested possessions, Fremantle +4. And then the clearances, Gold Coast 15 to 12. Leading ball winners, Will Power with 18. Tuke Miller with 18. Luke Ryan for the Dockers with 18. So those are the main numbers up to half-time. Also, the Gold Coast Suns 1-8 is a telling stat. The Dockers 3-4 here at the main break. The Dockers leading by 8 points.
I gave you a chance to think about it. Grant's question. Where does Patrick Cripps end up next year?
At Carlton.
Me too. I'm with you.
100%. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. I think he will remain, no matter what comes out of the football department review, he will remain with the Carlton Blues. As much as it would be good to see him every second week or so here in the West. Fremantle Dockers in a tight huddle to the city end of the ground. They break now. The Suns. Saw them last night, the Swans. The Suns also in a tight huddle at the Farmer Freeway end. They break now too. Hopefully the second half can be a little bit better than the first. If the Suns can convert their opportunities, goodness me, they could have had this game by the scruff of the neck already. But Fremantle find themselves with the advantage at the break. They're up by 8 points. Powell and Ryan leading the way with disposals. Miller too with 18, who would have been frustrated on a number of occasions. Good delivery inside forward 50. didn't result in opportunities to shoot on goal. If you've just joined us, there was a late change for the Gold Coast Suns. Sam Collins, so key to their defence, a late out with an ankle injury. It saw Caleb Graham come into the side. Neither medical sub required so far. Josh Corbett for the Gold Coast Suns, and for Fremantle, Connor Blakely, their medical sub as well. Sounds of Tame Impala's Kevin Parker now greets the players before they get the second half underway. Ball in the hands of the umpire. It's going to be Darcy doing the ruck work again for Fremantle. He looks across, finds Smith, the former Geelong Cat, now in his second stint with the Suns. Second half about to get underway. Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport. Here's Ben Cameron.
So Darcy and Smith. Umpire lays it down. Perfect bounce. Darcy hooks it down. Sarong tries to pick it up. Bumped off it. Mundy does pick it off. Handball to Aish. Will pick it up. Handball to Aish. Handball to Brayshaw. Handball back to Conker, who kicks towards the wing. Doing a good job taking a nice mark. Lemons. So Lemons backward of halfway on this northern wing. Kicks forward of the wing for the Suns. Floats it to Miller. Handball away to Ellis running by. Stops, goes back on his right. Kicks inside 50. Bouncing ball. Ryan content to see it out. We'll get a throw in. 40 around from the Suns goal. They trail by 8 points. So the umpire to spin it back in. Darcy and Smith. Darcy takes it out of the ruck. Throws it on that big left foot. Kicks into the middle of the ground and sliding in. Lob can mark for the Dockers.
Lob flares the ball out to the southern wing. Waiting there, Collier. Marks just forward to the logo. He'll play on quickly. Wants Henry and he marks. Right up against the boundary, 55 from goal. Liam Henry. Left shoulder heavily strapped. He likes to go backwards with his kick. Able to find Tucker. Tucker. Inboard pass to the outer edge of the centre square to Conker. Back in the team this week in game 150 for him. Now to Ryan. Ryan chips it forward. Aish at centre half forward. He'll pop it up towards full forward for Fremantle. Lob in front. Couldn't mark. Spills down Henry. Great tackle. Wrapped up the player trying to work his way out in Lemons. Clearing kick from the Suns towards right half back. Ryan elects to keep it in when it was about to go over the line. Goes towards Aish, moves it forward again to Brayshaw. He's 55 out from goal at left half forward for Freo.
Too far out to score, goes short. Akers marks on the arc. 5 metres in from the boundary line and a 45-degree angle. You would think it's beyond him. Arcs out to the right. He'll just set it up into the pocket. Nobody's really there for Freo. On the bounce, keeping it in is Ballard. Unintentionally picking it up. Lob in the left forward pocket. Spins in the tackle. No prior opportunity. The umpire will ball it up. Left forward pocket here for the Dockers.
Thrown up. Punched away by Fremantle. Straight to Graham. Tackled by Mundy. Wrapped up. Umpire says holding the ball. David Mundy with a chance to kick his second. He'll put boots of ball from 35 out just to the left of centre.
Just had the arms free.
Yep.
Underneath. Sorry, Mundy's tackle underneath the arms. So if they're free like that, you just got to try and get a fist to it.
I'd also argue he's had the prior by raising the arms, so then wasn't able to dispose of it correctly. So he tried to get his hands free, got pinged. David Mundy. This would be a great start to the quarter for Fremantle, and David Mundy does deliver. Mundy with a second. Fremantle with their fourth. 4-4-28. It comes at the 4-minute mark of the third term. Gold Coast remains stuck. They're 1-8-14. If you wanted the ball to be in anyone's hands with an opportunity to kick a goal out there today, it would be David Mundy.
Yeah, he doesn't miss many. Elite skills from David Mundy, which is all we've really come to see from him over the last 16 years.
Just keeps getting it done, David Mundy. I'm sure the hold-up over his new deal is whether it's 4 or 5 years. He'll join us tomorrow here in the box. I don't think he quite flushed that kick, but found the major opening.
Umpire had to move a touch.
Back in the middle now, Mundy. As Darcy loses the tap. Smith able to knock it down towards Flanders, who kicks towards half forward. And a free kick paid here for Conker. So the Dockers to get it back through Conker, who kicks into the middle of the ground. Finds Sarong. Handball to Aish. Handball to Brayshaw in trouble. Holman closing in on him. Back to Tucker. Handball to Aish. The Dockers to half forward. Sarong to Brayshaw. Darcy again on his left leg. Has to jam it on the boot. Kicks towards full forward. Schultz with the leap. Ballard stays down for the Suns. Powell knocks it on. Elects not to take possession. And the umpire says just throw it in. Right forward pocket for the Dockers. They're 4-4-28. The Suns 1-8-14, a 14-point advantage.
Not sure who it is, but someone sent us a lovely photo from Darwin enjoying a beer and the commentary. Bit envious of that. A lovely spot near the pool. Thrown in. One down by Darcy. It comes out to Walters for Fremantle. Goes back by hand to right half forward. Tucker's going to be run down. Took too long. Wrapped up by Swallow. The tackling has been a highlight today. Players, if you take a second too long, there has been, well, just a genuine effort from everyone to wrap up the ball carrier. So David Swallow kicks to the outer side of the ground. Spoil came from Ryan. Won it down to Bewley for the Dockers. Hand pass for Collier. It's really hot. He was able to knock it down though, Collier. Gave it back towards Bewley. Now again to Ryan. Shrugged one tackle. Hand pass to Collier. They're working on a postage stamp, Freo. And then Bewley eventually gets a kick away into the right forward pocket. Good mark. Up was Graham. The late in for the Suns. Marks defensively at left full back. He comes to Lukosius. Will kick the on defensive 50. It bounces its way towards Ellis. Pushed off the football. Strong work from Akers. Now to Lob for Fremantle.
Lob just puts his handball over the top to Aish, who goes inside 50. Can't find Tracy. Ball jars free. Going after it, Brayshaw. Now Walters puts his head down. Tackled by Lukosius. The umpire doesn't pay the high free kick. And we'll get a ball up right on the arc of 50. Lukosius argues with the umpire and we'll get a ball up. 50 out from the Dockers' goal. Smith knocks it down. Miller gets a handball to Greenwood. Greenwood a high ball towards the wing. Pearce brings it to ground. Bursts onto the loose footy. Gets it on his left. Kicks towards half forward. Lob forced to Spoil. Caught behind. Brayshaw in front. Getting involved Flanders for the Suns. 1-2 there with Smith. Now Flanders is wrapped up. Sarong wraps him up. Umpire says play on, then holding the ball. Ball it up. 55 out from the Dockers' goal. They lead by 14. 7.5 minutes into the third.
Lob versus Smith. Smith won it down straight to Rowell. On his knees. Got a hand pass out. Stolen though by Akers. Went left, then right. Kicked inside forward 50. Powell diving out. Got a touch on the footy. Taken by Collier. Weaves his way through. Kicks it goal. Misses. Hits the right-hand goal post. It opened up for him for a moment. Not to be. Minor score. 4-5-29 Freo. Gold Coast 1-8-14. 8 gone in the third.
So Powell with the kick in. Runs to the pocket. Kicks as long as he can. And Smith underneath it. Stands tall and takes the mark. Kicks infield. Ellis. A bit of air on his kick back to Lemons, who was able to stand underneath it. Lemons wants to switch to the southern wing. Markov takes it and goes. Kicks towards half forward. Holman coming out. Holman drops the mark. Allows in Duman. Duman fights on. Emerging with it though, the Suns Anderson. He's caught holding the ball. Bewley able to ping him. And Bewley gets it back for the Dockers at right half back. They lead by 15.
Gives it to Brayshaw. From centre half back, switches it out to left half back to Tucker. Not a great kick, but it's gathered well by Lob on the bounce. Clawed it into his chest. Kicks to left half forward. Mark being paid over the line by Powell. He's been given a free kick anyway by the umpires against Schultz. Oh, he's got up a little bit worse for wear too, Will Powell.
Landed on the AstroTurf, so quite firm that.
Kick's okay though, as he puts it back towards centre wing, northern side of the ground. Umpire spots a holding decision. It'll come back here to be given to Burgess, who elects to play on by hand. Fires it to Lukosius. Kicks deep inside forward 50 for the Suns, Lukosius. No one can mark. It's off hands. Tap forward by Rankin. He's out after it. Gathers it left full forward and kicks the goal. At long last for the Suns. One of their most skillful. He doesn't miss. A little bit of luck, but nevertheless in the right spot, Isaac Rankin. And brings the Suns back to within 9 points. They're 2-8-20 Gold Coast. The Dockers 4-5-29. 10 gone in the third. Grandstand AFL and ABC Sport. Our experts today, Premiership players Michael Braun and Sharad Wellingham.
Good forward craft there. Just found his way to the front of the contest. Not sure if it was him who intercepted the contact with the off the spoil, but just being at the front of the contest there, you're putting yourself in a great spot on the move. And yeah, extremely skillful on the left.
So you have the running Lukosius off half-back, King and Rankin, three rising stars of the Suns.
I liked the mentality to keep the ball moving as well. Just get it in there, get it into the hands of the runners.
In the middle, Greenwood in the ruck. He wins the tap as well, but Mundy extracts it. Kicks the Dockers to half forward. Bouncing ball, getting their first lemons for the Suns. He'll retreat, kick into the back pocket. And Ballard will slide in and mark. Kicks infield. Kick has to be good and is. Able to find Swallow at the top of his defensive goal square. Shaved off a goatee. Isaac Rankin. The goatee was the best in the game since Jason Ackermanis. Just the moustache at the moment. The kick from Swallow towards halfback. Weller wins it for the Suns. And now through Markov. Shows his dash. A couple of bounces. Looks inside 50 towards King. In good position. Pearce does enough. Brings it down to ground level. Then mops up. Handball to Duman. Under pressure Walker. Might have been held. Umpire says play on. Roses gathers. Kicks on goal and misses. Another let off. 2-9-21 plays 4-5-29. The Dockers leading by 8 points. 11.5 into this third term on Grandstand AFL.
The goatee. Is that the step above the goatee?
I reckon.
The kick from the Dockers from Conker. Towards Lob. Good mark. He's got it at left half back. Pauses. Nothing presents. The kick to a contest on centre wing. Darcy shoved Greenwood out of it. Couldn't mark. Spills down. Rowling there. Again working hard for the Suns. Hand pass back to Greenwood. Tackled immediately by Croden. Ball up here on centre wing. Bill on the text line. The Suns, well, tough possibly, Bill, but they are sloppy at giving away frees. Working their way back into the game, though. Comes to Brayshaw. The restart. Down to Schultz. Now to Mundy. Racing by Tucker. Kicks inside forward 50. Leading out Tracy. Marks right in front of goal. And he'll go back and put boot to ball just inside the 50.
I think that was all Brayshaw from that contest on the wing here. I've liked Tracy's game today. He's presented well. He's been hard at the ball, taking a few good marks. He deserves a goal to finish off his effort.
It hasn't really been a kick to a contest game. They've tried to really avoid doing that, both sides. So, yeah, he has hit the contest pretty well.
Comes in Tracy, shoots at goal, and he puts it through, and the Dockers respond. The big fella who made his debut earlier this year puts Fremantle back to what is a 14-point lead. 5-5-35 for the Gold Coast Suns, who are 2-9-21. We've gone 14 minutes in the third term on Grandstand AFL.
Nice inside 50. Darcy Tucker's come off for a rest, but nice defensive run. Comes in, and it's on his opposite foot too, which is a very nice finish.
Leads at the ball, full-chested. Josh Tracy, doesn't he?
He's a solid boy.
Lump of a lad. 14 points. The advantage again. Lob opposed to Smith. Smith wins the tap decisively. Rowell will snap it. Bounces it towards half forward for Gold Coast. The Dockers are there through Bewley. He's tackled by Miller, holding the ball. So now Miller sets it up towards Greenwood. Over the back it goes. It's tumbled through. Fortuitous. But the Suns get a major. Miller kicks the goal. And it's back to 8 points. 5-5-35 plays 3-9-27. Quarter hour mark of the third term.
I reckon that Miller's probably been best on ground at the moment. He's tried hard, he's tackled hard. That was just purely, he won the free kick right from a holding the ball decision, and he's just played on, get it in quickly, get it in deep.
Try to catch him out on a one-on-one.
And they did. No, he's been real solid for the Suns, and he's been close to best on ground at the moment.
Well, they're 3-9 with an out of bounds on the full and a goal unintentionally.
Yes. It's been fireworks.
Goal.
It's been fireworks.
Not sure what the Freo fans were unhappy about. It certainly didn't touch the fingertips of Greenwood on the way through. Luck's a fortune. Smith wins it down in the middle, though it's going to go Gold Coast way. Rao with the free kick. Suns into the left forward pocket. Too much on that kick. It comes to Ryan. And he marks for Fremantle defensively. Swallow putting it inside forward 50 for the Suns. So Ryan not sure what to do, so comes back inboard to Akers. Marking between fullback and centre half back. Needs to get rid of it. Does so. On to Walker. Shows real pace. Takes a bounce. Oh, he is quick. Hands it off to Conker. Now to Brayshaw. Still at centre half back for Fremantle. The kick's out in the direction of Collier. Came over his left shoulder. Snuck out the hands. Couldn't drag it in though. It's over for a throw-in. Those who know their facial hair are saying here, goatee is actually correct there. I just like the way it sounded.
My favourite was when Ricky Ponting was rolling with it.
That's right, yes.
Back in the good old days, as from the boundary throw in. Ripping Smith off the ball is Akers, and he'll get a free kick. They got in his back. Anderson it was. So Akers to have it for the Dockers. On the wing, kick short, and Sarong marks. Skips back off it now. Comes infield and back to Akers again. A slow build up for the Dockers. Neutral territory on the northern wing. They lead by 8 points. Akers tries to wait a kick to Walters. Ellis breaks it up. Markov roves. He's tackled. And sandwiched by the two Dockers. And we'll get another ball up. So 52 metres out from the Dockers goal at left half forward. 5-5-35 plays 3-9-27, 17 and a half into the third.
Smith wins it down straight to Sarong of the Dockers to Chera. Now to Brayshaw at left half forward. Kicks around the body. Only can find Markov, who marks defensively. Speaking of facial hair action, sporting a terrific moustache.
Yeah. Curled up at the ends.
Yep. Really does look like the old-timey villain Markov, as Ellis almost bit off more than he could chew, but found Weller. Had to go on a bit of a run, just got it away to Markov again. The kick is short down the line to Anderson. He marks it right half back for Gold Coast. Kick is down the line once more. And then Walker, has that been paid the mark? It has. No, not quite. Thought he had it, actually juggled it over the boundary line in front of the interchange gates. The boundary umpire said, no, I'll be having that. Sharon in his hands. And the red footy put back into play. Spun back in. Smith wins it down. Weller tried to tap it to the advantage of Lukosius. Going over the top, Croden. Couldn't pick it up. Lukosius could for the Suns. Tries to find Anderson. Couldn't pick it up. Oh, coming the other way. Flanders tackled immediately. It's just going to be a ball up. Akers suggesting that he didn't get the ball out cleanly. Umpire is unconvinced. He'll throw it aloft again.
Akers doing the ruck work. Outsized and outpointed by Smith to Rowell to Anderson. Kicks the Suns to half forward. Conker there for the Dockers. Back feeds to Ryan, who gives it off by hand to Walker, in trouble. Now Ryan's in trouble receiving the handball. All of this at half forward for the Suns. Burgess comes away with it. Rankin into the pocket. He was held. And he'll get the free kick.
Good opportunities here.
Very highly skilled Isaac Rankin. If he'd taken the advantage, I would have backed him in from the pocket on the run. He'll get the set shot, 45-degree angle, and on the mark, 40 metres out. Rankin comes in. Oh, that's just wonderful off the boot. Didn't look like missing. He's got two. And the Suns close. It's a 2-point ball game. As we tick into time on here in this third term, the Suns have kicked 3 of the last 4 goals to bring it back to 2 points. Sharrod Wellingham, Michael Braun, 5-5-35, plays 4-9-33.
He's definitely a talent and up-and-coming star for the Gold Coast Suns. Rankin is very dangerous around the goals. But it's just, I think that the Gold Coast Suns are starting to get on top of the Fremantle Dockers just through their pure work rate, their run, their spread from the contest. They're just starting now to hit the scoreboard pressure, which is going to put an enormous pressure on Fremantle now to start to worry about losing control of this game.
Does just go to show how important finishing is.
Absolutely, taking the opportunities.
Fremantle's biggest lead of the game has been 15 points. Now it's 2. Dockers will get the clearance. They kick towards right half forward. Walters couldn't quite take it. He'll chase out after it again. Good pressure coming from Henry. Knocked it away from Lemons. Allows Schultz to gather. Kicked around the body. Oh, Lobb dropped the mark and ball forward. He should have had it then. Surely he got taken without the football, and he will get the free kick. Frustration then for Graham. Lobb dropped it, should have just swallowed it. Ball spilled away, went out after it, Rory Lobb, then was tackled without the football, so he'll end up getting a second opportunity to shoot on goal. It's a tightish angle in the right forward pocket. He'll be kicking from no more than 15 out. Rory Lobb puts it through for a goal. The Dockers respond when challenged. They put their lead back to 8 points at the 22-minute mark of the third. Fremantle 6-5-41, Gold Coast 4-9-33. Michael Braun and Sharrod Wellingham, your experts on Grandstand AFL.
Sharrod, so can you answer a question here? So
how did he dispose of that?
What's that?
How did he dispose of it?
Oh, well, he didn't. I think it was holding the man. But my question is, that so he kicks around the corner and set shots right on the left-hand side of the ground, but on the right-hand side he goes back and kick a drop punt. Why can't he have that same sort of thought process on the left-hand side of the ground?
I can't answer that because I don't know, but
he was warming up like that.
Yeah. We can't do a check side from there, I don't think.
Exactly
I think your chances of converting with a check side are a little bit slimmer, but I do understand the comfort of a snap.
So 8 points, the Dockers lead. Darcy down to Mundy on the burst. Kicks inside 50, finds the chest of Walters. 45 metres out. Virtually directly in front. Beautifully worked out of the middle by Freo.
So back to the free kick was holding the man, but he didn't dispose of the ball.
I think that as the tackle happened straight away, didn't the ball jar out?
No, it didn't jar out. He just dropped it.
He just dropped it cold. In that case, it's an interesting point.
Walters goes short and finds Darcy. So no gain of distance, a slight improvement on the accuracy, and I probably prefer Walters from where he was to where Darcy is, but the birthday boy will get a chance. Turns 23 today, Sean Darcy. Comes in on that left leg and puts it wonderfully through the ball. And they know it's his birthday. They come from everywhere to rub his head and celebrate with the big ruckman. 23 today and a goal to go along with it. 7-5-47 Freo. Gold Coast 4-9-33, 14 points. The Dockers advantage, close to three-quarter time.
I was saying before, Sharad, that what do you reckon about out of the centre square? They're getting smashed, the Gold Coast Suns, and I reckon probably 3, maybe 4 of their goals from Fremantle have been from CBDs. They're getting killed in there. They're going to man up the Gold Coast Suns, but
it's Darcy who's giving them an ascendancy too.
Absolutely.
I think 3 of the 4 Gold Coast goals have had an immediate answer from a centre bounce.
Bizarre fun fact as well, he wears number 4, shares his birthday with the club's most famous number 4, Paul Hazelby, who turns 40 today. So maybe there's something in that.
One down by Smith for Gold Coast. Mundy went to ground. Umpire spotted a free kick. It's gone against Fremantle. Come back to Miller. Off the ball. So Miller from the centre circles. Kicks deep inside forward 50. Leading out and taking the mark. Coming out to get it was King. Now the umpires spotted another free kick here. So King came out to get it, but it's a holding the man decision. So the Suns... Is it Flanders who'll get the opportunity to have a shot at goal from, well, pretty much the same position, straight in front and putting boot to ball from no more than 35 metres out. So it is Flanders. Sam Flanders spinning the ball over in his hands. From right in front to give Gold Coast an immediate reply. He pops it through. Fremantle's leaders back to 8 points. Fremantle 7-5-47. Gold Coast 5-9-39. 26 gone in the third term here on Grandstand AFL. They're like London buses. The goals, you wait all day and then all of a sudden a whole heap come along at once.
Clever, Clint. That's clever.
No, I've stolen that. I can't find that, Roddy. That's an old one.
No, well, that's exactly what Gold Coast needed. If Fremantle kicked another one, they would have got, out to their biggest lead of the game. So it was lucky that the Gold Coast Suns kicked that and replied straight away to Fremantle's last couple of goals.
Flanders' third shot on goal as well, so a couple of siders and nice to finally have a conversion.
Do you reckon his nickname's Ned? Is that
yeah, it is.
Ned?
It'd have to be.
It is.
Have to be.
It's a Monty.
Ask the nickname aficionado over here.
I stopped myself from going, hey, diddly ho, as he kicked it.
He should have
stolen that one.
He should have. Out of the middle, Darcy for the Dockers. Tumbles it end over end. Bouncing ball. Favours Lemons. Kicks laterally and spots up Holman. Marks it left half back. Chips it short. Just able to get it on to Swallow. At left half back. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Dangerous kick. It's good enough to find Powell, but he drops the mark under pressure. Walters picks it up for Freo. Off to Tracy. Lob running back. Can't quite get there. Bouncing ball close to the goal line. It tumbles the wrong side of the post. A minor score. 7-6. 48 move the Dockers. 5-9-39 the Suns. Not far away from three-quarter time. 4 minutes or so here on Grandstand AFL.
Suns up the corridor, but the kick from Lemons is turned over. Mundy marks. Short pass to Chera at centre half forward. Stabs it inside forward 50. And marked by Tracy. He's got a bit of advice to go back and have a shot. He'll do so from 45 out, straight in front.
Almost the exact same spot as his last shot, so pretty confident, you'd imagine.
Josh Tracy kicking to the Farmer Freeway end. Boots cross the top of the 50-metre arc. Kicks on its way. Was never going to miss. He gets his second. Joins David Mundy with 2 goals for the Fremantle Dockers so far this afternoon. Fremantle's leaders back to 15 points. 8-6-54 to Gold Coast. 5-9-39. We've now travelled 29 minutes in the third on Grandstand AFL. Clint Wilden in commentary alongside Ben Cameron, our expert, Sharad Wellingham and Michael Braun.
Well, I think that was the case of the young star Rao dropping the ball in the middle of the ground, turned the ball over in the middle of the ground, and when you drop the ball or turn the ball in the middle of the ground, 9 times out of 10 the opposition go forward and kick a goal. It was just a poor disposal
bit to be excited about.
Yeah,
with Tracy, just 18, hasn't turned 19 yet.
Wow.
Didn't play last year due to COVID. Straight into the AFL and playing well. Darcy down to Sarong. Gives it back to Darcy. Kicks the Dockers inside 50. Towards Tracy again. Oh, the big kahuna. He might be just that in the Fremantle forward line for the next decade.
The centre work again from Darcy was just good follow-up. He got the hit it to Sarong, and then to be able to be an option for the handball receive, it's great impact.
The slight angle this time. Man on the mark, 40 out. Tracy comes in, boot to ball from 50. He's just tugged it a little bit to the left-hand side. A minor score. 8-7-55, plays 5-9-39, almost at the half-hour mark of the third.
Fair size, 193 centimetres and 94 kilos for an 18-year-old as the Suns work it around their defensive 50. Miller got it to Ballard. Comes to Powell in the right back pocket. Kicks to Ellis, who marks on centre wing. Just pops it forward to Miller, who's been impressive today. Continued his run. Gets the kick away towards right half forward. He wanted King. Pearce did enough to win it to ground. Still there to be won. Holman surely tackled, lost possession of the football. It's been paid by the officials.
So many holding the balls today.
Goes short to Brayshaw again, who's at left half back for Fremantle. The Dockers lead remains, well, it's actually 16 points, I should say. 30 minutes gone in the third. The tackling actually has been a highlight.
Great pressure.
Here's Mundy. Sending it back inside the defensive 50 to Ryan. Will go short. Bewley slides in and marks. Defensive edge of the square for the Dockers. Bewley kicks out to the southern wing. Mark taken by Duman. So the Dockers just assessing their options. Duman short. And onto the chest of Henry. 16 points. The Dockers' advantage, the biggest of the day. Henry's kick dangerous, but able to find Tucker. Outer edge of the centre square. Tucker retreats with the handball to Ryan. He'll bring it to the northern wing. And they'll switch it back to Walker on debut. He'll move it to Brayshaw for Freo.
Brayshaw from centre wing, northern side. Stabs it into the chest of Collier, marking it left half forward. Miller told to stay on the mark as Collier pops it into the left forward pocket. And at the back, Walters just had the perfect carry, the kick. Walters marking the left forward pocket.
I think he gave a little bit of a nudge there. He was third or fourth behind as well, but umpires didn't see it, but the ball's in his hands. Yeah,
he did indeed.
Very lucky to get away with it. Very clever, small forwards.
Or very clever just to do enough to work his opponent underneath it and not get pinged for a push. Now, Walters has been told to move around. He'll start beyond the boundary line at left half forward. It's a tight angle. We're right behind the kick for Michael Walters. He'll kick from 50 out. The left forward pocket sends it on its way. It's perfect. Sensational finish for Michael Walters. And the Fremantle players come from everywhere to give him a pat on the head, a high five, even the odd cuddle. They like that finish, and what a way to go to three-quarter time for Fremantle. They stretch their lead to the biggest margin of the game so far. Fremantle by 22 points at three-quarter time. They're 9-7-61 to the Gold Coast 5-9-39. The goal kickers, you can add Michael Walters to that list. Mundy's got 2, Tracy's got 2, singles to Lobb, Collier, Schultz, Darcy and Walters, as I said. While for the Gold Coast, they're 5 goals, 2 to Rankin, singles to Burgess, Flanders and Miller. Three-quarter time, Fremantle by 22 points at Perth Stadium. wherever you're listening, on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio, and on Grandstand, or should I say ABC Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
For nearly 30 years, Saturday Night Country has been Australia's home of country music.
I sent her a couple of tracks and she wrote back and she went, wow, I like this way more than I was expecting to.
Each week we bring you the very best tunes, news and interviews from here and around the world.
I like living on the road. I love it so much.
Every artist is different and what they want to achieve is different.
Just be yourself and just be real.
Join Becky Cole for Saturday Night Country. We're online and on ABC Radio. For the latest sports results and stories from around the globe and at home, check out ABC Sport on our social pages. Just search ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Thrown up, punched away by Fremantle. Straight to Graham, tackled by Mundy, wrapped up, umpire says holding the ball. David Mundy with a chance to kick his second. He'll put boots of ball from 35 out just to the left of centre. David Mundy. This would be a great start to the quarter for Fremantle, and David Mundy does deliver. Mundy with a second. Fremantle with their fourth. Kicks deep inside forward 50 for the Suns, Lukosius. No one can mark. It's off hands. Tap forward by Rankin. He's out after it. Gathers it left full forward and kicks the goal. At long last for the Suns. One of their most skillful. He doesn't miss.
So now Miller sets it up towards Greenwood. Over the back it goes. It's tumbled through. Fortuitous. But the Suns get a major. Burgess comes away with it. Rankin into the pocket. He was held. And he'll get the free kick. Very highly skilled Isaac Rankin. He'll get the set shot, 45-degree angle, and on the mark, 40 metres out. Rankin comes in. Oh, that's just wonderful off the boot. Didn't look like missing. He's got two. And the Suns close. It's a 2-point ball game.
Good pressure coming from Henry. Knocked it away from Lemons. Allows Schultz to gather. Kicked around the body. Oh, Lobb dropped the mark and full forward. He should have had it. Then surely he got taken without the football. And he will get the free kick. It's a tiny-ish angle in the right forward pocket. He'll be kicking from no more than 15 out. Rory Lobb puts it through for a goal. The Dockers respond when challenged.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
It's Fremantle by 22 points at three-quarter time. Our next stop on Grandstand AFL is the Saints and the Crows. Corbin Middlemass. What's going to happen, Corby?
Oh, fingers crossed we get a close one, is what I'm trying to spit out. Clint, 22 degrees and cloudy, 87% humidity in Cairns today. The Saints, they're 2 games of percentage outside of the top 8, a 5-7 record, but they've won just 1 of their past 4, and that was a pretty unconvincing 20-point winner over North Melbourne a fortnight ago. It's their last game before the bye. There's no Ross and no Membry. They're both out on dad duties. Geary also missing through injury, so Long, Loney and Hunter, the 3 expected ins for the Saints. The final team still about 15 minutes away. While for Adelaide, Josh Worrell is going to make his debut. The left-footer, 20-year-old, picked 28 in the 2019 draft. He's a swingman at 194 centimetres, so best of luck to Josh. Riley O'Brien plays his 50th game, and Brad Crouch in his new colours up against his old team for the first time. So Adelaide 3 games at percentage outside of the 8. The Saints 2 games at percentage out. Let's see what we get tonight. Clint, standalone fixture on a Saturday night, the Saints and the Crows.
Looking forward to it. Corbin Middlemass leading the commentary team alongside Al Mickelson, Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard. 22 points the Dockers lead the Suns by. Sharad Wellingham, Michael Braun, your thoughts?
Well, Sharad, it's a little bit more action in the third quarter. Lots of goals on both sides. The Suns were coming up, but we're coming at the Fremantle Dockers there, but until about 8 minutes to go in that quarter, Fremantle just kicked away. But the most telling story was every time that Gold Coast Suns kicked a goal, Fremantle had an answer, and they just kept Fremantle, or kept the Gold Coast Suns at bay. They just couldn't let them get back into the game. They came and then they just answered 1 or 2 and then they come back again. So hats off to Fremantle. They steadied the ship and they look like they're in control of the game.
Absolutely. I think it's a testament to them to be able to have Darcy and Mundy in there today, just without Fife, and they're doing the job that's required, especially, like you said, every time there has been a score against, they've knuckled down and gone back into the centre square and managed to put one back on the Gold Coast chin, which has been pretty good.
Some of the numbers up to three-quarter time. Fremantle 290, Gold Coast 238. That's disposals. Inside 50s, 38 to 34 the way of Fremantle. Clearances, Freo 24 to 22. Leading ball winners, Ryan with 25, Miller with 24. Final term underway here at Perth Stadium. No one with a clean takeaway as yet. Mundy fights after it. And we'll get a secondary ball up. So 22 points is the Dockers' advantage. 4-1 went ahead at three-quarter time this year. Free kick out of the middle, going to Darcy. Floats it inside 50 for Freo. Walters goes to ground. Lob gathers, gives it off to Walters. Shot on goal is missing. Away to the left. A minor score. So 9-8-62, plays 5-9-39. Almost a minute into this final term. Lukosius brings it back in. He finds Lemons, about to be run down, kicks out towards the southern wing. Bouncing ball, gathered there by King. Picks it up, gets a handball away to Flanders. Back to King, who leaves it behind. Now Bewley gets involved for the Dockers. Handball to Conker. Handball towards Pearce, who's pretty content to just carry it out. So we'll get another throw in. About 60 around from the Suns goal at the Graham Farmer Freeway end of the ground. 23 points is the advantage. Darcy hooks it down. Ball bounces back to him, picks it up. He's tackled and will go again. So another ball up between wing and right half forward here for the Suns. Darcy again hooking it down. Mundy loses it. Swallow comes through. Big hit on Walters. Now Brayshaw has to apply a tackle. Umpire says in the back. So the free kick will go to Lemons. He'll have it for the Suns in the centre square.
Lemons up quickly. Puts it deep into the right forward pocket. Stretching for it. Burgess couldn't get to it. Thought he was being held. Officials thought differently. Throw in. 20 metres to the right. The Gold Coast attacking goal. Farmer Freeway end of the ground. Put back into play. One down by Darcy. Ball still there. Brayshaw bursting through to Sarong, or hand pass. Missed its target. Taken by Smith of the Suns. Kick towards full forward. Pearce and Ryan crashed into each other. Pearce was able to get a hand pass away. Only as far as Rankin, though, who was tackled by Conker over the boundary line. In the left full forward position for Gold Coast. Ball to be put back into play again. Suns looking for an early goal. They drag themselves back into it. Darcy won it down to Akers, then to Bewley for the Dockers. Kicks high towards commentary wing. Underneath it, Tracy couldn't mark. Spoil came from the side. And then seeing it, Lukosius over the boundary line for a throw-in. 3 minutes gone, opening term. Fremantle's lead, 23 points.
3 minutes into the final term here for the Gold Coast Suns. As knocking it down is Smith to Ellis, who kicks towards half forward and unable to take the mark. Sexton out, pointed by Aish. So 23 points is the challenge for the Suns against these Dockers. As Aish kicks to Akers at right half back.
He's been solid today, Akers. Tried hard for Freo.
Akers kicks forward of the wing in the Walters direction, out pointed by Lemons. Just bumped him off it, protected the drop, takes the mark. Kicks laterally and Caleb Graham is able to take it. Late inclusion for Sam Collins, stabs his pass short to Took Miller. Went about 8 metres. His kick comes infield to Lemons. Picks it up off the deck to Ellis. Knocks it out into the path of Miller. Lots of Dockers there. Chera gathers and the Dockers win it back.
They have it at right half back. Comes from Aish to Brayshaw. Not sure where to go. Forced to backtrack. Rowell applies pressure. Hand pass short to Aish. Back with the hands again to Duman. And now to Ryan, who has time to sort things out and kicks in the direction of Darcy. And his arms chopped, I thought. My Smith not according to the officials, and Miller sees it over the line for a throw-in. No complaints from Darcy. Miller's had it 25 times for the Suns today. Ryan, 26. Miller is outstanding.
He's been trying really hard to keep them in this and tackle pressure. He's had a few holding the balls as well.
And just about the best on ground, despite being in a team that's behind at the moment, as Akers kicks towards right half forward. No mark taken, coming across. Powell scooped up there. Oh, Joel Weston on debut, trying to get a hurried kick away, has put it out of bounds on the full. Be a free kick to the Suns, and Powell will take it at left half back. The Dockers still lead by 23 points, 5 gone in the final quarter.
Powell retreats back to Weller in the back pocket. Low ball to the right back pocket, good enough to find Ballard. 23 points, the Suns' advantage. He goes short to a leading Lukosius. Lukosius pokes it into the middle of the ground, onto the chest of Rowell. Hasn't had a big day. Kicks to half forward. Smith able to mark here for the Suns. Pokes it over the top. Burgess marks. He's got it. 51 out. Gives it off to Powell, who goes whack from 50. But tugs it badly. Misses to the left. 5:10:40 now the Suns. The Dockers 9:8:62. 6 minutes into the fourth.
He just has to deal with a rogue football. Defensive goal square. He soccers it away. Takes a run towards right full back. Oh, dangerous kick. Bounces along the ground. Had to be scooped up by Chera. Did well. Good skills. Kicks towards Tracy. Commentary wing. Can't mark. Spills down to Ellis. Looking to work it forward. Darcy bursts onto it, the big fella. Got it back to Collier. Then to Brayshaw. Hand pass to Duman. Kicks the Dockers towards right half forward. Tracy's in hot pursuit. Powell got in front of him. Showed genuine pace. They both go to ground. It's a holding decision. It's against Tracy. Powell will have it. Freo fans don't like it, but it was there. Powell goes across half back and he finds Swallow. He marks it centre half back for the Suns, who trail by 22.
Swallow kicks into the middle of the ground. The Freo fans don't like the replay, like they didn't like it live. Flanders gathers, gives it off to Sexton, drives it long. Aish has to spoil, brings it down, picking it up King, kick smothered. Greenwood gathers, gives to Burgess, slams it home. He's got a couple. And just like that, it's back to 16 points. The Suns just won't go away. 6:10:46 they move. The Dockers 9:8:62. We've played 7.5 minutes in the final term. Sherrod Wellingham, Michael Braun.
It's a great effort to smother the first attempt on goal by King from Pearce. Tried their best not to get that goal, didn't they, Gold Coast? But just kept buttering up and yeah, it just won't go away at this stage.
Lucky that ball nearly hit the umpire in the head. That probably would have broken her nose, the poor thing.
The goal umpire was in serious trouble for a moment.
It was ninja-like. It was ninja-like, wasn't it, Clint?
Yeah, at head height. She just got out of the way. It was travelling like a rocket. This will make me very unpopular with anyone listening at the ground, but I didn't see an issue with the free kick down there.
It was similar to Lob's one in the goal square in the last third quarter. Very similar.
The officials restart it. Umpire Dean Margetts, Darcy won it down, and the umpire spotted a free kick, and this will increase the angst around the free kick going for a holding decision Gold Coast way. Anderson gave it on to Powell, kicks deep inside forward 50. Greenwood was up but couldn't mark. Spills down to Ryan, tackled by Greenwood. And the Docker holds onto the footy. As the umpire says, we'll ball it up again.
He moves well, Power, across the ground. Genuine pace.
Darcy palms it down for Fremantle. Bounces to Chera. Gets a kick away for the Dockers towards left half back. In hot pursuit, Markov. Up against him, Croden. Croden's kept that in, has he? No, I didn't think so. It will come back for a throw-in. It was taken over the line at right half forward for the Suns. They lead Freo by 16 points. We've travelled 9 minutes into the final term.
From the throw-in, Darcy knocks it down in front. Bewley picks it up, handball to Tucker, kicks the Dockers towards neutral territory on the wing. Bounce favours Lemons. Lemons of the Gold Coast gathers the footy, kicks back to attacking 50. No mark taken. Chera front and square. Handball to Waish. Sells some candy. Kicks back to the southern wing. Drifting through. Nice mark Ballard. He'll send the Suns forward again. Over to Mark Lukosius. Close to the boundary line, about 75 from home. Sets it up into the pocket. Big fly Rankin. At the back, Greenwood almost. Not quite. Pearce goes in for Freo. Sexton extracts it. Back into congestion it goes. They dive on top of it. Pearce is in there too. Umpire circles. Says, let me throw it up. Right forward pocket. Dockers leading by 16. That's the right forward pocket for the Gold Coast Suns. 6:10:46 plays 9:8:62 Freo lead.
Darcy palmed it down straight to Miller. Was tackled immediately. Mundy wrapped him up. So too Bewley. Freo chant around Perth Stadium. Smith won it down again. Mundy was there. Stolen away. Markov looked to tap it back into the hot spot. It comes towards Walker, who threw it on the boot and kicks it a good 10 rows back. Out of bounds on the full in the right forward pocket. Not what he was hoping for at all. Lukosius will now have a chance to shoot at goal.
Lukosius got the skill for it.
Not sure what was
going through the head.
Then he flushed it. He went a long way back. Lukosius to bring it back to 10 points. He goes with the check side. He's missed. Just sneaks it in for a minor score. 15 points the margin now. Gold Coast 6:11:47. Fremantle 9:8:62. 12 gone in the last.
Not a perfect analogy, but it was almost like, remember when Mel Michael rushed it through from about 15 out? In defence, he just thumped it through for Brisbane. It was a little bit like that.
Was it Brisbane or Essendon he did that for?
Oh, I thought it was Brisbane, but I could be wrong as...
He definitely did it for Brisbane once.
Pearce plays himself into trouble here for the Dockers. Sets Aisha Task at left half back. Has to apply the tackle on Sexton. We'll get a stoppage here at half forward for the Suns.
What a massive defender he was, Mel Michael.
Umpire to put it aloft. Smith arriving late. Jumps over the top of Darcy. Mundy comes away with it. Handball to Chera. Kicks to the wing. Looking for Tracy over his head. Ryan gets involved. Tackled to ground by Powell. Held without it. He'll get the free kick. Advantage paid. Schultz on the left. Kicks towards Lobb. Ballard there with him. Bouncing ball towards the line. Ballard takes it back. He's tackled out. And we'll get a throw in. 15 points. The Dockers advantage. A forward 50 stoppage. Right forward pocket. 12 and a half played in the fourth.
Players settle themselves into position. Boundary umpire unfurls. Smith palmed it down for Gold Coast. Onto it quickly. Sarong for the Dockers. At right half forward as Collier receives the hand pass. Kicks back towards full forward. Numbers are up with the Suns here. They bring it to ground just in front of their defensive goal square. Ballard flew, brought it down, and then it's been locked in. Fremantle pressing. Can they get their 10th goal? Thrown it off by the umpire. Lobb got it down only as far as Swallow, though. Threw it on the boot. Kick beyond defensive 50 and then taken over the boundary line to make sure that it wouldn't come back is Walker. He spun back in at right half forward. Back into play. Akers against Smith. Smith palmed it down to Swallow. Has to tap it back. Went behind Ellis. Was able to get a hand pass away just when under pressure from Brayshaw. And then the kick from Willer hit traffic. 3 purple defenders running towards him. Ricocheted away. It's over for another throw-in.
$15 points. 13 minutes gone in the fourth. Lobb takes it out of the ruck. Handball errant. Swallow clears for the Suns. Back towards the wing. Greenwood juggles. Then he gathers at ground level. Gives it off to Swallow, who's run on. Handball to Anderson. Through the middle of the ground go the Suns. Kicks inside 50. Roses running back. Drops the mark. Allows in Pearce. And now the Dockers escape. He chips it short to Tucker. Just to stand underneath it. He's dealt with by Sexton. 50. So Tucker will be marched downfield. I think there was too much in it.
A huge amount in that. He was...
I'm sure that is 50.
In the air before the mark was taken.
Tucker chips it short and finds Sarong. 60 out from goal.
Sarong into the right forward pocket. Wanted Henry! And he marks up against Powell. He'll be shooting from deep in the right forward pocket, putting Boots a ball from about 40 metres out. I think that was a very harsh call, the 50 against the Gold Coast a moment ago.
I totally agree, Clint. That was soft as butter, that. It's a contact sport. Everyone's going to forget. Everyone's forgotten that.
Well, Sexton was in the air. What's he supposed to do?
Yeah.
How does he stop? Wasn't that late. Henry, meantime, shoots on goal, steers it through, goes for the crowd, holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited. And as they would with a finish like that sees Fremantle put their lead to 21 points. 16 minutes gone in the last. The Dockers at 10-8-68. The Gold Coast Suns 6-11-47 on Grandstand AFL.
All started in the defensive 50 with Pearce leaving his man to impact the contest. Drop mark from the Gold Coast forward, but still got to have the courage to lead your direct opponent and go down and impact the contest. But yeah, pretty soft 50, Clint, so you got to take them when you get them and make the most of them, and that's exactly what Fremantle did. Great finish from Henry. Certainly tried to get the crowd up and about.
That was great to see. Well done to the young man. Just his 6th career goal.
Kicked the goal in his last 3 games now as Darcy flicks it down in the middle. Opposed to Greenwood. Miller gets it. Handball chopped off. Brayshaw back the other way for the Dockers. Inside 50. Can't find Lobb. Impeded. Free kick, Rory Lobb. He'll have the set shot.
It's almost the exact same spot, probably 4 or 5 metres further out. Slightly less angle.
Man on the mark. 40 out. It's a 45-degree angle. A short approach for Rory Lobb. Starts it right, brings it back, finds the middle, his second, and Freo are on their way. 11-8-74. They lead the Gold Coast Suns 6-11-47. 17 and a half travelled, 4th term Grandstand AFL. A 27-point cushion the way of the Dockers.
This is exactly what we mentioned pre-game, Brawny, with the inexperienced side of Gold Coast not being able to, I suppose, run out the whole game. Potential to let this one push out. So, you know, if they end up losing this by 30 or 40 points, I wouldn't be surprised.
You would. Hats off to Fremantle. They've really kept grinding away and kept the Suns at bay, and now starting to really punish them on the scoreboard now. So Lobb's been good today. He's presented well, got a couple of free kicks, missed a couple of goals, but he's been solid.
9 marks, 16 disposals and 2 goals for Rory Lobb. Fans find their voice again. Darcy won it down straight to Miller. Gets a kick around the body, bounces through the corridor. Sexton tried to take it, got tackled, lost it. Holman battles his way through, shrugs off the tackle of Sarong. That was strong. Lukosius then tackled by Darcy. It spilled out. Rao was there though. Wobbles a kick inside forward 50. Aish couldn't mark, just spoiled away at the last minute. Slapped it out in the direction of Chera. Works it back into traffic. Akers coming through, and a wild swing at the football. Just took enough of it to see it spin away and over the line for a throw-in. Right beneath our broadcast position on the northern wing. Dockers on their way to their 6th win of the season. Just need to hold firm now against the Suns. Darcy wins it down straight to Mundy, captain for today, to Akers. Hand pass to Sarong, kicked it into Miller, ricocheted away over the line for another throw-in.
Might have just hurt his foot there, David Mundy. Seems okay. Maybe someone just stood on it. 11-8, 74 plays 6-11, 47. Smith reaches over Darcy, brings it to the front. Swallow picks it up, tackled by Mundy. Mundy laying on his back, picks up the footy. He's tackled. And he lays at the bottom of the pack. We get the generous applause from the Freo faithful. Umpire puts it aloft. Darcy slapping it towards Miller. Miller on his back now. Ball somehow comes free. Rowell loses it in the Darcy tackle. And then standing up in a tackle is Lukosius. So we'll get another ball up, northern wing. Dockers by 27.
Smith up, won it down. Swallow couldn't gather. Miller elects to soccer it forward for the Suns. Sliding back, Walters. Got a hand pass back to Aish across centre half back to Tucker. And then Tucker out to Pearce. Back in the team this week after injuring an ankle in round 1. He'll return just as a few other Dockers defenders went out through injury themselves. Been solid today. It's Fremantle through Brayshaw. And then Sarong. Now Aish back to Brayshaw. They're working it around at left half back. Sarong receives it once more. Kicks down the line. Lob went to ground up against Graham. Ball ricochets away from the marking contest down to Schultz. Got a hand pass forward to Walters. It opens up in front of Michael Walters. Takes a bounce. Gets the kick away towards full forward. Marking there, Tracy. He almost got run down, Michael Walters, but just had enough separation to get the kick away before the tackle was effected. And he found Josh Tracy, who'll be looking for 3 goals. Career high for him if he kicks truly. Josh Tracy for Fremantle. From 35 metres out, he's missed. Pushing it across the face to the right-hand side. 22 minutes gone in the fourth. The Fremantle's lead is out to 28 points now here on Grandstand AFL.
Justin Longmuir comfortable enough to have a smile after that miss as Lukosius unloads with a barrel, but it lands in the lap of Darcy in the middle of the ground. Darcy sends it back inside 50. No mark taken, off hands it. Trickles out, will get a throw in. Probably 60 metres, the barrel there from Jack Lukosius. Not as big as Zach Tui's the other night, or a couple of weeks ago. Ruck's wrestle. Darcy tries to take it out of the ruck. Oh, collision between Markov and one of the umpires. He's hurt. And now Bose kicks it out of the defensive 50. I reckon the umpire's done his shoulder.
Oh, yeah, it looks like
it's hanging. It looks like a dislocated shoulder. And Fremantle have won the ball back on the wing, but the concern is for the umpire who has dislocated his shoulder.
Keep an eye on that, Ben. As it comes back through Akers.
He's up and moving.
Now with Walker back inside his defensive 50 to Conker.
Umpire Paul Rebashini with his right arm hanging and a dislocated shoulder, I reckon.
No, he's moving it around. It might have been a
stinger,
a decent stinger. He definitely had it hanging there like it was dislocated, though, didn't he?
He's told the trainers to go away. I'm okay. I'm still here.
He's just raised it above the head now, so
now
good to see he's okay.
Billy's been given a free kick here on the outer wing. Wasn't allowed to run at the football. An opportunity to mark it. He'll kick down the outer side. Finds Tracy, who's been busy. Pass inboard to Chera. Chera kicks inside forward 50 and Darcy, who'd run forward. He takes the mark. The big ruckman, who must be among the most improved for season 2021, will look to go back and add his name. Or actually put a second next to his name for this game. The cheers of Alex Pearce.
Just getting around the ground so well now, Darcy. Just moving a lot better than he has been over the last couple of years.
Pearce comes to the bench. the adoration of the Fremantle faithful. Darcy's kick is on its way. It's missing to the left-hand side. A minor score to Darcy. Still with just the one goal this afternoon. Fremantle 11-10-76. The Suns 6-11-47. 25 gone in the last.
Weller kicks up the middle to Lemons, who gives it back by hand to Weller. He goes with the spiral out towards the southern wing. Standing underneath it, Ryan Marks. He was dealt with by King. A few of the Freo players standing up for their teammate. So Ryan to have it. Backward of halfway on the southern wing. The barrel on the run. Not an easy kick to pull off, is it?
No, definitely is not.
Ryan retreats. Back to Aish at left half back. Will kick the Dockers to the wing. Oh, Darcy comes in from the side and takes a nice mark. A big ruckman, as Clint said, one of the most improved this year. On his left, sends it inside attacking 50. There's a free kick. It'll go the way of the Gold Coast Suns, so they'll have it in their back pocket. Dockers by 29 points, 25 minutes played in the fourth.
Ballard goes to Markov. Markov from fullback, dangerous kick, just had enough on it to Lukosius, being closed down by Croden. Lukosius almost turns it over. Nice kick in the end, found its way to Swallow, to Greenwood. Now to Miller, chain of hand passes from Weller, and then Weller into the right forward pocket. King drops the mark he should have taken. He's able to step around Ryan though, and from the right forward pocket, oh, he misses. Oh, dear. And Stuart Dew puts his head in his hands. And that's the only reaction you could have. A minor score when the goal was just begging to be kicked. 6-12 the Suns, 11-10 the Dockers. It's Freo by 28 points.
It's harder to miss than kick that goal. Ryan thumps it long. Towards the wing, Markov arriving front and square. Rove sends it back inside 50. Rankin with a little run and jump. Couldn't quite get the leverage. At the back, Ryan's dragged down again. And umpire Margetts will ball it up. 6-12 Gold Coast, 11-10 the Dockers. 28 points. Ball up. Top of the attacking goal square for the Suns. Darcy takes it out of the ruck. Kicks it straight up and down in the air. Coming in, Weston can't take the mark. Play on, says the umpire. Holman was trying to claim it. Out towards Miller. Conker steals it at half-back for the Dockers.
Long kick towards the northern wing. Ballard running back with a flight of the football. Marks with the ball coming over his left shoulder. He moves it to Lukosius. He marks for the Suns. Gets told to play on as he wheels around. Kicks towards full forward. Darcy was back, he was up, couldn't mark, spilled down though to the Dockers. Actually, a free kick's been paid here. Darcy taken high. Will it come back to Juman? No, it is to Darcy, I thought so. Did wear one around the head. Fremantle fans showing their appreciation to their big ruck as he kicks towards the commentary wing. It's off hands down to Lemons. Suns work it quickly away through Anderson, then Swallow. Ugly hand pass back again. Powell, now Swallow. Got tackled, just got a kick away. Akers is able to outpoint his opponent in Lukosius. And he marks on centre wing for Freo. Dockers leads 28 points, 28 gone in the last.
So Wakers on the southern wing. Kicks infield to Conker in game 150. Conker just skips back off the mark. Sends it into the middle of the ground. The debutant Walker. Walker, his kick towards Weston. Unable to be controlled by Weston. Now the Suns back the other way. Mark taken it half forward by Flanders. Handball to Miller. Runs inside 50. Sends it on goal. And misses to the right. 6-13-49. The Gold Coast Suns, 11-10-76. Not through a lack of trying from Took Miller. He's been their best, maybe even best on ground.
Tucker will bring the ball back into play. Puts the Dockers towards right half back. Lob leading out, he'll mark. 2 goals for him this afternoon. Points down the line. Short pass had to be precise. Just found its way towards Brayshaw. He stood there and marked the footy, despite the attention coming in from Holman to the sign. Brayshaw kicks Fremantle to a packet right half forward. Darcy's given a push to his opponent Ballard. It was there. It's been spotted. Ballard will have it for the Suns. From left half back, he'll come back from whence it came. They'll win it down Duman for the Dockers. Hand passes to the wing. Came to Collier, then to Chera, now to Sarong. Kick into the right forward pocket. He wanted to try and find Walters. Lemon's gone in front, saw it over the boundary line for a throw-in. 27,318. So what we were sort of hoping for, but a little bit more than we were expecting in the early stages of this contest. Ball put back into play. Can Fremantle get a late goal? Darcy won it down. Getting the kick away, or smothered it was by Swallow. Missing their captain and a number of key players. The Fremantle Dockers end a 2-game losing streak. Their 6th win of the year. They beat the Suns by 27 points.
We are the Frio Dockers. Frio, way to go. Give them real hearts and them down below. Oh, Frio, give them the only hope. We are the Frio Dockers. We're the rollers, we're the rockers. We're the mighty Frio Dockers. We're gonna roll them and we'll rock them. We're gonna send them to the bottom. And if they get up, we'll do it again. The Dockers stop and nothing. Way to go. Give them real hearts, send them down below. Oh, Frio, give them the O-E-O. We are the Frio Dockers. Frio, way to go. Give them real hearts, send them down below. Oh, Frio, give them the O-E-O. We are the Frio Dockers.
Fremantle 11-10-76. Gold Coast 6-13-49. In front of 27,318 fans at Perth Stadium. The win puts the Dockers, for the moment at least, up into 9th spot. What did you make of it? Sharad Wellingham and Michael Braun, our experts on Grandstand AFL.
Oh, I think that I was reasonably impressed with the effort early on from Gold Coast. I think that obviously squandered a lot of opportunities and could have really applied some scoreboard pressure. And then we probably saw what we expected in terms of the drop-off in that last quarter. So Fremantle, it was a it was a workmanlike effort today. I think they just went about their business and will take the win, but won't really put that down as the way they want to play week in, week out.
I like the way that you use the term workmanlike.
Yeah, just got the job done.
Yeah, I thought Fremantle's second half was much better than the first half. The best thing about it, when the Suns kept coming at Fremantle had answers and they kept them at bay, and that was a real promising thing for Fremantle. They didn't kind of give up. It looked like that the Gold Coast Suns were up and about, and they started to up their work rate and their run and their intensity and their attack on the ball. It was a really good game of football in the second half. Fremantle, hats off. They tried really hard. They got the bickies. Miller, Rowell, and Apau, and Lukosius.
Yeah, tried hard.
They tried, but they were still a bit down. But King presented all day, but without kicking a goal, he had 3 points. He dropped a couple of easy marks.
And I reckon Pearce takes the chocolates in that one-on-one. First game back, probably did a better job on King than I thought he was probably expected to. I reckon he did a really good job.
Then you got Rankin and Rowell. Rankin was a bit disappointing today, but definitely Miller and Powell were definitely their better players. But with Fremantle, there was an even contribution around the whole ground. So Clint, the old 3-2-1 is very difficult today because there's been a lot of players that kind of contributed throughout the day.
And nearly everyone, bar 4 players, are in that mid-teens in terms of
which is a good
disposals,
spread.
which is a really
good spread of work rate, absolutely. But no, well done to Fremantle. I said it was one they had to win. It was a dangerous game for him to drop, but they didn't. They kicked truly. They hit the scoreboard in the second half, and they kept at him, and they tidied up their game as the game went on. You know, their skill level went up a little bit. They started to clunk their marks. They started to kick the goals. They started to use the ball a little bit better around the ground. They started taking control through the middle of the ground, which was always going to be the case pre-game.
I'd like to get your thoughts on Sean Darcy's emergence and the dominance that Fremantle seemed to have at the stoppage today. I would put a fair bit down to what he was able to do. And one of the big criticisms about Darcy in the last years before that, as he's been building, was about his ability to get up and down the ground. And we're starting to see that more and more. How did you assess, firstly, his efforts and overall what Fremantle were able to do in the stoppages?
I think that massive tick for him in the centre bounce and around the ground in terms of ruck work. 38 odd hit outs was last I checked during the quarter.
Should have had a couple of goals. He's had 17 odd touches.
Yeah, he's had the one goal and had that last shot in the last quarter there. But you got a ruckman who has 40 odd hit outs. Gets up and down the ground. They are an extremely important part of the side.
I think
he played with one of the best ruckmen in history. You know, he can hit the scoreboard, get the hit outs, and be up and down the ground. That is a massive tick.
Yeah, I think his criticism was he's a bit lazy, Clint, around the ground. He wasn't working hard enough. Not that he couldn't. I think he just didn't want to, and he's probably dropped a few kilos, and he's been able to be a bit more mobile. But yeah, I think you spoke about it pre-game, Sharad, that Darcy needed to do that and go forward, and he did it a couple of times. And he's a big boy, so if he can kind of even get a bit more mobile than what he is already, he's going to be a real dangerous play for Freo. I'm not too sure. How old is he?
He's 24.
He's 24. He's
23 today.
23 today.
There you go.
Birthday today.
Birthday boy, yeah.
Didn't miss my gag earlier.
No, I did. I knew it was his birthday. I just didn't know how old he was. But he was good today.
You were thinking about the bloke sitting too far away from us who's turned 40 and former Dockers champion Paul Hazelby.
I sent him a text. I said, geez, you're unlucky. You're not even the best number 4 born on June 12 to have played for the Freo Dockers.
I'm sure that would
say, who's this?
New phone, who's this? Let's head downstairs. Fremantle beating the Gold Coast Suns by 27 points into the rooms as they make their way in. Bridget Lacey, what have you got for us, Bridge?
Yeah, they're just making their way in. Family and friends standing around. The boys are pretty happy. The Gatorade's the Powerade's getting a good old working over at the moment. And as they huddle in, the 2 debutants, of course, in the middle, Brandon Walker and Joel Weston. Here we go.
Fremantle 11-10-76 to Gold Coast 6-13-49. The Dockers by 27 points. The win moves them up into 9th spot. We'll head back down into the rooms if we can to get an interview with someone from the victorious Dockers side. Don't forget, come out very shortly, we'll take you to St Kilda and Adelaide. Corbin Middlemass, Al Nicholson, Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard with the call for you there. If you'd like to send us a text, let us know your thoughts. 0437 774 774 is the number to send us your thoughts on. 0437 774 774. Before we get more from our experts and the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year and the Christian Medal, Ben Cameron's got all the other numbers for us. Ben.
Fremantle had more of the ball, 392 disposals. Gold Coast 318. The inside 50s, 48-46 the way of Fremantle. Contested possessions, plus 15 Fremantle. Clearances, plus 4. Disposals, James Aish, 31. Equal high on the ground along with Took Miller, who had 31 as well. And then Ryan with 29, Brayshaw with 29, Will Powell with 26. So those were the numbers over the course of the afternoon. Fremantle winning by 27 points.
Question from Bill. How do the Suns that can play with such skill and run early in the season fall into such a hole? What's going on at that club?
Just age, Clint. It's age. Youth. Yes, it's the youth. Yeah, better word, Clint. It was definitely young players getting exposed to the rigours of AFL football, training every day, twice a day, weights, getting bumped, tackled, flying all the time. It's just that they're not battle-hardened, so to speak, of the rigours of AFL. But, that's all. They'll get better. And
that definitely takes a few years to build up.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you don't have that bracket of older players that have, you probably need 10 to 15 players who have got 100, 150 games to be able to carry the younger guys with the less than 50 games, whereas it's probably in reverse.
Yeah, look at Rosas is 19. You've got King who's 20, Powell's 21, and we've got Rankin's 21, Matty Rowe's 19, Anderson's 20. They're all in their early 20s. It's they've got a really young list and they're really exciting list, but they'll get better. They'll get better, and I think they tried hard today. They just didn't have the tank to be able to play at that sort of intensity for longer periods of the game that Fremantle have, and they've got a real mature side, Fremantle, and they're on the home deck as well, so the crowd would play a little bit of a part in them winning the game as well. So they kept coming. They didn't roll over. Hats off to the Suns.
19 scoring shots to 21 as well, when you look at it that way.
Yep.
They've got it inside 50. It's just about being able to capitalise and make the most of those opportunities when they are there, because you work so hard to get it in there, you don't want to let it escape.
Made a lot of Matt Rowe's return. We know how exciting he could be. Had 87 minutes of game time from a possible 119 minutes.
That's huge.
Yeah, first game back.
Absolutely.
That's really impressive. In terms of his numbers, 14 disposals, 5 kicks, 9 hand passes, 73 metres game, but did a lot of work in close, so it's not probably a fair stat to throw it in.
And he took a little while to warm into it.
8 contested possessions in your first game back for
Can that get
the youngster.
I mean, he's been out since round 1. Just a little period to adjust, Shaz?
Absolutely. You take a second to probably catch up to the speed of it. You can do so much at training, and you can do as much game simulation as you get done at training, but to go out there, it just goes probably another 15% faster, and you just need to get up to pace.
I was watching his first quarter, and his first couple of handballs and kicks missed their targets just by a little bit, but it's just because of the pace of the game. His handball missed it by half a metre. Just those little things that as he got used to the game, he started hitting targets. But yeah, his first 3 or 4 touches, it was just the fact is he's missed so much football, and the pace of the game. He missed a couple of targets.
The other player playing his first game since round 1, and Fremantle supporters delighted to see him back. Particularly important considering the number of defenders that they're missing at the moment. Alex Pearce returned with 16 disposals, 10 kicks and 6 hand passes. He also had 7 marks for the game, 11 uncontested possessions, 5 contested possessions. Overall, he was very solid returning. They'd be delighted with that, seeing him get through.
He was immense today, and I watched it a little more because I'd heard Justin Longmuir speak about how important he is as the organiser, and he was doing a lot of that down there for the Fremantle Dockers. He was setting up their defence, getting everybody in position, and just organising them, leading that defensive unit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just works so well with the other guys in there.
Yeah, with Ryan. Yeah. They both were very solid down there, given the fact that how many players they had out down back Fremantle. Those two boys, Ryan and Pearce, they did a good job. They pushed King wide. They spoiled. They attacked.
They pushed all of the forward forays out wide, didn't they?
That was good.
Votes in the ABC Football of the Year in the Christian Medal, with Fremantle defeating the Gold Coast Suns 11-10-76 to 6 13:49. Who's responsible?
Well, we both are responsible, Clint, but I'm responsible for reading them out. I was going to make that clear.
In that case, your name goes on the spreadsheet.
Honourable mentions.
Yeah, honourable mentions. We're going to say Miller from the Suns. He had a really good game, 31 touches, 1 goal, 1. He tried hard all day for the Suns. We got Mundy. He had a really good game, kicked a couple of goals. Tracy, the big, what do they call it, the big bison down forward.
That's where he's from.
Yeah, no, he's a Bendigo. Right. He's a Bendigo boy. I think. Yeah, Bendigo Pioneers.
Yeah. Who knows?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's up near Echuca too. And Tucker, honourable mention to Tucker. But 3-2-1 will go the one vote to our birthday boy, Darcy. Great tap work at centre bounces, 17 touches, 1 goal, 1, and his work rate around the ground was pretty good. And then we've got 2 votes for Akers. He tried hard all day. 27 touches, 8 marks, 289 metres gained. I thought he was a real solid player today.
And he was good early as well.
Yeah, very good. And 3 votes to Luke Ryan, the backman, 29 touches, 10 marks, 97% kicking efficiency, 508 metres gained.
So they just transfer across to the Christian medal. 1 to Darcy, 2 to Akers, and 3 to Ryan. I'm glad you gave at least an honourable mention to Took Miller because I thought he was sensational today. Pretty unlucky not to get in your 3. Not that I'm trying to bend your arm or anything. A couple of other scores to bring you up to date with. Remember, coming up very shortly, we'll bring you all the action of St Kilda and Adelaide. Colby Middlemass, Al Nicholson, Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard, your broadcast team for that. In the National Basketball League, it's game 2 of the semi-final series between Illawarra and the Perth Wildcats. The Hawks won the first game. 3-quarter time in the second game. Perth need to win to push it into a game 3 on Monday night. Perth lead by 7 points there. The Wildcats 60, the Hawks 53. The National Rugby League, earlier today, the Roosters beat the Titans by a field goal. In the last 90 seconds of the game, the Sydney Roosters 35, defeating the Gold Coast Titans 34. And a short time ago in the game taking place in Sydney, about 67 minutes gone there, the Rabbitohs 24 lead the Knights 10. So South Sydney at the moment 14 points to the good of the Newcastle Knights. This was a huge win, I reckon, for Fremantle, and I don't want to overplay it because it was 11th versus 13th, but with the games to come...
The games to come is huge.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for the Dockers really to start to build, and I don't think anyone expects them to have a massive challenge, but just to build towards the end of the season. They've got the bye next week, then Collingwood, then Carlton, then Hawthorn. So, yeah, I think it's a terrific effort by Fremantle. They needed the victory. They were able to get it today.
They could almost get to 9 and 7, and then they've got a really tough stretch. And while they might not play finals, I think you'd want them to be live with a fortnight to go.
Bridget Lacey's down in the Fremantle rooms. Bridge.
Lucky enough to be joined by Sean Darcy, who played a great game today for Freo. Sean, it must have been a big relief to get over the line here today.
Yeah, we're really happy with our second half of that game. Our second quarter was really a bit disappointing, so we need to go back and work onto that. But the second half was really positive.
Can you talk us through your week in particular? This time last week, we didn't think we'd be seeing you playing. This week, we thought you'd done a hammy.
Yeah, I was pretty. It's a pretty up and down week, to be honest. Got ruled out last quarter last week. The doc said, it looks like you might have a little nick in your string. So I was pretty disappointed, and then get the scan, that comes back, and there was just a bit of bleeding from a cork that we didn't pick up. And then, I was right to go. Got moving about Wednesday, Thursday, and then, played today.
We had the coach on pre-game, and he was full of praise for your season so far. Are you feeling that confidence out there now that you can really compete with the best?
Yeah, my body's holding up, which is the struggle that I've faced in my first couple of years. So just the consistency in my performance is something that's lifted too. I feel like the last couple of years have a good game here and there and then fall away the next 2 weeks. So just week in, week out, making sure my prep's really good. I've got a lot of coaches like Big Spide, Joel Corey, Curry and all that, working with me week in, week out. So, it's been really good.
The guys upstairs have got some questions for you. Clint Wood, Ben Cameron, Sharad Wellingham and Michael Braun.
Sean, just a quick question. You mentioned about how your body is holding up. Yep. Why do you think that is? What's been done differently this year to the other seasons when you have had challenges?
Just learning about... I think I had a really good off-season, and then that stemmed. And then in pre-season, I did get knocked down with an injury in about Jan. but I work pretty hard behind the scenes that you don't really see. So my conditioning's improved, which is really good. And then I've done a lot of work touch with someone like Joel Corey. He's been huge for me, just with my ball control and my contested marking.
Sean, great game, mate. Thought you played a excellent game today. So you said that you went in at halftime having not thought your second quarter was all that good. Was it that you were keeping them in the game, or that you guys weren't executing what you wanted to do? What was the messaging and the change in the second half?
It was more about execution and predictability going into our forward 50 and our ball security around the contest. We feel like that fueled their game, their slingshot style of the footy. We were fumbling around the contest, and that just led them grabbing the ball and running. So it's really hard to defend when you're not predictable going into our offence and then not good around the contest.
Nice work, and happy birthday too, mate.
Thank you.
Sean, it's Michael here, mate. Well done on the game. Was going to say, your kind of mindset to push forward on numerous occasions today, do you bring that into every week, or is it just the opportunity you do? So do you kind of pre-game think, I want to push forward and kick a goal or have a shot on goal, or is it just when the opportunity arises you kind of find yourself down there?
Yeah, it's sort of just playing footy, see how you feel out there. I thought early in the game I was getting to probably a bit too shallow in forward 50, not getting deep enough. And the last half I thought I got deep enough. So it's about how your body's feeling, like where your man is. So if you've got to push in with him, things like that. So yeah, it's just not really a mindset. It's just playing footy.
And JL's message at half-time, was it a focus on lifting work rate? Because the second half of that game, it looked like the whole team's effort and work rate and their ability to kind of really run and keep the Suns at bay really lifted. Was it a message from JL?
Yeah, it was just more about the ball security around the contest. It looked like we were fitter and stronger, but when we're not fumbling the ball, we're not feeling their offence, it's a lot easier. So we find when we're defending really well, you don't really have to work as hard because we're all positioned really well in a zone. So when we're doing that, it looks a lot more efficient rather than working hard.
Sean, the hard-hitting stuff from me. Did you know that you share your birthday with another number 4 for the Fremantle Dockers in Paul Hazelby?
I didn't know that at all, to be honest.
He turns 40 today, so you share the birthday celebrations.
There we go.
Do you have anything to say to him?
Happy birthday.
What have you got in store for your celebrations? You got the bye coming up and a couple of days off.
Yeah, we'll get together as a group tonight, have a couple of beers, which will be lovely, and then a few of us boys are going down south, so I'll head down to Dunsborough on Monday, sort of just get out of Perth, reset, refresh for the next half of the season.
Sean, just one, we were all delighted. I think all of footy was delighted to see Alex Pearce back at this level again after having such a frustrating run, being injured in round one. What did it mean to the team to have Alex back?
Oh, it was unbelievable. He's first class, that man. The thing about Alex, whether he's in rehab or he's not, he doesn't change around the club that we love, and it's something that I've really sought after him to learn about. So he's just an up and about bloke. Really good character, really resilient, and he works his ringer off, so it's really good to see him have a good game.
We always like to see the big fellas do big things, along with yourself. What about Josh Tracy and how he's developing?
Yeah, he's an 18-year-old who doesn't really look 18, does he? So he's a good country boy. He leads at the footy so hard, so when you put it out in front, he's either going to crash a few bodies or he's going to take it. So he's coming really well. We forget that he's missed a year in footy last year with COVID and all that thing. So he's just going to get better and better every week he plays. So we're really excited about him.
Congratulations. We reckon you're pushing yourself up into All-Australian, well, at least contention. Well done on the season so far. Thanks for having a chat.
Cheers, guys. Thanks for that.
Sean Darcy downstairs. He had a great game today. Goal and was just presenting everywhere. That wraps it up here at Perth Stadium. Repeating, Fremantle Dockers have forced their way up into 9th with what is their 6th win of the year, 11-10-76 to Gold Coast 6-13-49. Thanks very much to Bridget Lacey downstairs, to Sharad, to Michael, to Ben Cameron, to Adrian Outsec, Clint Wilden signing off from the West. Coming up, St Kilda and Adelaide, Corbin Middlemass, Al Nicholson, Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard to bring you all the action, repeating full time at Perth Stadium. A random Saturday afternoon game, the Dockers by 27 points.